Chapter 1726. Half a month later, Xiao Chun met with an invisible resistance in the clouds. The gravity multiplied, and the cycle throne felt heavy pressure, making flying exceptionally difficult. "I've arrived." Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked down. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. He could not see clearly. The dragon flame ancient land still had an ancient, savage aura. The space there was different from that of the outside world. Although Xiao Chun could not see clearly, he guessed that he had arrived. Xiao Chun leaped into the air and jumped off the throne. When he landed, the throne turned into a beam of black light that attached to his clothes. Everywhere Xiao Chun looked was desolate. The ground was dry and cracked. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Hot, dry, and lonely. An ancient, savage aura lingered in the air, giving Xiao Chun a deep sense of familiarity. This was the Dragon Flame ancient land. It did not seem to feel any threat at all. Let's go to Dragon Flame City first. The Dragon Flame ancient land was vast, occupying nearly 1/3 of the soaring dragon Great Realm. More than 70% of it had yet to be fully explored. Dragon Flame City was the only city in the entire Dragon Flame ancient land. Maintaining some caution, Xiao Chun carefully set off. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun took out a bottle of water and drank it. He discovered that the drain on his body here was far greater than in the outside world. One should not underestimate this. Cultivators were not immortals who did not eat or drink. It was just that the drain was smaller. If one did not come out of closed-door cultivation, they would last at most half a year. If one stayed any longer, one would need to replenish themselves with food and water unless one was a divine vein powerhouse that surpassed the Cloud Sea realm. It looks like the environment of your Dragon Flame ancient land is indeed somewhat terrible. You made yourself look like an ordinary person. Holding the tyrant saber in his hand, Xiao Chun casually chose a direction and walked over. After taking only a few steps, Xiao Chun saw a charred corpse in an exceptionally miserable state. With a gentle touch of the scabbard, the corpse turned to ashes. It was not as simple as being charred. The corpse's entire source of life had been drained. Flame demon. Xiao Chun spat out 2 words indifferently. One of the threats to survival in the Dragon Flame ancient land was a ferocious beast that lived here, the flame demon. To be precise, flame demons were a type of fiendish demons. The conditions for their birth were rather harsh. They were much more terrifying than ordinary fiendish demons. They were also one of the fiendish demon eagles that were still active in the Great Thousand Realms. However, once they left the special environment, the threat of the flame devils would be greatly reduced. A true major power would not intentionally seek out the flame devils Mofan. It was impossible to kill them all. As long as the Dragon Flame ancient land existed, more flame demons would be born, never ending. The corpse was still so well preserved earlier. This means that the flame demon did not go far. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment before deciding to meet this flame devil. The heavenly eye on Xiao Chun's forehead immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out, searching the surroundings. Not long after, he finally found some clues. At the foot of a hill far away from him, a man and a woman were fighting a flame demon. The two were both major primal core venerates. However, they found it very taxing to face a flame demon of the same cultivation realm. There were many charred corpses around them. It was a ghastly sight. Strange. That charred corpse seems to be only a minor primal core cultivator. Its remaining strength is not very strong, not even a great desolate Ian bloodline. Xiao Chun did not understand why these people took the risk to enter the Dragon Flame ancient land. Xiao Chun stopped thinking about this for now and focused his gaze on the flame demon. The flame demon looked no different from a human. One could only make out its aura and attack methods. The flame demon's evil aura could not be faked. The white flame twirling around its hand was close to blue, inspiring fear in the 2 cultivators. Even if the flame demons had the same cultivation, there were differences in strength. The white flame demons were low-rank flame demons. The blue flame demons were middle-rank flame demons. As for the red flame demons, they were high-rank flame demons that no one wanted to meet. The color did not represent strength but a kind of aptitude, similar to the grade of a human's bloodline. Of the same strength, one blue flame demon could easily kill 10 white flame demons. The flame that this flame demon gave off was already close to blue. This meant that its aptitude was already very high. It was close to middle-rank flame demons. Xiao Chun withdrew his heavenly eye. With a few flashes, he arrived near the man and the woman. "Big brother, someone is coming." The male cultivator looked at Xiao Chun and immediately frowned slightly. "A minor primal core venerate. It's useless. He really came at the wrong time. He was just delivering resources, and he actually ran into a peak low-rank flame demon." Upon seeing Xiao Chun appear, that flame demon abandoned the two and directly launched itself at Xiao Chun. Perhaps it discovered that Xiao Chun's cultivation was relatively low. That flame demon grinned and launched itself at Xiao Chun. That man and woman immediately took the opportunity to flee without even turning their heads back. "Human, taste the feeling of being burned." The flame demon cackled strangely. A scorching aura surged over, making it feel like its hair would burn. Whoosh! A saber light flashed. Before the flame demon could see its arm clearly, Xiao Chun chopped it off. A miserable shriek rang out, and the flame demon's severed arm spat out a terrifying flame. The flame demon held its wound with its left hand and looked at Xiao Chun in horror. Then, it turned into a clump of flames and merged into the ground, fleeing into the distance. The vertical eye on Xiao Chun's forehead opened, and the heavenly eye clearly saw a clump of black shadows fleeing to the north. Xiao Chun closed his vertical eye and waited for that black shadow to flee far away before giving chase. As for that man and woman from earlier, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with whether they lived or died. That was a group of fugitives. They transported resources from the outside world to Dragon Flame City, earning dozens of times the price difference. Of course, they might also run into a flame demon and die. Xiao Chun gave chase unhurriedly, hiding his aura and cautiously giving chase. Flame demons were fiendish demons that lived in groups. Xiao Chun wanted to see if this flame demon would return to its tribe. If it could bring him over, he would not mind barging into a flame demon tribe. Flame demon tribes were formed by gathering fire. A gathering place definitely had a strong flame, which was what Xiao Chun needed. Before coming, Xiao Chun had already thought of such a plan. Half a day later, the sky turned dark. Suddenly, the flame demon that Xiao Chun had been following suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! 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 After a long time, Xiao Chun appeared from the darkness and landed at the place where the flame demon last disappeared. Could the flame demon tribe be underground? Xiao Chun did not have the ability of a flame demon to burrow into the ground. However, Xiao Chun had chased them all the way here after much difficulty. It was impossible for him to give up. Propping up his chin with his right hand, Xiao Chun thought for a while. Then he ferociously punched the ground. Silently, the dust that had turned into powder flew out. After a while, a hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he entered the hole. As he descended, Xiao Chun discovered that the underground was as he expected. It was not completely sealed. Instead, there were many intersecting caves, looking as complicated as a maze. Xiao Chun followed the source of the heat waves and carefully walked through them. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun finally felt the surging heat waves and the auras of many flame demons in this complicated cave. So, it really was hidden here. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. After thinking for a while, he quickly moved over. Xiao Chun's body moved through the cave with incredible agility. He looked around and discovered that the one-armed flame demon that he injured was heading for one of the caves. Xiao Chun's lips curled up in a smile. He stuck close to the ceiling of the cave, looking like a lizard as he quickly followed. Xiao Chun saw that one-armed flame demon stop at one of the caves. After chatting with the two flame demons guarding it, he walked in with large strides. Right after the other party entered, Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he quickly descended. Xiao Chun attacked at lightning speed. The heavenly snow divine flame instantly sealed the flame demon on the left in ice. Then he stabbed his other arm into the chest of the flame demon on the right. When he pulled it out, a white flame crystal appeared in his palm. The flame crystal was the life core of the flame demon. Once it was lost, it would die immediately. Before the two flame demons could say anything, Xiao Chun silently killed them. Xiao Chun calmly walked in, continuing to follow the one-armed flame demon quietly without the one-armed flame demon leading the way. Without the one-armed flame demon leading the way, Xiao Chun would not be able to find this complicated cave. There were flame demons guarding the main camp of the flame demon tribe at regular intervals. However, Xiao Chun attacked at lightning speed every time. Almost right after the one-armed flame demon left, Xiao Chun would immediately kill the flame demons that the one-armed flame demon talked to. Along the way, Xiao Chun already had close to 50 white flame crystals in his hand. Suddenly, the one-armed flame demon in front seemed to sense that something was wrong, so it quickly turned its head. However, it did not see anything. The instant the one-armed flame demon turned its head, Xiao Chun already sensed it, and his body silently floated above the cave. After the other party left, Xiao Chun landed. He followed the other party in the shadows, neither far nor slow. Behind Xiao Chun were all dead flame demons, either sealed in ice or turned to ashes. Relying on his skill and boldness, as well as his cool-headedness, Xiao Chun did something that seemed crazy. He entered the depths of the flame demon tribe alone. Finally, that one-armed flame demon arrived at an exceptionally vast cave. A clump of scarlet flame burned fiercely in the center, flickering with a strange light and giving off surging heat waves. A blue-haired flame demon with a gloomy gaze sat on a stone throne at the end of the cave. Several flame demons stood in other places, the weakest of them major primal core realm cultivators. These flame demons had expressions of enjoyment as they absorbed the heat from the scarlet flame. It was clear that only the strong or talented flame demons were qualified to enter this place. Xiao Chun stood outside, watching from afar, his gaze landing on that scarlet flame. Xiao Chun could not recognize the flame seed. However, he could sense that it was a yang-attributed flame no weaker than the dazzling sunlight true flame. Furthermore, it was even older, at least 1,000 years old. The fire-attributed energy it contained was rather significant. Yen Feng, how did you get injured? Tell the truth. The blue-haired flame demon on the stone throne said with an unhappy expression as he looked at the one-armed flame demon. Tribe chief, I was injured by a white-clad bladesman. He chopped off my arm with one saber strike. He was so fast that I could not see clearly. Thinking back to that scene, this one-armed flame demon could not help trembling. Fool! All the tribes have issued strict orders not to offend any humans carrying a saber. Didn't I tell you that? The blue-haired flame demon scolded loudly. This subordinate saw that his cultivation was rather low and was somewhat careless. This subordinate deserves death. The one-armed flame demon immediately knelt on the ground in fright. Humph! You are not allowed to enter the Holy Flame Cave for 1 month. You can use the Holy Flame to treat your injuries only after 1 month. This subordinate understands. The one-armed flame demon did not dare to rebut. It looked greedily at the blazing scarlet flame before turning to leave. The blue-haired flame demon was just halfway there when he suddenly startled awake. You trash! Someone chopped off your arm with one saber strike. How did you manage to return alive? Whoosh! Right after the blue-haired flame demon spoke, the gazes of all the flame demons in the Holy Flame Cave turned cold as they uniformly looked at the one-armed flame demon. Speak! How did you return? Chapter 1727. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he entered the Holy Flame Cave from the darkness. He immediately felt like he had fallen into a sea of fire. You are not dead yet? The man exclaimed. However, the moment he said that, he regretted it, showing an extremely embarrassed expression. Speak! How did you come back? Hand over the holy flame. Whoosh! Whoosh! Primal chaos grade flame? The holy flame that sustained the tribe for 1,000 years was snatched away. How could they be willing to do so? In the next moment, an intense heavenly flame surged out. The 4 major primal core flame demons on standby soared into the air and threw palm strikes at the same time. The major primal core flame demons in the Holy Flame Cave immediately went out in a flash, searching the surroundings. The scarlet flame seed remained in the altar, burning fiercely and not extinguishing for 1,000 years. There was no more waiting. Shao Chun finally saw through the situation. The people on the city walls had no intention of opening the city gates. Seeing the flame demon army approaching, the fiery clouds covering the sky and the sun, the cultivators gathered below the city walls shouted with all their might. All they breathed was hot air, extremely hot. When the cultivators running for their lives saw Shao Chun pass them, they were startled. Although this action would result in a lot of waste, it was better than nothing. Only a blaze crystal remained, wobbling as it fell to the ground. However, the other party was not a star venerate in the end. Furthermore, he was not underground, and his tribe was in a mess, unable to take care of itself. At this moment, the entire southern side of the Dragon Flame ancient land descended into utter chaos. Countless flame demons crawled out of the ground. The first thing the other party said was that he was not dead yet. Shao Chun had a good temper and did not bother arguing with him. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would have killed him on the spot. Indeed, the city gates were already closed. However, many young cultivators rubbed their fists and palms together on the city walls. The entire holy flame cave shook, looking like it would collapse. Shao Chun ferociously swung the scabbard in his hand, and blood spurted out of that person's chest as he crashed into the wall. Those who were stopped were the weak. How could a city gate stop a true powerhouse? The flame demons are on a rampage. To prevent the flame demons from entering the city in disguise, everyone has to pay 20 blaze crystals before they can enter. In Shao Chen's eyes, flames surged up to the sky like a huge wave. The dense flames were like lava, incomparably terrifying. Those who were slightly slower would immediately be cruelly killed by the flame demon, turning into charcoal. Without stopping, Zhang Xian flew toward the crimson flames at lightning speed, intending to collect the fire seed. Shao Chun couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so he turned around and left. Search! Without hesitation, Shao Chun reached in and grabbed the fire seed tightly in his palm. The blue-haired flame demon soared into the air and turned into a fiery cloud in hot pursuit. Damn! A purple flame devil. What kind of variant is that? After running for a full 2 hours, he had already left the blue-haired flame devil far behind. Gone? With a wave of his hand, the heavenly snow divine flame spread out. This was a rank 3 primal chaos level flame, a much higher grade than the flame that the flame demon released. Wherever it passed, it completely sealed off the space as it attacked fiercely towards Shao Chun. That injured person was startled and afraid, not daring to say anything. Just at this moment, 2 flame demons ran over in a fluster and knelt on the ground. Humph! You lowly human, you simply don't know what the holy flame means to flame demons. By stealing the tribe's holy flame, you become enemies with all the southern flame demon tribes. Today, you will definitely die. However, the closing of the city gates that the heavenly snow divine flame mentioned was problematic. Boom! The heavenly flame burned the 4 flame demons. However, the flames on their bodies blazed even more fiercely. Shao Chun did not dare to be careless. Aside from the high temperature, the flames of these flame demons were extremely powerful. Shao Chun smiled coldly. Then he suddenly accelerated and dodged that kick. Boom! Flames shot out. The flames that shot out from Shao Chun's palm looked solid as they surged out. As the man and woman watched Shao Chun leave, they paled in fright, feeling some lingering fear. The combat prowess of this middle-rank flame demon was very terrifying. In terms of true strength, Shao Chun was much weaker than him. Shao Chun successfully broke through the attacks of the 4 flame demons. The instant he revealed his true body, the 4 flame demons and the blue-haired flame demon were startled. This startled the blue-haired flame demon. That's impossible. After killing him, he must have hidden the flame seed in his body. Yang attributed flames were great nourishment for them, providing too much nourishment. The heavenly flame anxiously consumed the scarlet flame's flame seed in Shao Chun's palm. The 4 flame demons turned into flaming figures and flew at Shao Chun. In this state, the combat prowess of the flame demons clearly increased significantly. Quickly open the city gates. When that man and woman saw Xiao Chen, they showed stunned expressions. When fire poison invaded the body, even a star venerate would find it hard to bear. Seeing Xiao Chen flying over while enduring this might and pressure, someone smiled coldly and kicked at Xiao Chen. The voice of the blue-haired flame demon on the throne was somewhat cold, causing the temperature in the holy flame cave to drop. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the heavenly flame's performance in the holy flame cave. However, he could not care about wasting a flame seed in such a simple and crude manner. He wanted the people outside to be cannon fodder first. Big brother, stop talking. We are almost at Dragon Flame City. We will be safe once we enter the city. Xiao Chen said indifferently. Just take care of yourself. Xiao Chen soared into the air and directly barged in. There was no need for him to fear. While the blue-haired flame demon was distracted, Xiao Chen landed not far from the scarlet flame. It was just a riot of the southern flame demons, not that scary. To some people, this was a chance to show off. I arrived at Dragon Flame City. This blue-haired flame demon's aura was extremely terrifying. Although this blue-haired flame demon was only a peak major primal core cultivator, he gave Xiao Chen the aura of a star venerate. There was no chance to dodge at all. It looked like this surging flame would bury Xiao Chen in the next moment. The blue-haired flame demon smiled coldly and said, I was waiting for you. Block him for me. The city walls were 300 meters tall, and the formations were already activated. The ancient city's might and pressure were extremely strong, making it difficult to fly up. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and golden light suddenly appeared in his empty palm. Bang! Amid a loud sound, the 4 flame demons exploded at the same time. The light in the holy flame cave suddenly dimmed. Whether you are alone or someone is receiving you, you will die an unsightly death tonight. The blue-haired flame demon roared ferociously as he stood up. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? I ran into a flame demon in the day, and the people of the merchant group all died. Then I ran into a riot of flame demons at night. However, Xiao Chen had already moved one step ahead of time. He held up the tyrant saber and broke through the rock layer, charging towards the ground. Since Xiao Chen's attributes countered each other, he immediately sealed all the surging flame waves in ice. Countless flame demons tore through the ground and appeared in the dark night, illuminating the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Clan head, it's not good. The brothers guarding along the way are all dead. The blue-haired flame demon reverted to human form and reappeared in front of Xiao Chen. He showed a murderous intent on his face, wishing that he could eat Xiao Chen alive. If Xiao Chen continued waiting and those flame demons returned without accomplishing anything, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Middle-rank flame demons were indeed terrifying. Xiao Chen did not protect his body with veritable essence energy, continuously draining it. A thick layer of purple flames burned all over his body. The blue-haired flame demon raged. His entire body burned, turning into a blue flaming man as he launched himself at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Even star venerates cannot stop me. What right do you have to stop me? Xiao Chen's figure flickered continuously, and the flames sealing the flames cracked and shattered like ice cubes. What fast speed! Everyone, run! However, the result was already pretty good. The might of the heavenly flame had increased significantly, and Xiao Chen was one step closer to breaking through to rank 3. The flame demon's palm turned bright red. The scorching temperature nearly melted Xiao Chen's palm on the spot. Now that the situation was urgent, he could only refine it on the spot. He could not use the dragon pattern cauldron to slowly refine it. After making a judgment of the flame demon's strength, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he quickly retreated, not clashing with it. The city gates were already closed, barring entry. The blue-haired flame demon's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to instantly break through the flames of 4 flame demons and snatch away the holy flame's flame seed. Xiao Chen used the new fish dragon art to continuously pull away from the blue-haired flame demon. 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core. Otherwise, someone would have barged in long ago. Why? We are clearly all humans. Why are you not letting us into the city? Aside from that, Xiao Chen's palm was empty. There was nothing else. Not bad. However, you are still some distance away from breaking through to rank 3. The holy flame is not with me. Do you think you can leave after stealing the holy flame? That's easy for you to think. The flame demons are on a rampage, and the city gates are already closed. How can it be easy to enter? Right after the blue-haired flame demon spoke, flames soared into the sky from the ground in the darkness. Beams of fiery light soared into the clouds in the darkness. The moment the blue-haired flame demon said that, the one-armed flame demon immediately fell to the ground in fright. That's impossible. I was very careful on my way back. No human cultivator could follow me. Several cultivators on the city walls took the opportunity to extort money from the flame demon. Xiao Chen found the voices somewhat familiar. He glanced over and saw that they were the man and woman he saved during the day. Xiao Chun stood at the city wall and swept his cold gaze across. Immediately, no one dared to move. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun broke out of the ground. The cultivators risking their lives in the dark all paled in fright as they fled in the direction of Dragon Flame City. If they could not endure it, there could only be one result. After a while, Dragon Flame City came into view. Xiao Chun slowed down, and the purple flames on his body vanished. Now, he looked like an ordinary person. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed slightly. He had not expected the matter to blow up so much. Xiao Chun maintained a calm expression as he sped forward, not turning his head back to look. Many flame demon tribes appeared, quickly approaching Xiao Chen's location. Xiao Chun secretly observed the Holy Flame Cave. At this moment, aside from the 4 strongest flame demons, only the blue-haired flame demon remained in the Holy Flame Cave. The blue-haired flame demon glanced at the one-armed flame demon on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled the one-armed flame demon over. Then he punched, causing flames to fill the air. Several people had already paid the blaze crystals, but the city gates still did not open. They wanted to trample on the blue-haired flame demon to serve as a warning to others. Ice! The blue-haired flame demon looked like a flaming man. If not for the purple flame demon, he would definitely be misunderstood. If one fell from the city walls, the might of the ancient city would definitely result in flesh and blood splattering everywhere. If one's physical body was slightly weaker, one would be crushed into meat paste, an exceptionally terrifying sight. The blue-haired flame demon looked at Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chun was already a dead man. Whoosh! Strength reigned supreme in the Dragon Flame ancient land. There was no such thing as hypocrisy. Xiao Chen landed and opened his palm. The terrifying wound on his palm was healing quickly. Chapter 17:28. Right now, Xiao Chun was at the southern city gates. As the southern city gates were close to the periphery of the Dragon Flame ancient land, there were not many experts in this area. Watch out for my saber. That was a bona fide Star Venerate level flame demon, the leader of this flame demon riot. The beautiful saber light formed a light screen, forming a perfect defense. As Xiao Chun watched the other party leave and regroup with the northern city cultivators, he revealed a contemplative expression. The fiery rain blasted terrifying deep pits in the ground. The soil instantly melted and turned into nothing. Whoosh! 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 The blue blaze crystal fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. It flickered with resplendent blue flames, looking exceptionally dazzling. The many eager cultivators on the city walls leaped off at this moment. Dang! Despicable human bastards who stole our lives. We meet again. After attracting the attention of the flame demons, people of the same level as the clan heads immediately targeted these experts. When these experts looked forward, they saw flaming clouds covering the desolate ancient land. Sparks of fire littered the ground, appearing everywhere, breaking the world, ruthlessly charging over. The flame demons had the advantage of physical bodies. In this dragon flame ancient land, they also had the geographical advantage. Furthermore, their cultivations were not low. Just at this moment, several experts leaped onto the city walls. All of them radiated a cold light as they looked at the rioting flame demons in front with grave expressions. However, when the blue-robed man looked up, he noticed something strange. He saw a purple flower petal appear in Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chun could use his soul energy to target the soul and imitate illusions. After Xiao Chen landed, his expression turned somewhat grave. He had been somewhat careless. He just did not want to get surrounded by the flame demons. Since this blue-haired flame demon wanted to fight, he would do as he wished. Kill. The masked bladesman smiled faintly and retracted his move. Then, he stretched out his hand to grab the blue blaze crystal. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and soared into the air, moving at lightning speed to grab that blue blaze crystal. I heard that most of the experts in the northern city have already formed teams and set off to explore deeper. This flame demon riot will not be easy to deal with. Xiao Chun saw through the blue-haired bladesman's ploy. He smiled coldly to himself, not clashing head-on with it. This caused the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning to lose its target, forcing it to stop. Recently, there have been many new saber experts in Dragon Flame City. In any case, the flame demon had already swallowed the so-called holy flame. There was no need to go all out against it. With a roar, the large group of flame demons immediately retreated like the wind. In that terrifying space, Xiao Chen's body continued to fall. Below him was a terrifying abyss that seemed to have no end. It was also at this time that the leader of the flame devils in the center was at a disadvantage against Bai Mingfeng. Without much thought, the masked bladesman retreated quickly, decisively giving up on the blue blaze crystal. Xiao Chun reached out his hand and grabbed the blue crystal. Bai Mingfeng! Xiao Chun sneered in his heart. The reason why he had retreated earlier was not because he was afraid of the other party. A strange light flashed in the masked bladesman's eyes. He smiled and said, "Your saber technique is pretty good. We will definitely meet again." Among the flame demons, there was a flame demon whose entire body emitted demonic blue flames, which was especially eye-catching. All of a sudden, strange phenomena appeared. A clump of fire clouds descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Chun, blocking him from killing. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he retreated quickly, directly giving up on the blue blaze crystal. However, a dark light came from somewhere. When the dark light appeared, it was the masked bladesman that Xiao Chun had paid special attention to earlier. Xiao Chun had no choice but to give up on that precious blue blaze crystal. His figure flashed as he retreated. Due to the formation's might and pressure, it looked very unsightly coming up, but it was very easy to fall down. Furthermore, with the tyrant saber in his hand and his great Tao energy, he was already undefeatable. Just at this moment, one of the experts from the northern city also attracted Xiao Chen's attention. The roaring and raging flame demons slowly pressed closer to Flame Dragon City. One of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City. With him around, the flame demons will not be able to cause much of a commotion. However, the greatest weakness of the flame demons was that they did not have systematic martial techniques. Xiao Chun relied on his saber techniques. Boom! The strongest killing move of the army-breaking saber technique encased the flame demons. Killing intent appeared, mixing two great Daos. Seeing Xiao Chun successfully climb up the city walls, several people tried to imitate him. However, the results were extremely miserable. It was not as simple as Xiao Chen's high cultivation. He also exuded a heavy killing chi and an invisible aura. This was also the adventurous land that experts like to go to. This time, the flame demon's rampage forced out so many experts. Xiao Chun did not know how many people in the northern city had yet to show up. Who knows? The flame demons are cruel. The flesh, blood, essence, and soul of human cultivators are great nourishment for them. Maybe they are greedy again. This southern flame demon rampage happens once every half a year. I wonder what's going on this time. It has only been 3 months, and it actually came again. Xiao Chen's strength immediately attracted a lot of attention in the chaotic battlefield. At the highest point of the city walls, a black-cloaked, middle-aged swordsman holding a treasure sword appeared at the same time. Supported by great Tao energy, 5 stars lit up on his 9-star primal core. The army-breaking saber technique started a massacre amid the chaos. Xiao Chen focused and calmed himself. He guarded his dantian, not panicking at all as he calmly swung his saber. This move could be considered a consummate technique of the flame demons. It covered a wide area, was fast, and possessed great destructive power. Xiao Chun spread his arms and slid backward. The saber light in his hand danced around, breaking the incoming flames. The illusion disappeared. However, the saber light in the masked bladesman's hand appeared before Xiao Chun in reality. "Humph! I'll take your life." A figure whizzed through the air, causing everyone to feel waves of pressure wherever it passed. When the blue-haired flame demon saw the situation, he glared at Xiao Chun and took the opportunity to retreat. Some of the people in the northern city who have yet to leave were startled as well. After 10 moves, the blue-haired flame demon was at a disadvantage. It was like Xiao Chun had fallen into hell on earth. Karmic flames burned the evil spirits in the surroundings. Chains filled the space, stringing up those who had committed sins in their lives. Xiao Chen's saber techniques were ruthless, clean, and efficient, with great force. Combined with his peak major primal core cultivation, a flame demon of the same cultivation could not last 3 moves against him. Every time Xiao Chun killed a flame demon, he would instantly take out a white flame crystal. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. However, not everyone could be like Xiao Chun, easily subduing an enemy. Regular cultivators had to be careful when facing a flame demon. When the flame demons arrived on the city walls, the cultivators who could not enter the city had to fight to the death with the flame demons. The masked bladesman wore black, and his saber techniques were ruthless. He wore a mask, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Earlier, Xiao Chun did not look carefully. Only when he started fighting did he discover that there was a bladesman among them. As for Bai Mingfeng, he was a bona fide star venerate. The feeling that he gave Xiao Chun was much stronger than that of the white-haired old man from the heavenly profound sect. The masked bladesman smiled coldly, and a black saber light charged at Xiao Chun with a strange sound, sounding like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The masked bladesman swung his saber mercilessly, chopping the blue-haired flame demon that turned around and retreated in half. The masked bladesman stretched out his hand, and the 7 deadly sins turned into a sharp saber. Then he started a massacre. "Look, that white-robed bladesman is very strong." Several human cultivators caught in the shockwaves died on the spot or were poisoned by fire, forcing them to leave in a hurry. Whoosh! The northern part of the city faced the interior of the Dragon Flame ancient land, a forbidden land with 70% of the region unexplored. Just at this moment, Bai Mingfeng leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the flame demon army, directly clashing with the strongest flame demon. Relying on the physical body of a fiendish demon and a ferocious force, the flame demon clashed with Xiao Chun, not letting up. The strong blue flame crystal could help the heavenly flame raise its rank. Flames filled the skies as a mid-ranked flame devil perished just like that. With one glance, Xiao Chun could tell that this was the aura of an expert. The flaming clouds in the sky reformed into a humanoid shape. Just as the flame demon was about to charge down, a saber light soared up. After the blue-haired flame demon landed, he showed a weak expression, no longer showing his initial arrogance. The aura that the blue-haired flame demon exuded was extremely terrifying. Even from a distance, one could feel the fiendish chi from him. Xiao Chun sized up the cultivators in the northern part of the city. They did indeed have some extraordinary aspects. With a casual wave, the 7 deadly sins turned into 7 beams of light and vanished. Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber, and the might of the army-breaking saber technique immediately increased significantly. Your cultivation is not high, but your saber techniques are so startling. How surprising. Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally and said coldly, "What can you do to me?" After Bai Mingfeng defeated the flame demon leader, he left silently without saying a word. This strategy was pretty good. A cultivator's veritable essence energy could not compare to a flame demon's. In the end, it would be hard to say who would win. The minor primal core flame demon could not even block one move from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he also leaped up and charged at the flame demon. In the past, the southern part of the city has fallen many times. Every time the flame demons entered the city, it was a massacre. Based on the discussions on the city walls and the information that Xiao Chun came to understand, he gained a rough understanding of Dragon Flame City. Dragon Flame City was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Furthermore, the flame demon's reaction was very sharp. The moment Xiao Chun executed the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, he sensed something wrong and quickly dodged. Xiao Chun watched coldly from the side. He did not stop the flame demon but did not join in the kicking either. However, this group of flame demons has some weight. They will not enter the northern part of the city. Dragon Flame City was divided into the northern part and the southern part. This masked bladesman's saber techniques were actually no weaker than Xiao Chen's. The martial technique that the masked bladesman cultivated was actually the same as Xiao Chen's Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. If one was slightly weaker, the might and pressure would cause them to fall and turn them into a mangled mess. A sorry sight to behold. The flame demon turned into a clump of blue flame clouds and soared into the air. Then, it roared ferociously, and boundless flames shot towards Xiao Chun like rain. It's coming! Xiao Chun had already discovered the preciousness of blaze crystals. They could be directly consumed by the heavenly flame, replenishing its expenditure. The blue-haired flame demon's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiao Chun. Then he threw a palm strike, sending out boundless heat waves. No one dared to stay near the two's fight. The saber strike sent the blue-haired flame demon flying. Flames continuously shot out of its body, looking like blood spurting out. Chapter 1729. Originally, the uprising of the flame demons was a huge matter for the southern city. However, after the experts of the northern city appeared, it turned into something neither too big nor too small. This matter made Xiao Chun realize something. In Dragon Flame City, the northern city and the southern city were two completely different worlds. One could only venture around the periphery of the Dragon Flame ancient land, while the other ventured into the center, even exploring unknown regions. The two could not be compared at all. The difference in strength between the cultivators of the southern city and the adventurers of the northern city was clear. This was especially so for that masked bladesman. He left a deep impression on Xiao Chun. In the end, Xiao Chun still could not figure out why the other party would give up on the blue blaze crystal. The blaze crystal of a medial rank flame demon was rather precious. However, that blue-haired flame demon had not lived for long. Although the blue blaze crystal that Xiao Chun obtained was precious, it was not that rare. If it were an old flame demon that had lived for more than 1,000 years, its value would be completely different. Of course, the strength of a 1,000-year-old medial rank flame demon would definitely be terrifying as well. That white-robed bladesman is pretty strong. A few stern-looking cultivators from the southern city gathered together and said as they watched Xiao Chun leave, "For him to be able to block the ghost saber's move, that explains a lot. It looks like he is destined to go to the southern city. At that time, there might be a chance to work together. Haha, perhaps he is an enemy." The strongest of the group, the azure-clad man, said indifferently, ending the topic. "Saber Ghost, sparing his life and giving up on the blaze crystal is not your style." The azure-clad man smiled indifferently when he saw the masked bladesman come over. The masked man known as Saber Ghost smiled coldly and said, "There will be plenty of time in the future." After saying that, the masked bladesman left without looking back, returning to the city alone. The azure-clad man smiled faintly, and his gaze fell on Xiao Chen's back. He said, "You all go back first. I'll go and deal with that white-robed bladesman." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few steps, the azure-clad man seemed to vanish into thin air. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Xiao Chun without any warning. Xiao Chen's gaze sank. He asked with a grave expression, "What's the matter? My name is Leng Feng. I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that your saber technique looked familiar. It's a little similar to our Divine Shield Army's Thousand Army Sword technique, but it's not. It's quite puzzling." The green-robed man smiled, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Divine Shield Army? What a coincidence, but it wasn't too surprising. Many sect disciples and aristocratic family disciples would choose to join the two armies under the Ocean Star when they went out for training. It was said that the Ocean Star was originally a joint effort of the many inherited noble clans of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chun did not wish to have anything to do with this. He said indifferently, "You are mistaken. That is the army-breaking saber technique, not the Thousand Army Sword technique. I've never seen the Thousand Army Sword technique either." Lung Feng smiled in understanding. He said, "So that is the case. If there is a chance, I hope we can work together to explore the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. Fighting alone in this Dragon Flame Ancient Land is seeking death. Having more friends is not a bad thing. Xiao Chun, I don't mind cooperating if there's a chance. I hope we won't become enemies." The green-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts unfathomable. Then, he vanished into thin air before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The Space Dao? That should be right. However, it might be some inherited bloodline or some clan cultivation technique. Otherwise, given the other party's current cultivation, he was still far from being able to appear out of thin air. The Dragon Flame Ancient Land was truly filled with experts. Indeed, I came to the right place. Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he calmly entered the city. Dragon Flame City did not have a city lord or any rules. Strength was the pass to enter this place. If one was strong, many things would come to them automatically. Without strength, many things would be pointless. Simply put, there were no rules about who could or could not enter the southern city or the northern city. However, if one was not strong enough and stayed in the northern city, one might be humiliated at every turn. Seeing that one was weak, one would bully one. Inviting one to join the team was also using one as cannon fodder. Everyone was very self-aware. The region one stayed in depended on one's strength. Forming a team to explore was also convenient. There was no need to seek trouble for oneself. Xiao Chun stayed in the southern city for close to 3 months. During these 3 months, the flame demons rebelled 3 times. Naturally, each time had something to do with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to enter the northern city. He needed to raise the rank of the heavenly flame quickly to complete his first goal. After 3 adventures with the flame demon tribes, his heavenly flame finally reached rank 3. With yin and yang in balance, Xiao Chun successfully executed the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The effects of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram executed by the primal chaos level flame were unexpectedly good, greatly increasing Xiao Chun's strength. Just like that, a perfect trump card was born. In the future, even if Xiao Chun ran into a star venerate, he would not have to fear them. He could face them head-on. Aside from this, Xiao Chun also collected many white blaze crystals, which could be used to replenish the heavenly flame's expenditure. The heavenly flame was like a cultivator's veritable essence energy. When one wanted to release it, one could not do so indefinitely. After exhausting the heavenly flame, one needed to refine it for a while before accumulating enough. However, blaze crystals could be used as supplements, quickly replenishing the heavenly flame's energy, just like the veritable essence energy medicinal pills that cultivators consumed. On this particular day, Xiao Chun was in closed-door cultivation in his courtyard. He felt that the bottleneck of his minor primal core realm had loosened significantly, and he could break through to the major primal core realm at any time. Xiao Chun had been undergoing experiential training for the past 3 months. His cultivation had not fallen behind at all. He could already light up 6 stars on his 9-star primal core, and lighting up 9 stars was just around the corner. Suddenly, a murderous intent came from outside. Xiao Chun, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a person and a sword stabbing at the restrictions in his courtyard. When the sword light touched the restrictions, they crumbled like rotten wood. The layers of walls turned into powder. There was no way to stop the sword light from piercing in. In that swordsman's eyes, it was like all obstacles were nothing. That swordsman's gaze pierced through the courtyard walls, the great hall, and the many walls. He only saw Xiao Chun, who was in closed-door cultivation. By the time Xiao Chun opened his eyes, most of the courtyard had already been destroyed. Xiao Chun, who had been in the secret room, was now exposed. The surroundings were in ruins. The sword light flew out, cold and merciless. One man and one sword, unrivaled. Baiming Feng? Xiao Chun did not have much time to think. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he stood up and instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chen's head supported the sky and his feet stood on the ground. He merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi into his entire body, using his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world, becoming one with the world. At the critical moment, 2 fingers clamped down on that sword. In that instant, space froze. Xiao Chen's entire body became like a statue. Even his hair stopped fluttering. The force contained in the sword was too strong. Xiao Chun could not bounce it back. He could only swing it gently. When Xiao Chun let go, he leaped back and landed on the wall behind him. Baiming Feng sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Xiao Chun. This sword strike is a warning to you. Don't casually break the rules. There are existences that you and I cannot afford to offend at the edge of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the future, you are not allowed to go to the Flame Demon tribes to steal young flames. Right after Baiming Feng spoke, he left, his black cloak fluttering behind him as he vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen showed a strange expression. Every time the Southern Flame Demons went on a rampage, Baiming Feng would make a move without seeing any other star venerates. Xiao Chun had long felt that this was strange. Today, he was certain that there was something fishy about this. Dragon Flame City was a land without a master. However, there were still some strong sovereigns in secret. Perhaps Baiming Feng was the sovereign of the southern city. This involved many benefits, including the Flame Demon tribes. As Xiao Chun looked at the courtyard that only half remained, the other half looked like a sandbox that someone had erased. Xiao Chun felt lucky. This Baiming Feng's sword technique was truly terrifyingly strong. Even if Baiming Feng did not use the will of soul, Xiao Chun would not be a match for him. If Baiming Feng does not allow me to go, so be it. In any case, the Heavenly Flame has already advanced to rank 3. I already planned to head to the northern city. However, I will have to return this sword strike sooner or later. The sudden strike was merciless. If his reaction had been slightly slower, he would have died. If Xiao Chen's reaction had been slightly slower, he might have gotten pierced through and died on the spot. Xiao Chun was sure that if he could not block it, that Baiming Feng would not have shown mercy. He would not have minded taking another life. Dragon Flame City really could not be carried away at all times. Perhaps once one closed one's eyes, one would not be able to open them again. Xiao Chun gave a deep look in the direction that Baiming Feng had taken. Then, he turned around and landed, flying towards the northern city. Chapter 1730. This is incredible. That white-robed bladesman actually blocked Baiming Feng's sword strike. Furthermore, he only used 2 fingers. Could he have been hiding his strength? Tomorrow, the entire southern city will probably be shaken up. Someone used 2 fingers to block Baiming Feng's sword strike. However, in the end, Baiming Feng still chased him away. In the past few years, many people have broken the rules and died at Baiming Feng's hands. This white-robed bladesman is really lucky. There were many people in the southern city. The earlier sword strike had already startled everyone. Many people saw Xiao Chun catching Baiming Feng's sword strike and found it inconceivable. As everyone looked in the direction Xiao Chun left, discussions rang out. Only a few people in the southern city would discover that Xiao Chen's sharp spirit finger actually contained many mysteries despite looking simple. It was not as simple as a light pinch. Unfortunately, there were not many experts in the southern city. If it were in the northern city, there would definitely be people who could figure it out. Xiao Chun left the southern city, moving neither fast nor slow. He leaped from roof to roof for an hour before reaching the dividing line between the northern and southern cities. With Xiao Chen's speed, he would need another hour to reach the dividing line. This showed how vast Dragon Flame City was. The moment Xiao Chun landed, he saw a panting person land before Xiao Chun. That person smiled and said, "Friend, I finally caught up to you." Xiao Chun had noticed that someone was following him long ago. Furthermore, it was not just one person. However, he did not try to shake them off. He wanted to see what these people were up to. Now that someone had jumped out, it saved him some trouble. Speak. Why are you following me? Xiao Chen asked directly. That person wore gray robes and was not very strong. He smiled happily and said, Friend, you are going to the northern city, right? If you want to make a living in the northern city, you will definitely have to enter the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. You will definitely have to find a team. I have some connections that can directly introduce you to a strong team. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, his expression not changing. Lung Feng had said that if one wanted to explore the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land alone, only death awaited them. Xiao Chen had some doubts about this. However, when he heard something similar again, he somewhat believed it. Perhaps the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land were not suitable for traveling alone. Young master, please don't doubt my identity. Every strong team has spies in the southern district. There will always be people who die during training, and the team will always be short of people. Young master obviously meets the requirements. If you can pass the test, I can also get a share of the benefits. The person who came was also frank, directly explaining to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said lightly, What's your name? Just call me Gu Yun. Although I am not strong enough, I have lived in this Dragon Flame city for more than 10 years. I know all the rules. Hearing Xiao Chen's tone, Gu Yun felt that there was hope and said with a smile, Everyone has their own way of living. Some people are destined to have no talent or courage, and can only live like Gu Yun. There was no lack of such people running errands and earning resources anywhere. Xiao Chen nodded. Lead the way. Roger that. Let's see what's going on first. Although he preferred to work alone, Xiao Chen wasn't opposed to joining a team. After about 7 minutes, Gu Yun led Xiao Chen to a lavish courtyard and stopped. Gu Yun, are you inviting people to join the team again? Don't bring trash over like last time and make yourself a laughingstock. A man guarding the door said with a smile when he saw Gu Yun. How could I? Absolutely not this time. Absolutely not, Gu Yun said with a fawning smile. How could I? Absolutely not this time. Absolutely not, Gu Yun said with a fawning smile. Xiao Chen followed Gu Yun and was about to enter the courtyard. You still have to ask me first whether you can enter or not. The man guarding the door looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Without saying a word, he blocked Xiao Chen's path. Boom! However, right after the man spoke, Xiao Chen's fist landed on the man's chest. 5 cauldron force instantly erupted. Xiao Chen blasted the man's body into the courtyard like a small mountain and sent the man crashing into the ground. Ignoring the shocked Gu Yun, Xiao Chen walked in with large strides. Xiao Chen saw the man groaning endlessly on the empty ground in the courtyard. The cultivators living in the courtyard were all startled by the commotion and came out one after another. Xiao Chen took a rough look and found a total of 100 people. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. The eyes of several experts flickered, and their auras became startling. However, more importantly, Xiao Chen discovered some familiar faces. The azure-clad man, Lung Feng, whom he met in the southern city 3 months ago, and the masked bladesman were among them. However, that Lung Feng did not seem to be the leader of this team. What's going on? Who is so bold to injure our people? A gray-clad old man walked out of the crowd. He swept his gaze around and stared at Xiao Chen. Gu Yun quickly stepped forward and explained, Senior Ma, this is the person I introduced. He used only 2 fingers to catch Bai Mingfeng's sword in the southern city. Whoosh! The moment Gu Yun said that, a huge commotion broke out. Many people whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Xiao Chen. Bai Mingfeng was one of the few experts in Dragon Flame City. Furthermore, he was one of the few strong swordsmen. Ordinary venerables might not even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Not to mention, Zhang Xian had caught his sword with just 2 fingers. Clearly, Senior Ma was the leader of this group of people. He was an early-stage star venerate, the highest cultivation. When the old man heard Gu Yun's words, his expression did not change. He said indifferently, I believe that he would not dare to lie in front of so many people, but this old man really does not believe it. Senior Ma, he is the white-robed bladesman I told you about 3 months ago. The green-clothed man, Lung Feng, stood out and said to old Ma. Senior Ma valued Lung Feng's words. When he heard Lung Feng's words, his expression immediately warmed. Since Lung Feng vouched for you, there is no need for you to prove your strength. Are you interested in joining our team to explore the unknown forbidden lands of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land? Xiao Chun looked around at the surrounding people. If the people going to explore the Dragon Flame Ancient Land were all like this, then it would be meaningless for Xiao Chun to go alone. A single person's strength was too insignificant in front of a team. If there was a conflict and he became enemies with the team, he would not be able to retaliate at all. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Sure. Catching Baiming Feng's sword with just 2 fingers? Even if you are bragging, that is not how you brag." The person who spoke was also a swordsman. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he showed disdain on his face. Clearly, he did not believe that Xiao Chun could catch Baiming Feng's sword. Seeing that Xiao Chun wanted to join the team, he expressed his opinion. Senior Ma's expression changed slightly. Xiahou Yun, with Lung Feng vouching for him, it is sufficient to prove his strength. Humph! Did Lung Feng personally see him catch Baiming Feng's sword? If he is really that capable, I will not stop him from joining the team if he can catch my sword with just 2 fingers. Xiahou Yun hugged his sword, showing a proud and aloof expression, unwilling to cooperate. Xiahou Yun locked his gaze on Xiao Chun and continued, "There is no need for you to make things difficult for Senior Ma. If you are capable, catch my sword. Use your strength to prove yourself. This is the rule of Dragon Flame City. You make your move." Xiao Chun said simply as he looked at the other party. "Good. Watch out for my sword." Whoosh! Right after Xiahou Yun spoke, his figure flashed. The sword in his hand had already left its scabbard at some point in time. It gave off a cold light as it stabbed at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Xiahou Yun intentionally made things difficult for Xiao Chun. The blade of his sword was covered in frost and cold qi. If Xiahou Yun caught it with his bare hands, his fingers would freeze on the spot. With a backhand strike, he could chop off Xiao Chen's entire arm. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he made his move. 2 fingers firmly clamped down on Xiahou Yun's sword. To think that Xiahou Yun really dared to do this. He was truly reckless. Xiahou Yun smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to draw his sword and execute a backhand strike, he discovered that he could not draw his sword at all. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified. "Sorry for my incompetence." Xiao Chun gently flicked his sword, and a mix of veritable essence energy and vital qi surged out together with the sword. The sword immediately twisted and bounced Xiahou Yun back with a loud bang. He really managed to catch it. This broadened the horizons of several cultivators in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, a peak minor primal core venerate like Xiao Chun still had such a move. Senior Ma laughed loudly and said, "Wonderful! Little brother's move is really brilliant. Using the body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the world, instantly driving all the veritable essence energy and vital qi in the body. Interesting, truly interesting. Just using the body as a cauldron was already very ingenious, not something that ordinary people could comprehend. Merging vital qi and veritable essence energy and instantly infusing the entire body was even more demanding on the meridians. How could a regular meridian body endure the merging of veritable essence energy and vital qi? What was even rarer was that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, yet he managed to do this. His veritable essence energy foundation was definitely very vast. It was very likely that he would condense a 7-star primal core. As a star venerate, Senior Ma could make out many things. However, although he could, it was practically impossible for him to do it. Just the merging of veritable essence energy and vital qi stumped him. Chapter 1731. Seeing Xiao Chun actually use only 2 fingers to clamp down on Xiahou Yun's sword, the spectators were all shocked. They whispered to each other, sharing their opinions with their surrounding companions. Regarding this sharp spirit finger, as the experts of the northern city, most of the team's experts naturally understood some of the profoundness behind it. It was easy to tell how much effort one had to put into practice and how high one's talent was required to succeed in this simple move. As they looked at Xiao Chun, they no longer had the initial disdain. No matter what Xiao Chen's cultivation was, just this move was enough to win their respect. I'm not convinced. Just now I was just careless. If I were given another chance, I don't believe that he can still catch it. Xiahou Yun stood up, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he felt the gazes of the surrounding people. He felt the gazes of the surrounding people as if they were looking at an idiot. To think that he was defeated by someone with 2 fingers. This was truly an extraordinary humiliation. Insolence. Senior Ma's face sank as he scolded angrily. Xiahou Yun, do you really not see it, or are you pretending not to? His gentle pinch is much more exhausting than your sword strike. To think that you actually suggested trying again. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by others? Haha, if you try again and still catch it, then you will be utterly humiliated. There were also people who were not friendly with Xiahou Yun who spoke up at this moment. The azure-clad man, Leng Feng, smiled and said, Brother Xiahou, everyone knows your strength. No one will underestimate you because of today's matter. This move of Xiao Chen's was indeed beautiful. If it were me, I might not be able to pierce him either. It could be seen that Leng Feng's position in the team was rather high. Not willing to affect the harmony of the team, his words were also to give Xiahou Yun a way out. Most importantly, he said that he could not pierce Xiao Chun either, leaving Xiahou Yun with a lot of face. Xiahou Yun knew that this was the only way, so he could only go with the flow and say, Xiao Chen's strength is indeed strong. I have no objections to him joining the team. Senior Ma turned his head and whispered a few words to Leng Feng. Leng Feng had a smile on his face, nodding continuously. After a while, Senior Ma said with a smile, since no one has any objections, then Xiao Chun will officially become a member of our Starfire group from today onwards. Delu, prepare a residence for young Master Xiao. Reward Gu Yun with 5,000 medial-grade Lingyu, 100 blaze crystals, a stalk of blood flame grass, and a blood flame fruit. Big Lu was the brawny man who had been sent flying by Xiao Chun at the beginning. Gu Yun, who had accepted Xiao Chun into the group, was overjoyed when he heard of this reward and quickly bowed to express his thanks. Disperse. Senior Ma waved his hand and said a few words to Xiao Chun before leaving. On the roof, the masked bladesman known as the Ghost Saber looked at Xiao Chun, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Leng Feng walked over slowly and said, Looks like we are really fated. It has been 3 months since we last met. I did not expect to meet you again so soon. Xiao Chun said, We are indeed fated. Has young Master Leng been in the northern city for the past 3 months? Leng Feng shook his head and sighed softly. I just returned. This time I ran into another team. Not only did I suffer heavy casualties, but I also did not obtain any benefits. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it looks like there are not always fortuitous encounters in this dragon flame ancient land. Leng Feng smiled and said, I know what you are waiting for. Wait for another 2 months. In another 2 months, the ancient transportation formation in Dragon Flame City will open. At that time, we can directly teleport to many unexplored places in the Dragon Flame ancient land. An ancient transportation formation? That's right. That is a transportation formation that the dragon race built when they were still ruling this place. However, it is very old and activates only once every few decades. Recently, it has been activated only once every 100 years. Leng Feng said sullenly, The various teams have already returned to the city and started to recruit. I have been waiting for this moment. Hence, when Senior Ma saw you join, he was exceptionally happy. After chatting for a while, Leng Feng also took his leave. This place really used to be the conferred land of the dragon race. However, for some reason, why did the dragon race give up on this place? Xiao Chun wondered which of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race once ruled this place. Xiao Chun thought to himself, becoming increasingly interested in this dragon flame ancient land. Flame dragon? There did not seem to be such a dragon. Of the 6-colored dragon races, the red dragon was of the fire attribute. It was possible that the bloodline mutated and gave birth to a flame dragon. After thinking about it, this place was most likely the former territory of the red dragons. However, that was hard to say. Just the words dragon flame could not provide much information. Any dragon could spit out dragon flame and refine fire. However, they would not be as strong and proficient as the red dragon bloodline. Young Master Xiao, your residence has already been arranged. I'll bring you over. When the man guarding the door saw Xiao Chen again, he was very respectful, not daring to act rashly. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and nodded. Lead the way then. There were many empty rooms and pavilions in the courtyard. Everything a cultivator needed was available. There was a meditation room, a small alchemy room, and a gravity room. Although it was small, it was complete. It was even more complete than the courtyard that Xiao Chen snatched from the southern city. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. After dismissing the man, he entered the meditation room to cultivate. After entering closed-door cultivation for 7 days and exhausting more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit jades, Xiao Chen felt the bottleneck of the peak minor primal core realm weaken significantly. He was now one step closer to breaking through to the major primal core realm. The exquisite primal core in Xiao Chen's dantian was decorated with 9 stars, looking boundlessly resplendent. Advancing from the minor primal core realm to the major primal core realm was not a qualitative breakthrough. It was just that the amount of veritable essence energy that one could use would increase significantly. It was like a container becoming larger, able to store more energy. For cultivators, this would significantly increase their combat prowess. They would not feel any heartache when using all sorts of killing moves. Some killing moves that could not be practiced due to the amount of veritable essence energy could be learned. If Xiao Chen broke through to the major primal core realm, he was confident of practicing the third move of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. There are still 2 more months. That is more than enough time to break through to the major primal core realm. There is no need to rush. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "What I need now are ancient dragon bones. I can start cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's 2nd layer." Xiao Chen had already finished cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art's 1st layer. Now, he officially started cultivating the 2nd layer, cultivating the dragon bones. There was a total of 206 bones in the human body. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to cultivate all of them to the level of the ancient dragon race's dragon bones. After cultivating the dragon bones, the physical body's ability to withstand damage would increase significantly. Cultivating the dragon bones was something that lasted for a lifetime. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could only cultivate the dragon bones to the color of blue. As one's cultivation increased, the dragon bones would continuously grow stronger, eventually turning into the noble golden dragon bones. Finally, when one returned to their natural state, the dragon bones would return to their normal color. Right now, Xiao Chen did not have such a high goal. He only wanted to cultivate the dragon bones to the color of blue and then cover his entire body, forming a complete dragon skeleton. If Xiao Chen had some supplementary materials for cultivating the 2nd layer, he would be able to cultivate it even faster. With sufficient dragon bones and some rare herbs, Xiao Chen could turn all the bones in his body blue in 2 months. At that time, when the ancient transportation formation opened and he entered the inner region, his strength would increase significantly. After leaving, Xiao Chen went to look for Senior Ma, who was currently busy, and explained his purpose for coming. "You want the true dragon remains?" Xiao Chen shook his head and replied, "They are not true dragon remains. They are great desolate Aeon dragon bones. True dragons could not even compare to the 6-colored divine dragons." Xiao Chen did not care for their remains. What Xiao Chen needed was the great desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy. Those were the dragon bones of the pure-blooded dragon race, not the bones of cultivators with dragon race bloodlines. The true dragon remains left in the Kunlun realm could not compare to the pure-blooded dragon bones of the great desolate Aeon. Senior Ma's eyes flickered as he said, "It might be difficult in other places. However, it is not difficult in this dragon flame ancient land." Many people guess that this dragon flame ancient land was a battlefield of the great desolate Aeon in the past, as people occasionally found fragments of great desolate Aeon dragon bones in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. "How many spirit jades do you have? I'll send people to collect them for you. I still have some connections in Dragon Flame City." After all, Senior Ma was a Star Venerate level expert. Furthermore, he managed such a large team in the northern city. He had many more connections than Xiao Chun. However, based on Senior Ma's expression, he only treated this as a business deal and did not intend to let Xiao Chun benefit. After all, Senior Ma did not have much of a friendship with Xiao Chun. The so-called team was free to come and go, and there was no direct relationship. Perhaps Senior Ma himself would leave Dragon Flame City if they ran into some great fortuitous encounter. At that time, the team would immediately disband. Xiao Chun had a clear mind. He said, "The more, the better. No matter how many pure-blooded dragon bones there are, I can take them all." "Good. I'll give you the results 3 days later." "Deal." As Senior Ma watched Xiao Chun leave, he entered deep thought. This fellow's origins are unknown. His cultivation is not high, but he is unfathomable. His tone is also startlingly bold. Even when facing a Star Venerate, Xiao Chun remained calm and collected, not showing any servile behavior. Xiao Chun hoped that Senior Ma did not recruit an ingrate. There were many cases of traitors appearing in teams in Dragon Flame City. Under the temptation of benefits, no one could be completely trusted. However, there was no need to pay too much attention to this Xiao Chun. After all, he was only a peak minor primal core cultivator, far from Senior Ma's level. The ones that Senior Ma truly needed to be wary of were Leng Feng, the Ghost Saber, and the others existences that could threaten him. Senior Ma just treated obtaining pure-blooded dragon bones for Xiao Chun as a business deal. If the other party's strength increased, it would be a good thing for the team. After thinking for a long time, Senior Ma personally supervised this matter for Xiao Chun. 3 days later, Xiao Chun ran all over Dragon Flame City. Using his connections, he collected all the pure-blooded dragon bones that he could. There are 30 pure-blooded dragon bones. Check them yourself. Several of them are perfectly preserved spine bones. 3 days later, Senior Ma showed Xiao Chun the pure-blooded dragon bones he collected. Senior Ma revealed a cocky expression. Only he could collect so many pure-blooded dragon bones in such a short time, collecting 30 true dragon skeletons. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to do so. Who knew? Disappointment flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. There are not many, but it should be enough. Many thanks, Senior Ma. An embarrassed expression flashed on Senior Ma's face. Then, he smiled and said, "Your tone is really extraordinary. A total of 3 million spirit jades." Xiao Chun gave Senior Ma a strange look. However, he did not say anything. After handing over the spirit jades, he turned and left. Chapter 1732. After breaking through the bottleneck, Xiao Chun's veritable essence energy cleansed his entire body, raising his physical body and physique to another level. During the ancient times, this type of transport formation was called a Dao platform. It could move through the 3,000 great realms, roam the 7 great forbidden seas, travel between the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. Leng Feng looked at the terrible surroundings and asked, "Senior Ma, where are we now?" Another 3 days passed, and the 10 dragon bones were successfully transformed. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chun entered closed-door cultivation and started to cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art's 2nd layer. After chatting for a while, Meng Zhuang took his leave. Spiritual qi gathered and converged toward Xiao Chun in the eye of the formation, turning into streams. A terrifying dragon roar could be heard, and all the bones in Xiao Chun's body crackled. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chun's body as if it was corporeal. We can only pray for good luck. Furthermore, Senior Ma is very experienced. He went to the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land in the past and knows how to dodge. The dragon bones and dragon tendons in Xiao Chun's body seem to have some kind of connection to the will of the divine dragon, making him feel closer to the dragon pattern cauldron. The experts of Dragon Flame City already gathered nearby. The Dao platform flickered with light as batch after batch of the city's cultivators were sent to an unknown region of the Dragon Flame ancient land. A moment later, the Dao platform's body glowed with divine light, and a door of light appeared. Leng Feng nodded. Not only are all the strong groups in Dragon Flame City preparing to go all out, but many rank 5 sects and noble clans in the Great Thousand Realms are also using the activation of the ancient teleportation formation as experiential training for themselves. Xiao Chen's entire body, from the inside to the outside, became radiant. As Xiao Chun passed through the door, he immediately felt his body and soul sink. His entire body formed a complete divine dragon skeleton. There were always some fragments that, due to various reasons, didn't lose their ancient aura, surviving until now. The early-stage major primal core realm is finally not the minor primal core realm. I still have to catch up. Xiao Chun regained his calm. His aura was the same as before he went into seclusion. More importantly, cultivating this divine dragon body tempering art also tempered his vital chi. 1 hour later, all the medial grade spirit jades in the formation had weathered away. So. Using the pureblood dragon bones, it took him a month and a half to completely transform the dragon bones. Assemble. What about Gui Dao? Rival a star venerate? Old Ma was in high spirits. Beside him was Xiahou Feng, whom Lung Feng and Meng Zhuang had spoken of. Xiao Chun put away the dragon pattern cauldron and took out medial grade spirit jades. Then, he placed them in the formation of the cultivation room. Meng Zhuang introduced politely. That day, Xiao Chun caught Xiahou Yun's sword with 2 fingers. Meng Zhuang had seen it with his own eyes. There were many strong people in the team. Existences that could rival star venerates definitely had something extraordinary about them. Coupled with the ample preparation time, the process of breaking through the bottleneck was smooth and uneventful. Any specialized cultivation room would have a formation similar to a spirit gathering formation, which could absorb the spiritual essence in the spirit jades more efficiently. Every day, Xiao Chun would observe the dragon pattern cauldron and experience the will of the divine dragon. He would consume the dragon bones and speed up his cultivation of the divine dragon body tempering art. The great wasteland continent shattered into countless fragments, forming tens of thousands of great worlds. The Dao platform could only unleash 10 to 20% of its power. Old Man Ma's opening price of 3 million spirit jades was truly a scam for him. This slightly startled Xiao Qin. There were at least 100 people in the entire team. His eyes gained some spirituality, looking spirited and able to see through people's hearts. His observation of things became more detailed and complete. All the sharpness in his eyes vanished. Xiao Chun gently knocked on the wooden table and muttered, "Rank 5 sects have sovereign personages holding down the fort. The noble clans of the dynasties all have the inheritances of their predecessors. All of them are not easy to deal with. If I run into them, it will be really difficult." The energy quickly flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body, heading for his 9-star primal core. The current Xiao Chun could not be said to be brand new, with no qualitative changes. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. As Meng Zhuang said, Xiahou Feng's strength could not be underestimated. When he stood beside Old Ma, his aura was no weaker. With a thought, Xiao Chun withdrew his aura. After the talisman strips were distributed, someone on the Dao platform contacted Old Ma. Old Ma waved his hand, and everyone ascended the Dao platform. Meng Zhuang thought very highly of Old Ma's strength and experience. Xiao Chen's seated cross-legged body slowly floated up. His long hair fluttered, and he showed a solemn expression. Is it because of the activation of the ancient transportation formation? Meng Zhuang paused for a moment before continuing. However, not many came. The depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land are very vast. It will not be easy to run into them. However, right now the dragon characters were incomplete, and the tall platform was dilapidated, showing the vicissitudes of history. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked at the dragon pattern cauldron before him again. He vaguely felt even more moved. In half a month, he had converted half of the 206 bones. After another month, he had converted all the bones into dragon bones. Let's go. Xiao Chen's vital qi increased from 5 cauldron force to 6 cauldron force. I am Meng Zhuang. I know that Brother Xiao lives next door and wanted to visit long ago. Unfortunately, Brother Xiao has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 2 months and could not find an opportunity. After a while, members of Old Ma's team appeared beside Xiao Chun one after another. That's right. The time it takes to repair the ancient teleportation formation is getting longer and longer. This time, it took 100 years. Next time, it might take 200 years, even 500. Naturally, the nearby rank 5 sects and noble clans will not let go of this opportunity. However, without Old Man Ma's connections, Xiao Chun would not have been able to obtain so many dragon bones in 3 days. Hence, Xiao Chun did not say anything. If an outsider were here, they would find it hard to connect Xiao Chun's current aura to the normally low-profile, reserved, white-clad youth. Xiao Chun saw a boundless wasteland. It was dark and gloomy, with strong winds howling and dust spreading everywhere. When mentioning the dragon bones, Old Ma knew that he had tricked Xiao Chun. He smiled in embarrassment and continued distributing the talisman strips. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, encouraging himself. 7 days later, the first bone was successfully converted into a blue dragon bone. Furthermore, our team ranks within the top 5 in Dragon Flame City's northern region. Aside from geniuses like Lung Feng, there is also Xiahou Feng. These two people are strong enough to rival Star Venerates. The spiritual light in the surroundings suddenly vanished. The resplendent and translucent 9-star primal core absorbed all the light. Old Ma started to distribute the talisman strips to everyone. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, his sharp eyes noticed something different about Xiao Chun, the ancient transportation formation in the center of the northern region. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly surprised. The rank 5 sects and the noble clans are all startled? Under the leadership of Old Ma, Lang Feng, and the other elites, the team started to gather at the colossal dragon. It's hard to say. The depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land are very vast. There are unknown regions everywhere. You all lead your own teams and carefully explore the surroundings. Don't take any risks. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, "It's fine. Brother Xiao, after being in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, you probably do not know that a storm is brewing in the northern region of Dragon Flame City. Undercurrents are surging, and all sorts of people are gathering. It is not very peaceful." This person was Xiao Chen's neighbor, an old man in Old Ma's team. An ancient and boundless great desolate Ian dragon might surged out. This was an ancient aura that had gone through the baptism of many epochs during the great desolate Ian and still did not fade. The cultivators in the same batch of Dao platforms would not be too far from each other. Each batch would be randomly sent to the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. After crossing many obstacles and entering the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land, there would be fortuitous encounters. However, there would be even more danger. All of these were the benefits of cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, and strong winds swept out in all directions. It was very rare for 2 batches of teams to be sent to the same location. 3 days later, all the members of Old Ma's team gathered. This was a tall platform that looked ancient, made of divine stones and treasure pillars. Ancient dragon characters carved on the platform looked majestic and unfathomable. This could be considered a familiar face. When adventuring in the future, they could take care of each other at crucial moments. This was a Taoist gate. After passing through this gate, one would enter the Dragon Flame ancient land, a mysterious hinterland that many people had never reached before. "Young Master Xiao, your complexion looks pretty good. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, your strength has improved significantly." Xiao Chun did not have to worry about exhausting his veritable essence energy and could execute many killing moves. After filling up the grooves in the formation, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation. These were the elites of the sects of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. None of them were simple. Xiao Chun was rather satisfied with their speed. At this moment, he could only rely on the experienced Old Ma. Xiahou Feng and Lung Feng, the 2 young experts, felt confused. The weakest among them was a major primal core venerate. All of them radiated sharpness and had calm auras. They were all outstanding geniuses capable of fighting above their cultivation realms. Xiao Chun received the talisman strip and said indifferently, I still have to thank old Ma for the dragon bones. Everyone sighed in amazement, feeling exceptionally shocked. The formation spun silently, flickering with a dazzling spiritual light between the patterns. This allowed Xiao Chen's vital qi to contain the state of the divine dragon as he punched. The stirred veritable essence energy washed through his entire body, including his internal organs, every cell and pore. A tyrannical aura spread out from within. Meng Zhuang revealed a doubtful expression. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. He has always been a lone ranger and does not have a strong presence. He only joined the team a few months ago and is not as experienced as Leng Feng and Xiahou Feng." Hearing Meng Zhuang talk about the team, Xiao Chun asked about the masked bladesman. "There is still half a month left. It is time to break through the minor primal core bottleneck." After old Ma entered, his expression turned rather grave. He had been to the depths of the hinterlands before and knew how dangerous it was. The dragon bone spun continuously, forming a huge whirlwind in Xiao Chen's body. Of the 30-odd pureblood dragon bones, only a few were remains. These would be worth 2 million medial-grade spirit jades at most. In the afternoon, when Xiao Chun came out of closed-door cultivation, he unexpectedly received a visitor. Xiao Chun had a firm foundation in the first place. There was no major bottleneck between the minor primal core realm and the major primal core realm. Practice makes perfect. After figuring out the ropes, Xiao Chen's cultivation speed increased. Take this talisman strip and crush it when necessary. Can send you back to the Dao platform. It can be considered a life-saving talisman. However, activating this talisman requires some time. Remember, the fingernail-sized 9-star primal core was crystalline and translucent. As spiritual energy poured in, it flickered with resplendent and dazzling light. Chapter 1733. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter the unknown region of the Dragonflame Ancient Land, one would have to form a team and take it one step at a time. He passed through many dangerous forbidden areas and forcefully killed his way in. By the time they went deeper, they were already exhausted and couldn't even protect themselves, so they didn't have the energy to explore other places. Through the ancient transportation formation, one could be sent directly to the unknown lands of the Dragonflame Ancient Land, saving a lot of effort. No matter what, we wouldn't be able to reach this place even if we had the ability to. Since we're already here, let's explore it properly. Don't act rashly. Senior Ma called out to the people in the team to form their own teams and explore the surroundings. Everyone formed teams of 2s and 3s with people they were familiar with and carefully explored the area. The martial artists who came here were all elites of the sex and had rich experience in the Jianghu. None of them were blinded by excitement. Not long after, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. It was a few cultivators who had run into some unknown ferocious beast. Immediately, many of the stronger members of the team soared into the sky and rushed over to help. Xiao Chen's gaze swept over, and his heavenly insight divine eye opened slightly as he took in the situation in the distance. A few strange flame wolves with blazing eyes swayed their tails as they fought with the cultivators on Senior Ma's team. That was a 3-tailed fire wolf. Its physical body had been cleansed by the dragon flame since it was young, and it was far stronger than its kind in the outside world. The ones he encountered now seemed to be even more powerful. Even when the major primal core venerates worked together, they found it hard to end the battle quickly. Only when a late-stage major primal core expert rushed over did they manage to kill these 3-tailed fire wolves. This 3-tailed fire wolf's body has been cleansed by the dragon flame, so it can be sold for a high price in the outside world, especially the 3 fire tails. They are especially precious and can be used to forge fire-type Dao soldiers. After killing the 3-tailed fire wolf, everyone revealed joyful expressions as they divided the materials. After that, they were attacked by many ferocious beasts one after another. Everyone in the party was cautious, and they weren't too far away from each other. Most of them were scared but not in danger, and no one was hurt. Xiao Chun and Meng Zhuang were in the same team, and it was rather peaceful. There were no dangerous incidents. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped. He frowned as he sensed a dangerous aura. Boom! The ground split open, and a serpent covered in fiery patterns with a horn on its head charged out. "It's a flame jiao snake. Everyone, be careful." Meng Zhuang shouted and leaped into the air, throwing a punch at the flame jiao snake. His aura surged as he punched out. It was as if a meteor had fallen to the ground with great force. With a boom, the flame jiao snake was sent flying by Meng Zhuang's punch. When it landed on the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. The people in the team quickly took the opportunity to retreat. After the flame dragon serpent landed on the ground, it turned its body a few times, flicked its tongue, and pounced over again. Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp. He found that the place where the snake had just been hit had only a few subtle marks. He couldn't see any injuries. "Xiao!" Lightly pushing off the ground, Xiao Chen roared. The dragon bones in his body creaked as he gathered his strength and punched out. The dragon tendons carried 6 cauldron force as they surged out. At the same time, a berserk dragon might spread out. Boom! Dragon might mixed with 6 cauldron force and struck the flame jiao snake. If this punch landed on a regular major primal core venerate, it would be sufficient to send them flying and shatter their internal organs. However, this flame jiao snake's defense was startling. The flame patterns on its skin flickered like flowing water. The flame jiao snake flew around a few times in the air before charging over again. Xiao Chun shouted coldly, and a faint layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Then, with a flash, he landed on the flame jiao snake's head. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the 7 deadly sins quickly gathered, infused with great Tao energy. Then he stabbed down without hesitation. Pu Ci. Blood spurted out. The saber entered the flame jiao snake by 3 centimeters, but it could not go any deeper. "Brother Xiao, be careful." Just at this moment, Meng Zhuang shouted anxiously. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears, and a heat wave surged into the air. The flame jiao snake's tail was like a flaming tornado chopping at him. Xiao Chen drew his saber back to defend. Then, he ruthlessly swung his saber and clashed with this snake tail, which contained huge force. Bang! The flaming tornado scattered, and the saber light left a long, bloody wound on the snake tail. Xiao Chen used the force to fly back. Then, he somersaulted a few times in the air and dissipated the force. When Meng Zhuang saw the situation, his expression relaxed. Then, he worked together with Xiao Chun to deal with this flame jiao snake. After a long, intense battle, this flame jiao snake finally submitted. The two were incredibly fatigued. The flame jiao snake's defense and life force were incredibly startling. Fighting it was not easy at all. Of course, this was also because Xiao Chun had not used his full power. If Xiao Chun used his full power now, then there would be no need to explore this dragon flame ancient land. Brother Zhao's strength is truly admirable. If I ran into this flame jiao snake alone, my chances of victory would be slim, Meng Zhuang said with lingering fear in his heart. The flame jiao snake's combat prowess already rivaled that of a peak major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, it was in this dragon flame ancient land, so its strength was even more terrifying. Meng Zhuang's words were not humble at all. Xiao Chen smiled, tacitly agreeing. Then, he called out to the team and started to split up the flame jiao snake's corpse. As expected, Xiao Chun put in the most effort and obtained the most precious flame jiao snake's kinghorn. The exploration proceeded in an orderly manner. This was not the first time Senior Ma's team was on a mission. Everything was done in an orderly manner. The division of labor was clear, and the harvest was pretty good. However, everyone knew that this was just a small fight. If it ended like this, the Heavenly Palace would not be able to deal with it. If this ended like this, they would have to find a great fortuitous encounter to activate the ancient transportation formation that activated only once every 100 years. After most of the day, everyone's mouths were dry. They had exhausted a significant amount of physical strength and energy. This place drained them even more than the outside world. When Senior Ma saw the situation, he waved his hand and said, "Let's rest for a while. It is still early. There is no rush." Everyone was tired, so they drank water and rested, replenishing their energy. Since coming here, they had not stopped. If they were not fighting, they were exploring the place. If they were not cultivators of the physical body, they would get tired easily. Xiao Chun remained calm as he drank a mouthful of water and casually looked around. He had not exhausted much energy. Where did so many ants come from? The resting cultivators suddenly discovered many fiery red ants crawling out of the cracks in the ground. These ants were not mutated beasts and did not have much offensive power. However, when they appeared in such a dense group, it was somewhat scary. Boom! 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 Several people could not bear to watch any longer, so they all made a move. Hence, large swathes of red ants were wiped out. "Stop!" Senior Ma shouted. When he saw these red ants, his expression immediately changed drastically. "Oh no! These are underground fire ants. They are very resistant to high temperatures. Under normal circumstances, they would not appear at all. They would not be able to endure the high temperature and leave the ground only before the dragon flame erupts." Dragon flame eruption. Hearing Senior Ma's words startled everyone. One of the scariest situations in the dragon flame ancient land was an underground dragon flame eruption. That scene, in this complicated and harsh environment, was simply hell on earth. The power of an individual. The strength of an individual appeared extremely insignificant in the eruption of dragon flame. The dragon flame erupts. We need to find a place with water to take refuge. Otherwise, we will all die. Quickly search. Senior Ma's expression turned scarily sullen. The others were affected, feeling anxious for some reason as they started searching everywhere. Dragon flame eruption. Before coming here, Xiao Chun had obtained information on this. That was a mysterious phenomenon even more terrifying than a volcano eruption. This was because the thing erupting was the dragon flame true flame, which had accumulated for many tens of thousands of years. The demonic flame was known as the underground abyss. Wherever the dragon flame passed, it would destroy the world. Even a cloud sea star venerate would be burned to ashes on the spot if the underground dragon flame sprayed them, leaving nothing behind. No wonder Senior Ma was so nervous. Fortunately, Senior Ma was here. How could the others have such experience? If they could not discover the strange movements of the fire ants in advance, they would not even know how they died. At the very least, they knew to find a place with water to take refuge. Senior Ma, there is a rather large lake 150 kilometers to the north. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chun could not hide anything. He withdrew his heavenly eye and told Senior Ma about the lake he saw. "Are you sure?" Xiao Chun replied indifferently. "This concerns life and death. Why would I interfere?" Not wanting to waste time, Senior Ma shouted, "Gather up and follow me." To these geniuses and outstanding talents, 150 kilometers would take no more than a cup of tea to traverse in the outside world. However, traveling in the depths of this dragon flame ancient land was extremely arduous. Ancient dragon might was everywhere. This deterred them from flying casually as it drained them greatly. They could only do simple jumps and glides. The air clearly turned drier. Everyone was covered in sweat, and their throats felt like they were on fire. No one dared to doubt that the dragon flame would erupt again. This was already a very clear sign. "Senior Ma, there is water in front. There really is water." After 150 kilometers, the group indeed saw a rather vast lake. Senior Ma smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, you saved everyone." Xiao Feng and Lung Feng looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. There really was water. Even with the two's eyesight, they could not see so far in this place. They wondered how Xiao Chun saw it. Xiao Chun showed a calm expression, not revealing anything. He only said some polite words to Senior Ma and did not say anything else. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone flew up and stood in the center of the lake. Then, Senior Ma instructed calmly, "Water-attributed and ice-attributed cultivators, stand to my left. Wind-attributed cultivators, stand to my right. The rest stand behind me." Someone comprehended the water great Tao, or perhaps a water-attributed Tao tool. Right after Senior Ma spoke, a person stepped forward and pointed to the sword in his hand, indicating that he had a water-attributed Tao tool. Senior Ma nodded and said, "Very good. Later, you will lead these water-attributed and ice-attributed cultivators. Wind-attributed cultivators, Remember to create strong winds and do your best to scatter the dragon flame. The other cultivators will work together to form the final barrier. Rumble. Suddenly, the world trembled. The people standing on the water could not control their bodies, swaying left and right. A beam of fiery light soared into the sky in the distance. Closely following that, 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. Countless beams of dragon flame erupted from the ground. The flames dyed the world like it was the end of the world. The clouds for 5,000 kilometers around surged, looking like they were burning through the sky. Overwhelming heat waves mixed with berserk dragon might swept out in all directions. No matter where one hid, they could not avoid it. Many of the panicking strong, ferocious beasts melted on the spot, leaving only their skeletons. At the crucial moment, Senior Ma spread out his will of soul and encased everyone. He said, "Attack! Quickly attack! Follow my instructions and get into formation." Chapter 1734. Enveloped by Senior Ma's will of soul, the pressure on the lake immediately lessened significantly. The youth holding the water-attributed Dao tool drew his sword, stirring up all the water in the lake. This formed an incomparably huge water tornado encircling everyone. Everyone who cultivated water-attributed cultivation techniques used their power at the same time. They infused their veritable essence energy into the berserk water tornado. The ice-attributed cultivators all brought out their mysterious phenomena. Snowflakes drifted down, causing cold chi to spread out. Wind. At the same time, the cultivators who cultivated wind-attributed cultivation techniques formed a wind barrier around the water tornado. Everyone did not care about their veritable essence energy expenditure, doing their best to endure. Under Senior Ma's lead, Xiao Chun and the others formed the final veritable essence energy line of defense. The strong wind was the outermost layer, the water tornado and ice were the second layer, and the veritable essence energy shield was the third layer. The defense already reached the limit of the entire team. However, no one dared to lower their guard or be careless. The scene of the dragon flame eruption destroying so many ferocious beasts in that instant was still fresh in their minds, sending a chill down their spines. No one knew how long the dragon flame eruption would last, so they could only persevere. Rumble. Intense explosions rang out outside. That was the sound of the strong wind clashing with the dragon flame. Rumble. Rumble. A few of the weaker wind-attributed cultivators immediately found it hard to endure. Blood leaked out of their mouths, and their complexions paled. For hours later, the outermost wind barrier broke, unable to provide protection for the water tornado. However, the water tornado was driven by that youth holding the Dao tool. It contained a complete Great Dao. Furthermore, with the help of the many water-attributed cultivators and ice-attributed cultivators, it could be considered the firmest defense. Outside the barrier, dragon roars resounded in the sky. The horrifying dragon might shook the surroundings. Every time the dragon flame erupted, a loud sound accompanied it. It was an experiential training for the hearts of the people. Several cultivators with weaker mental states even activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines amid the continuous roars to resist. The people on the lake all had a hard time, including Senior Ma. Only Xiao Chun was not one of them. Xiao Chun possessed the blue dragon bloodline and did not care about ordinary dragon might in the first place. Not only did the dragon's might not deter him, but it also did not seem to have any effect on him. Instead, Xiao Chun felt a sense of familiarity. The bloodline in his body seemed to be ignited by the dragon roar outside, boiling endlessly. However, he could vaguely sense that something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong. The great desolate Ian dragon might still existed. Xiao Chun could not help but think to himself, just the remnant dragon might is already so strong. I wonder how strong a true pure-blooded dragon race cultivator is. The dragon flame eruption lasted for half a day. If the eruption continued for a period of time, no one could guarantee that they would be able to hold on. Senior Ma stretched out his hand and smacked it, shattering the frozen waterspout with cracking sounds. The scenery of the outside world reappeared in the vision of Xiao Chen and the others. The original lake had disappeared, and the ground was covered with thick limestone. The terrain had changed greatly. The original tall mountains no longer existed and had become flat land. The wasteland became a sunken basin, the landform in his memory. In the short span of half a day, it had completely changed. The sky was bright red. The flaming clouds formed by the dragon flame would not scatter quickly. Occasionally, strong winds blew, and the clouds shattered. Then, a rain of fire containing the dragon flame fell. The dragon flame was very scary. Even though it had weakened significantly, it still inspired fear. Everyone looked around and became distracted for a while. This was indeed somewhat shocking. Who would have thought that, in just half a day's time, the world would be turned upside down, the situation completely changed. The blue sea turns into mulberry fields in a single thought. Senior Ma could not help sighing softly, feeling moved in his heart. Before such mighty power, even a star venerate like Xiao Chun felt insignificant with his individual strength. Whoosh! Just at this moment, an azure light emerged from the ground in the distance, disappearing in a flash. The azure light appeared for a very short time, so fast that it was practically undetectable. However, the people present all had excellent eyesight. Practically all of them caught sight of that azure light. Clearly, the azure light appearing on the flat land was extraordinary. Many people turned their gazes to the experienced Senior Ma, who had been here once before. Senior Ma did not disappoint. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's Dragon Chi." The dragon flame eruption changed the mountains and rivers on the surface. Similarly, it also changed the geomancy world below. There have been rumors that an ancient dragon city was buried in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. We might have run into it. Lung Feng frowned and said, "A dragon city?" Senior Ma nodded. "That's right. It's a dragon city. I heard that this soaring dragon great realm was once the conferred land of a certain divine dragon bloodline. That divine dragon bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the history of the dragon race. Later, it declined and disappeared for some reason. However, no matter what, this dragon flame ancient land has many connections with that mysterious dragon race. In the past, I heard that someone saw a dragon city in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. Unfortunately, the terrain of this dragon flame ancient land changes frequently. We might see it occasionally, but the next time we see it might be in our next life. If it really is a dragon city, then we are very lucky." Senior Ma revealed a look of joy on his face. He seemed somewhat excited. Despite his age, Senior Ma was still putting in so much effort, gambling on a chance. If he failed this time, then his cultivation would stop at the star venerate realm, unable to advance further in this life. Senior Ma had waited for this opportunity for many years. His mood was easy to imagine. Xiahou Feng said, "I know about the dragon race's 6-colored divine dragons. Could there be another bloodline?" Lung Feng also looked at Senior Ma in confusion. He had never heard of this before. Senior Ma's expression already recovered its calm. He said indifferently, "When you go back and ask your elders, you will know. I lost myself earlier. Even if there really is a dragon city, who knows what remains after tens of thousands of years?" They did not hide their conversation. Hence, Xiao Chun, who was not far away, heard it as well. Xiao Chen's heart immediately thumped heavily. Blue dragon. It's a blue dragon. This was once the conferred land of the blue dragon bloodline. The blue dragon bloodline was the master of this dragon flame ancient land. No wonder Xiao Chun felt a familiar smell the moment he entered the dragon flame ancient land. "Senior Ma. We found the place where the dragon chi appeared." A startled cry made Senior Ma raise his eyebrows, instantly stopping his conversation with Lung Feng and Xiahou Feng. Whoosh! Senior Ma's figure flashed, and he quickly headed for the source of the sound. Xiahou Feng and Lung Feng exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that the dragon race really has an unknown divine dragon bloodline? This dragon flame ancient land was once one of the other parties' conferred lands? After thinking for a while, the two quickly followed. Everyone on the team gathered over. "Senior Ma, we saw it clearly just now. Another azure light appeared right here. However, it is even weaker and very hard to notice." That person pointed to a crack in the ground as he spoke to Senior Ma. Senior Ma thought for a while before spitting out one word, dig. The moment Senior Ma gave the order, everyone on the team immediately worked together and started digging with all their might. Before Senior Ma's grave expression, the ground quickly opened up, and that weak crack continuously widened. When the team dug to 200 meters, a cold wind blew from below. We got through. The presence of wind meant that there was a huge space below with good airflow. As the team continued digging, a passageway with clear signs of human activity appeared, eliciting joy on everyone's faces. Ancient Dragon City. It is definitely a dragon city. Senior Ma revealed a joyful expression as he took the lead and entered the passageway. The team followed the passageway forward. After a long journey, they finally reached the end of the passageway. When the team looked around, they found themselves in a vast city. Azure floorboards lined the ground, and pavilions, shops, inns, and restaurants surrounded them. This was a well-preserved ancient city. However, because they were deep underground, most of the place was dark. However, this did not prevent everyone from feeling the majesty and beauty of this city back then. It was probably no weaker than Dragon Flame City. In fact, it might even surpass Dragon Flame City. Lung Feng sized up the surroundings and sighed softly. It really is an ancient dragon city. The architectural style is even more ancient than Dragon Flame Cities. Chapter 1735. Ancient Dragon City. Upon hearing that, the cultivators on the team all felt somewhat excited. The strength of the dragon race spoke for itself. This was especially so for the ancient era, when the entire dragon race was at its peak. Although the dragon race was strong now, many of the great desolate 100 races could compete with it. Furthermore, after the noble clans established their dynasties, the luck of the great Thousand Realms changed slightly. The dynasties flourished, and their luck flourished. In the past few years, they had even developed to their peak. The 4 dynasties were all major factions. Be it the aloof holy rank sects or the strong races of the great desolate 100 races, none dared to challenge them. However, things were different during the ancient era. After the fiendish demons caused chaos, the various races with great desolate Aeon bloodlines divided up the great Thousand Realms. They competed with each other, resulting in the 100 Races War. Among them, the dragon race was one of the strongest, ruling over the place. However, there was no such thing as eternal prosperity in the world. The dragon race rose and fell several times. Furthermore, the noble clans rose. For the sake of suppressing the strong great desolate Aeon bloodline clans and holy rank sects, the noble clans worked together to establish a supreme dynasty. From then on, the situation of the world was set. Although the dragon race was still a peak faction, it no longer had the boldness of dominating the world during the 100 Races War. Being able to enter an ancient dragon city was a great fortuitous encounter. However, an ancient dragon city had existed for many tens of thousands of years. No one could guarantee that there were still valuable treasures in there. After all, the dragon race of the other bloodlines were still around. Perhaps the other races split up the valuable treasures when the dragon race declined. Without any valuable treasures, it would just be an ancient city. It was not an inheritance land of a sect or a place to nurture natural treasures. There was nothing special about it. Tens of thousands of years later, there might be other living beings in this underground dragon city. For example, the flame demons that like to live underground. There were many ferocious beasts and fiendish demons in the depths of the dragon flame ancient land. Everything was possible. One could not celebrate too early. Xiao Chun was the last to arrive. He felt excited, but he did not want to appear too strange and attract the attention of others, causing them to make wild guesses. Xiao Chun calmly sized up his surroundings. He knew very little about the blue dragon bloodline in the Great Thousand Worlds. He was also filled with curiosity as he looked around. According to what Senior Ma said, it was very possible that this place was indeed the dragon city that the blue dragon bloodline had once built. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong from the moment the dragon flames erupted. If it really was the land of the blue dragon, how could it spit out such terrifying dragon flames? The blue dragon was of the wood element and was not good at using fire. That was what the red dragon was good at. However, the red dragon bloodline still existed to this day, and everyone was familiar with it. This did not fit Senior Ma's theory. Doubts rose in Xiao Chen's mind and he could not get rid of them. Old Ma, I feel that there is something strange about this city. It had been submerged underground for tens of thousands of years. Logically speaking, the Yin energy should be very dense. But after waiting for a while, I didn't feel anything. Something is very wrong. Lung Feng cautiously observed his surroundings and said in a low voice. Senior Ma nodded. That's right. I sensed it as well. The spiritual energy fluctuations are also somewhat strange. The fire-attributed spiritual energy is practically gone. This is the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. The fire-attributed spiritual energy should be exceptionally dense. Be more careful. Everyone follow closely. No one is to move alone. Senior Ma shouted loudly. Then, he led the crowd and began to carefully explore the city. However, Senior Ma and the others clearly underestimated the danger of this dragon city. Before the group got far, several pairs of scarlet eyes opened in a dilapidated building in front. They looked like drifting scarlet flames, exuding a seductive charm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fiery lights flickered in the dark dragon city. 10 odd red flame demons quickly pounced over. Miserable cries rang out. Caught off guard, 3 members were immediately burned to a crisp. Blood flowed out and seeped into the ground. Their deaths were exceptionally miserable. Be careful. They are superior-grade flame demons. Senior Ma exclaimed. Unexpectedly, they would run into so many superior-grade flame demons here. A huge battle instantly started. The combat prowess of superior-grade flame demons was exceptionally terrifying. Furthermore, their vision was not affected in the darkness. Their movement techniques were strange. They could easily turn into flames and merge into the ground. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to appear, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Fortunately, the team that Senior Ma led was made up of elite, outstanding talents. It was not like they had not fought with superior-grade flame demons before when they came out for experiential training. After the initial panic, the team quickly calmed down. Xiao Chun took the opportunity to observe Xiahou Feng and Lung Feng's strength. These two truly lived up to being as strong as Star Venerates. Despite facing several superior-grade flame demons at the same time, they held the upper hand and could still help the others. These two have already condensed the will of soul. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen finally discovered some clues. No wonder they were so strong, comparable to Star Venerates. The will of soul was the greatest reliance of the Cloud Sea realm. They had already condensed it. However, their cultivation was still lacking, so they were not in a rush to make a breakthrough. These people were also ambitious people. They knew that only by laying down a good foundation and making a breakthrough when the conditions were right could they go further in the Cloud Sea realm. Xiao Chun did not find it strange that these people could condense the will of soul before reaching the Cloud Sea realm. The world was vast. There were all sorts of strange things. The Great Thousand Realms were far vaster than what he saw. Just like how Xiao Chun could cultivate the dragon blood soul breaking finger, others might have cultivated soul energy cultivation techniques as well. Furthermore, these two's cultivations were infinitely close to Star Venerates in the first place. As for soul energy, they could already touch the surface of it. After a while, after leaving behind a few flame demon corpses, the other flame demons started retreating quickly. They did not continue fighting. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Senior Ma reminded a team elite that had chased too deeply. Who knew right after that Major Primal Core elite spoke? A palm strike knocked that Major Primal Core elite cultivator back. A black palm print appeared on that elite cultivator's chest, and a black flame burned in the wound. That flame was illusory and beautiful, not solid. After that, this elite cultivator's lips turned black, and his life force drained continuously. Flame poison. This startled the others. They had never seen such a terrifying flame poison before. Senior Ma looked up and saw a flame demon covered in black flames walk out of the shadows, leading hundreds of red flame demons. This flame demon had a fanatical look in its eyes as it looked at Senior Ma's group, brimming with murderous intent. Black flame demon. Senior Ma's expression changed slightly. He had never seen or heard of this before. Leave half of the people behind. The rest can return the way they came. The black flame demon suddenly spoke, negotiating conditions with Senior Ma and the others. Lung Feng laughed hoarsely. You are just a mere flame demon, and you dare to speak such nonsense? Coincidentally, I have never obtained a black flame crystal before. I wonder how much it is worth. Kill. The black flame demon smiled coldly, and hundreds of high-ranked flame demons charged forward, charging at Senior Ma's team. Senior Ma also smiled coldly and said, Everyone, work together and kill this group of flame demons. Although the flame demons held the advantage in numbers, Senior Ma's team was not a temporary team. The core team members had experienced many life-and-death situations together and had great teamwork. When they worked together, their strength was not as simple as 1 + 1. Earlier, during the dragon flame eruption, Xiao Chun had seen the might of a team's teamwork. Although a new team member like Xiao Chun was not familiar with the old team, it would be fine as long as he did not cause trouble. Furthermore, the team was made up of sect elites who grasped many secret techniques and protective treasure tools, even Dao tools. Once the team's true strength burst forth, it would be exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber and used the army-breaking saber technique to face the enemy, not fearing these high-ranked flame demons surrounding him. The situation quickly stabilized. Senior Ma's team slowly gained the upper hand. Xiao Chun swept his gaze around and freed up his hands to work with Lung Feng and Xiahou Feng, preparing to kill this black flame demon. The three worked together to fight the black flame demon. Although the black flame demon was horrifying, it could not withstand the repeated attacks of 3-star Venerate level existences. After a while, it started showing signs of defeat. Seeing that it could not defeat the black flame demon, it roared ferociously and turned into a clump of black clouds, fleeing. However, none of Senior Ma's group of 3 gave chase. Lung Feng said with some lingering fear in his heart, This black flame demon is really terrifying. It is clearly not a star Venerate, but it is even stronger than a regular star Venerate. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's deal with the other flame demons first. Right? 1 hour later, the battle ended. Most of the flame demons that came were dead. As for Senior Ma's team, close to 20 people died. A disastrous loss. In one go, they lost 1/5 of their team. The Flame Demon tribe definitely has a strong young attributed flame where they gather. Based on the strength of this Flame Demon tribe, the place where they gather is definitely a primal chaos level flame. Earlier, I found some resources left behind by the original owner of a courtyard. Most of them were already abandoned, but I unexpectedly found 1 or 2 perfectly preserved small things. This is a dragon city after all. There are still many important places that we did not go to. After collecting the blaze crystals in the red flame demon's body, Senior Ma discussed with the others and decided to continue forward. Those who felt that they were not strong enough could take some of the red blaze crystals and return the way they came. This trip was dangerous, but no one backed out. All of them chose to continue deeper. Just at this moment, the sounds of intense fighting rang out. It was a saber hum. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. As a bladesman, his senses were much sharper than others. A strong bladesman was currently fighting with someone. The expressions of Senior Ma and the others immediately turned grave. To think that someone else managed to enter this place before them. A miserable shriek rang out. The black flame demon that had retreated earlier got ruthlessly hacked back by a saber. The black flame demon landed before everyone again. A saber struck the chest of the black flame demon, nearly chopping it in half at the waist. Saber chi lingered. No matter how hard the black flame demon tried, the wound could not heal. The black flame demon roared furiously, but it could not get up. How strong? Who is it? Everyone looked up and saw a mysterious bladesman wearing tight clothes and a conical bamboo hat flying over in the air. The bamboo hat bladesman swept his gaze across Senior Ma's team before gently landing. After dealing the final blow to the black flame demon, he looked at Senior Ma and the others and said, I'll take this blaze crystal. You don't have any objections, right? This bladesman's voice was specially altered, but everyone could still tell that the owner of the voice was very young. This was a young Star Venerate level bladesman. How could Senior Ma and the others dare to say anything? Although the three injured this black flame demon and weakened it, this bamboo hat bladesman was still able to kill it alone. To be able to kill so tyrannically with the strength of a single person was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. With such strength, who would dare to offend him? Chapter 1736. As Senior Ma and the others watched the bamboo hat bladesman take away the precious black flame crystal, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Might I ask for your great name and which sect of the central great realm you come from? Senior Ma and Lung Feng exchanged glances. Then, they stepped forward, wanting to strike up a conversation. If necessary, it would be for the best if they could form an alliance. Even if the alliance failed, they could at least maintain a friendship and avoid conflict in the future. The bamboo hat bladesman mocked indifferently. The central great realm? I have not been there yet. I am just a loose cultivator. Just call me Ananda. As the bamboo hat bladesman spoke, he swept his gaze over Senior Ma's team again. He now had a clearer understanding of the strength of this team. When the bamboo hat bladesman's gaze landed on Xiao Chun, a strange expression flashed in his eyes, which were hidden under the bamboo hat. However, it passed in an instant. Others would not notice anything at all. A loose cultivator? Lung Feng and Xiahou Feng were both shocked. Since when did loose cultivators have such heaven-defying characters? However, given how vast the world was, it was hard to avoid some people getting lucky. Lung Feng continued and invited, "Brother Ananda, you are alone. How about you join our team?" The bamboo hat bladesman smiled faintly and said, "There's no need." After leaving behind these two simple words, the bamboo hat bladesman drifted away. The bamboo hat bladesman did not intend to form an alliance with Senior Ma and the others. Or rather, he did not care about them at all. After that bamboo hat bladesman went far away, all sorts of discussions rang out. What a young Star Venerate! His saber techniques are really startling. Indeed, that black flame demon was chopped in half by one saber strike. The saber chi lingered around. Although he did not comprehend the complete saber Dao, he is not far from it. I wonder where this expert came from. Xiao Chun remained silent as he looked in the direction that bamboo hat bladesman left, entering deep thought. The bamboo hat bladesman's entire body was covered up. No one could see anything wrong with him. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun found this person somewhat familiar. He must have seen this person before. However, in Xiao Chun's memory, he did not recall any bladesman with such strength. Senior brother Yi Zifeng definitely has one. However, senior brother Yi Zifeng is much more brilliant than that. He is a holy venerate. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Xiao Chun also began to doubt his own intuition because his memory had always been very good. There was no mistake. If he couldn't recall it, then it could only be that his intuition was wrong. After a long time, Old Ma said, "Everyone, be careful. It looks like we are not the only ones who have discovered this dragon city. Who knows, there might be other people. If we run into a disciple from a 5th grade sect." When Senior Ma and the others saw the bamboo hat bladesman, their hearts sank. This place no longer belonged to them alone. With the appearance of the bamboo hat bladesman, there would definitely be others. Xiao Chen's hopes of monopolizing the fortuitous encounters of the Dragon City would be dashed. If he was unlucky and encountered a disciple of a 5th grade sect, he would definitely be killed. Not only would they not be able to obtain the fortuitous encounter, but they would also have no choice but to flee in all directions and leave their fates to fate. Continuing forward, Senior Ma's team annihilated another flame demon team. They explored the courtyards and ancient buildings, obtaining many benefits. Some were weapons from the ancient times, some were cultivation resources left behind from the ancient times, and so on. To be able to go through such a long period of time, wash away all of his glory, and reveal his sharpness once more. Needless to say, it was definitely something good. Half a day later. Rumble. A series of loud sounds came from ahead, along with dense flames and the shouts of cultivators. There really is someone. There are quite a lot of people. Elder Ma's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chun did not fear meeting a lone expert like the bamboo hat bladesman. He feared meeting a team like theirs. Let's go and take a look. No matter what, it was necessary to understand the other party's background. Even before Zhang Xian got close, he could already feel surging heat waves surging toward him. Ahead, a team with about the same number of people as Senior Ma's team was fighting with a team of flame demons. The flame demons here were even stronger, all of them major primal core cultivators. There were even black flame demons that reached the star venerate level, looking incredibly terrifying. Although the opponent's team had great teamwork. However, the attacks of the star venerate level black flame demon severely tore apart their formation. Several people died on the spot. Fresh blood seeped out and formed a river. It was a tragic sight. It's Elder Lu's team, Lung Feng said when he clearly saw the person leading the team. Senior Ma and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a rank 5 sect disciple. Like Senior Ma's team, Senior Lu's team was famous in Dragon Flame City's northern district. However, it was weaker. While the relationship between the two teams was not very good, it was not bad either. So Senior Ma is here. We are all fellow cultivators of Dragon Flame City. Please help us out. Senior Lu's team was clearly at a disadvantage, suffering unspeakably. Senior Ma said, "Let's go over and help." Right now, the Dragon City's environment was becoming increasingly complicated. Senior Ma did not think too much before making up his mind. Being able to get a helper would definitely be beneficial for the rest of the journey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Senior Ma's command, the people of Senior Ma's team immediately flew over to fight the flame demons. Instantly, the pressure on Senior Lu's team decreased significantly. Xiao Chun held the tyrant saber and moved about fearlessly. His army-breaking saber technique became increasingly familiar with it. He slowly showed signs of reaching peak consummation. When he executed it, he moved about fearlessly, appearing extremely tyrannical. The formless might of a tyrant shocked the surroundings, inspiring fear in everyone. What a handsome saber technique! One man and one saber amid a vast army, moving about fearlessly. Wherever the saber points, it breaks everything. How tyrannical! Several people on both sides marveled at Xiao Chen's saber technique when they saw it. Xiao Chen's movement technique was excellent. The fish dragon art allowed him to move about freely in this chaotic battle. Although Xiao Chun killed the enemy ferociously, he did not put himself in danger. However, the truly strong enemy, the Star Venerate level Black Flame Demon, was still dealt with by Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, and the others working together. After a while, both sides worked together and finally chased away this group of flame demons. The Star Venerate level flame demon found it hard to fight against so many. It was significantly injured, turned into a clump of flames, and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chun glanced indifferently at the black flame demon, paying attention to the ground where it fled. That Senior Lu came over and expressed his gratitude to Senior Ma. Then, he generously offered to give all the flame crystals in the flame demon's corpse to Senior Ma's team. Senior Ma smiled casually, not being polite. Following that, the upper echelons of both sides started to discuss the alliance. Xiao Chun lost interest. He looked at the ground and entered deep thought. The ground, which had been covered in blood earlier, no longer had many bloodstains left. He found this very strange. Xiao Chun lowered his head and looked at the ground, entering deep thought. Senior Lu, how long has it been since you entered this dragon city? About a day, I guess. This dragon city is very strange. However, everyone feels that there are benefits to be gained, so we persevered. We want to charge into the Flame Demon headquarters and see what the situation is like. The two teams entered at about the same time. Soon, the two teams formed the mysterious phenomenon of an alliance and prepared to attack the Flame Demon headquarters together. Xiao Chun, who was squatting on the ground, thought of something when he heard the conversation between Senior Ma and Senior Lu. Something is strange. I have to make some plans in advance. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he silently vanished from where he was. Then, he chased after the Star Venerate level flame demon that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to injure. After a while, Xiao Chun stopped on a wall and calmly stared at the ground below. Hu Qi. Suddenly, a clump of fire appeared on the ground. That injured Star Venerate level flame demon coughed a few times, appearing very weak. Resolving the mundane, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to use his strongest killing move, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Since ancient times, the sages and sages were all passers-by. Thousands of years of worldly affairs were all for naught. Let go of the mundane world's worries. See the Buddha in one day and obtain eternity. Xiao Chen's heart was like dead water. At this moment, he had separated himself from the secular world. His 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he swung his saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead, and a Buddhist light shone. However, it was emotionless, an eternal, inextinguishable saber light. Once one's mortal heart was settled, it would be eternal. The heavily injured flame devil only had time to raise its head and reveal a hint of shock before it was struck by that terrifying saber. He was cleaved into 2 halves and died on the spot. Clang! His body was illuminated by the Buddhist light, and only a strange black flame crystal fell to the ground. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and grabbed it. After killing the enemy with 1 slash, Xiao Chun did not stop moving and took out his carving knife. Then, he quickly started carving on the black flame crystal. His expression was focused, and his heart was as calm as still water. After a while, Xiao Chun perfectly carved the black flame crystal into the shape of a black flame devil. Then, Xiao Chun spat out a mouthful of essence blood for the black flame crystal to absorb. Then, he crushed the many red flame crystals in his hand. Xiao Chun continuously refined them, extracting their essence and infusing them into the black flame crystal sculpture. It was like he was infusing blood into it, making it livelier. All of this happened last night. Xiao Chun put away the exquisite sculpture in his hand and returned, rejoining the team. The 2 teams were currently regrouping. Several cultivators were searching the courtyards in the Dragon City. Xiao Chen's movements did not cause any commotion. Who could have imagined that he would kill a Star Venerate level flame devil with 1 saber strike? Chapter 1737. Brother Xiao, where did you go earlier? Meng Zhuang, who was on friendly terms with Xiao Chun, asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chun replied calmly, "What's wrong? I just discovered an injured flame demon and chased after it to finish it off." Understanding dawned on Meng Zhuang. No wonder I could not find you. Senior Ma and Senior Lu agreed to form an alliance. We will share all the resources and treasures in the surrounding area. Whoever finds them first will get to keep them. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Isn't that just nice? There are rules and regulations." Meng Zhuang smiled helplessly and said, "It would be great if that was really the case. Even people on a team would get into conflicts, what more 2 teams? At that time, when there is a conflict, the only reliable thing is not the rules but one's own strength." So, Xiao Chun roughly understood why Meng Zhuang sought him out. Meng Zhuang smiled and said, "I found a few people to explore together. Do you want to join us?" Xiao Chun rejected politely, "Thank you. However, I'm used to being alone." "In that case, I won't disturb you anymore." In reality, Xiao Chun had gained a lot from his earlier search. Xiao Chun possessed the Blue Dragon bloodline. In this underground dragon city, he was more sensitive to auras than the other cultivators. It was like returning to his own home. He could always be 1 step ahead of others and arrive at the location of the treasures. It was easy to expose some of one's secrets when traveling with others. Some things were also troublesome to explain. Xiao Chun could only reject Meng Zhuang's kind intentions. After searching for a quiet place, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and let his aura spread out in all directions. His aura seemed to merge with the aura spreading out in the ancient dragon city. His probing in all directions was much more precise and meticulous than the others, including Senior Ma. Soon, Xiao Chun found a rough location. Then, he opened his eyes and pushed off with his feet. His figure drifted up. Soon, a courtyard appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The courtyard was grand and imposing. It should have been the residence of a large clan of the dragon race during the ancient era. After entering, Xiao Chun followed the guidance of an aura and arrived at the back of the courtyard, where a pavilion stood. Treasure Tower? Looking at the few incomplete words on the broken signboard, Xiao Chun revealed a look of joy. The blue dragon bloodline must have been divided into several large families during its most glorious period. Perhaps this house belonged to one of the great clans. The treasure tower was the foundation of a clan. When the doors were pushed open, all sorts of treasures, flowers, and plants gave off multicolored lights. Surging and pure spiritual energy spread out together with the strong dragon might of the dragon race treasures, instantly attracting the attention of many nearby people. Oh no, too much time had passed, and the formation that could protect the pavilion from leaking aura had already lost its effectiveness. However, Xiao Chun could not care so much. He looked around, searching for the most useful treasures. Dragon Blood Dan. Xiao Chun soon discovered that the words Dragon Blood Pill were written under a jade bottle. Breaking the seal, Zhang Xian picked up the jade slip and took a look. There were 4 blood-red pills inside, and they emanated a medicinal fragrance. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Xiao Chun immediately felt the blood in his body surge as energy surged out from his bloodline and spread throughout his body. So, it's a pill that can awaken the power of one's bloodline. Good stuff. Xiao Chun quickly accepted it and continued to observe as fast as he could. Dragon Taming Wood, Ice Crystal Jade, Golden Ink Stone. This is the Dragon Bone Wine. The sharp-eyed Xiao Chun discovered a bottle of wine, and his eyes lit up. Although he did not know what it was, as a wine lover, he quickly went over and broke the seal on the Dragon Bone Wine. If not for the restrictions on everything in this place, Xiao Chun would not have bothered with so many things. He simply swept through the items and took them away. There was no time to think too much. After taking away the treasures that were useful to him, Xiao Chun continued to break the seal, taking away the more valuable treasures. His movements were swift and orderly, showing no signs of panic. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in a flash. They were the first batch of cultivators who had sensed the aura of the treasures. However, at this moment, the treasures that were useful to them or the more valuable natural treasures had already been taken away by Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had already taken all of them. Although the remaining ones were still very valuable, they could not compare to the one in Xiao Chen's hand. How can it be like this? The aura of the treasures has decreased by more than half. The good things are all gone. Compared to the surging and pure spiritual energy that the 3 sensed at the start, the aura of the treasures was far from it. The 3 could not help but look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glanced at the 3. They were not from his team, so he walked over expressionlessly. You, stop right there. The person in the middle shouted coldly as he held a sword in his hand, wearing blue robes. Xiao Chun ignored him and continued forward. The blue-clad man immediately showed rage on his face. He thrust his sword at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant's saber. Before the blue-clad man could fully unleash his sword light, Xiao Chun knocked him back with his saber. Brother Jiang. The blue-clad man's companions were greatly startled. They quickly retreated to help the blue-clad man up and check on his injuries. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, Senior Lu and Senior Ma led the elites of their teams over. They had also sensed the surging and pure spiritual energy. However, they were rather far away, so they arrived slightly later. What's going on? Senior Lu quickly asked when he saw someone on his team injured. Senior Lu. He used the Dao tool in his hand to forcefully chase us away from the treasure pavilion and take away the valuable treasures inside. The 3 of us clearly came here first. The blue-clad man looked at Xiao Chan and made a false accusation, placing all the blame on him. He even sneak-attacked Brother Jiang, completely ignoring the team's morality. In any case, no one saw it. The more the 2 spoke, the more outrageous they became. They described Xiao Chun as a shameless person who did not hesitate to sneak-attack others in order to obtain the valuable treasures. Senior Ma frowned slightly. Xiao Chun, what's going on? Xiao Chun replied indifferently, I discovered this place first. Senior Ma sent a voice projection. Xiao Chun, who discovered it, is not the key. The key is whether it is true that you obtained the valuable treasures. Xiao Chun felt slightly stunned. However, he quickly understood what Senior Ma meant. Senior Ma wanted a share of the loot and some benefits. Old fogey. Xiao Chun replied coldly, if Senior Ma thinks it is true, then it is true. Senior Ma, there needs to be an explanation for this matter. Senior Lu showed a sullen expression as he led his team over to Xiao Chen's group. Senior Ma felt upset. He had given Xiao Chen a hint, but Xiao Chun did not seem to care. At this moment, Senior Lu stepped forward to question Xiao Chun. Senior Ma retorted indifferently, what explanation do you want? You forgot who saved you so quickly? Furthermore, there is no proof. If I did what Xiao Chun said, why would I ask you for an explanation? While Senior Ma was unhappy, for the sake of maintaining the harmony of the team, he had to stand up for Xiao Chun at this moment. His words immediately caused the atmosphere to become a little tense. Senior Lu knew that his words had no basis and that he could not stand on his own 2 feet. Furthermore, the other party had saved him earlier. For a moment, he was in a dilemma, not knowing how to resolve the situation. Lung Feng tried to mediate. Since we have come to an agreement, why don't we each take a step back? We don't want the remaining treasures in the treasure pavilion. With a way out, Elder Lu nodded and said, that's fine too. After Elder Lu and the others entered the treasure pavilion, Elder Ma, Lung Feng, and the others all focused their gazes on Xiao Chun. The meaning was self-evident. We helped you solve your problem, so you should take out some treasures to thank us. Xiao Chun pretended not to know, nodded casually, and left. This guy really doesn't know how to be tactful. One of them looked at Xiao Chen's back and said coldly. Lung Feng shook his head and said, forget it. According to the rules, he indeed has no obligation to hand over the treasure. Senior Ma snorted coldly. Then, he flung his sleeves and left with a sullen expression. How could Xiao Chun not know what these people were thinking? Not to mention the limited number of treasures he could obtain. If he gave each of them a treasure, his pockets would be empty. Even if Xiao Chun really swept through the entire treasure pavilion, he would not take out a single cent to give to these people. Firstly, Xiao Chun did not need the help of Senior Ma and the others to deal with the problem. Secondly, Senior Ma's attitude was simply displeasing. Back then, Senior Ma scammed Xiao Chun of 1 million medial-grade spirit jades for the pureblood dragon bones. Xiao Chun had long seen through Senior Ma's character. However, he could not do it twice. How could Xiao Chun let Senior Ma scam him again? Chapter 1738. For now, Xiao Chun did not take inventory of his gains. After the decibels of Senior Ma and the others, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, letting his aura merge with the aura of the Dragon City once more. Xiao Chen's perception was like a spiderweb, quickly spreading out into the Dragon City. The limit kept expanding, even wider than when he used his spiritual sense outside. However, Xiao Chun could not see as clearly as with his spiritual sense. He could not see the scene in real time, only vaguely sensing some unique auras. That's it. Soon, Xiao Chun sensed an unusual aura. He did not know if it was a natural treasure or a dragon race treasure. Xiao Chun opened his eyes in anticipation, and his figure flashed over. Sounds of fighting? Just as Xiao Chun approached, he heard the sounds of fighting and could not help frowning. Since someone had beaten him to it, he could not help but speed up and rush over. Xiao Chun happened to see a shocking scene. In front of a cellar, someone knocked Meng Zhuang and the other elite cultivators of Senior Ma's team into the air with one saber strike. They fell to the ground in pain and screamed miserably. What happened? Xiao Chun asked after he landed and helped Meng Zhuang and the others to their feet. After all, Meng Zhuang was someone he was familiar with. Xiao Chun could not possibly feign ignorance after seeing him. There was a horrifying wound on Meng Zhuang's chest. Blood spurted out of the wound uncontrollably. Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered a strong saber intent containing the will of soul in the wound. Brother Xiao, we clearly discovered the corpse of an ancient mutated beast. However, he snatched it away and even injured us. Meng Zhuang's eyes flashed with horror as he pointed at the person in front while clutching his wound. Xiaochen glanced around. The person in front was the bamboo hat bladesman who called himself Ananda. This bladesman wore a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. He wore tight clothes and long robes, making it impossible to make out his figure. There is no need to be so heavy-handed when you make a move, right? Xiaochen asked softly. He is just asking for it. You can't blame others. The conical bamboo hat bladesman's voice, which had clearly been altered, rang out. He looked deeply at Xiaochen through the conical bamboo hat before drifting away. Xiaochen did not give chase. There was no need to fight to the death with this bamboo hat bladesman. After all, the opponent's strength was there for all to see. Let me send you back, Xiaochen said as he turned around. Naturally, Meng Zhuang and the others had no complaints. After seeing the strength of this bamboo hat bladesman, they would not blame Xiaochen for not making a move. It was already good enough that he could waste his time and send them back. Returning to the team's gathering point, there were quite a number of injured people. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that the bamboo hat bladesman had injured them. However, although he was ruthless, he did not kill them. After Senior Ma asked everyone cautiously, he said, "This Ananda seems to know his limits. After you see him, do not make a move on him." Those who were injured couldn't stand the fact that their treasures had been stolen, so they attacked out of anger. There was no case of the bamboo hat bladesman taking the initiative to attack. The two teams did not dare to declare war on Ananda, so they could only reduce the problem to a small one. After resting for 2 hours, the two teams worked together and headed for the Flame Demon Tribe's headquarters at the same time. In the following 8 hours, the two teams worked together to kill the many Flame Demon teams. The two teams arrived at a vast dragon race plaza in the vast ancient dragon city. The dragon race plaza was at least 50 kilometers wide. There was an incredibly mysterious formation in the middle. A 300-meter-long pillar was stuck in the center of the formation. The pillar soared into the sky, exuding a strong might and pressure. It was ancient and experienced the baptism of time, accumulating an incredibly heavy might and pressure. A clump of ethereal black flame hovered above the pillar, looking exceptionally strange. Blue Dragon Totem. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He immediately recognized that 300-meter-long pillar as the Blue Dragon Totem. Foe God Flame. Unlike Xiaochen, Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, and the others immediately stared at the flame drifting above the pillar. That black flame seemed to be something between solid and incorporeal. It was like it had a magical power, attracting everyone's attention. The surroundings fell silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Several people walked towards the Blue Dragon Totem in a daze. Hallucinations appeared in their eyes. The various desires that they normally hid in the depths of their hearts appeared in their eyes. Their thoughts ranged from success and fame, to obtaining a powerful cultivation technique, to being conferred a noble title or king. These people showed strange smiles as they walked forward step by step. "Stop!" Senior Ma, who struggled out of the illusion, shouted, his expression changing slightly. It was like a sudden clap of thunder resounding in the surroundings. Immediately, many people felt their souls suffer a heavy blow, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. These people suddenly startled awake. When they saw their own actions, they were startled and quickly moved back. However, there were still a few people who were not strong enough. Their desires were too deep, and they could not struggle free. The moment he stepped onto the mysterious formation, his 3 souls and 7 physical souls were extracted from his body. It floated towards the black flames and was burned to ashes. His body was sucked dry by the formation, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing. As their souls were extracted and their bodies absorbed by the array formation, the black flames on the Blue Dragon Totem seemed to become even more lustrous. The corpses and souls of these people were treated as delicacies, and he swallowed them whole. So, the group of people immediately felt a deep lingering fear and hurriedly sped up, retreating all the way. Only after he left the square did he feel slightly at ease. How could this be? Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and the others turned pale with fright. Their expressions turned grave, but their gazes did not leave the black flames. Xiaoqun found this strange as well. He had not expected to run into the legendary foe god flame here. After the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. After the Divine Vein realm was the Void God realm. The physical body of a foe god had already become a physical body. All they lacked was an immortal soul to become a true god. Their lifespan was practically limitless. Their strength had already reached an incredible, heaven-defying level. Words alone could no longer describe the horror of a foe god. Just the Divine Vein realm was already out of reach for the people here. They needed to raise their heads and look up. Foe gods were even more so. The so-called foe god flame was a special existence. If one wanted to advance from the Divine Vein realm to the foe god realm, one had to light a divine flame in their body. This flame was the foe god flame. These people did not know how to light a divine flame. However, the importance of the foe god flame was like that of a nascent soul to a true cultivator. If the nascent soul was extinguished, the true cultivator would die for sure. If the divine flame was extinguished, the so-called undying foe gods would disappear from this world. I really did not expect there to be a yang flame where the flame demon tribes gathered. Who could have expected it to be the legendary foe god flame? This is incredible. However, this foe god flame is almost extinguished, can't even send out its divine might. There is something wrong with this foe god flame. It seems to have a demonic nature. I suspect that those flame devil tribes are actually all under its control. Senior Ma and the others discussed cautiously. As they looked at the foe god flame, greed flashed in their eyes. Everyone wanted to obtain the foe god flame. However, they did not dare to act rashly, afraid of losing their lives. Xiaoqun squatted down and reached out to touch the floor of the plaza. His expression turned grave. Indeed, as Xiaoqun expected, there was something wrong with this place. There was an even larger formation under the plaza. The blood of the people who died in the city earlier eventually flowed to the mysterious formation in the center of the plaza. Xiaoqun stood up and asked Senior Lu, "How did you discover the underground dragon city?" Senior Lu did not like Xiaoqun. He retorted coldly, "What does it have to do with you? The upper echelons are discussing. It is not your place to interrupt." Xiaoqun smiled faintly. "Even if you don't tell me, I know. Did you discover azure-colored dragon chi on the surface? Did you send people to search and find the entrance?" Senior Lu's expression changed slightly, clearly finding this strange. Xiaoqun was clearly asking how Xiaoqun knew. "Xiaoqun, Senior Lu and I still have important matters to discuss. Rest at the side first and await further instructions." Senior Ma frowned slightly. He was not willing to see Xiaoqun, so he waved his hand and sent Xiaoqun away. Xiaoqun did not say anything. He smiled coldly in his heart and moved to the side. "How dare you barge into the Holy Land? All of you deserve death." Just at this moment, a majestic figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the plaza. This figure had pitch-black skin and wore ancient black armor with dragon motifs. He held a spear in his hand and radiated a terrifying dragon might. The spear swept through the air, and the entire plaza suddenly lit up with a loud boom. Clumps of flames soared up from the countless stone pillars in the Dragon Race Plaza spanning 50 kilometers. Each clump of flame was a red flame demon. This seemingly empty plaza was, in fact, the lair of the flame demon tribes. The expressions of Senior Ma and the others immediately changed. The number of flame demons exceeded their expectations. Chapter 1739. Countless red flame demons landed on the ground and surrounded the mysterious formation, forming an impenetrable defense. With a rough estimate, there were more than 1,000 of them. With Senior Ma and Senior Lu's teams combined, there were only slightly more than 100 people under them. There was also that mysterious black-armored cultivator. His eyes shone with a frightening black flame. He was tall and stout, at least 3 meters tall. As he stood in the center, he held a spear in his hand, exuding a tyrannical air that overlooked everything. "That is a middle-stage star venerate," Senior Ma's face sank slightly as he looked at that black-armored cultivator. His voice trembled somewhat. An early-stage star venerate and a middle-stage star venerate were two completely different levels, a world of difference. Senior Ma was well aware of this difference. He had been stuck at early-stage star venerate for more than 100 years already, unable to cross this hurdle. Aside from that, there were 10-odd elites among the 1,000-odd red flame demons. The auras they gave off rivaled those of star venerates, not weaker at all. As Xiao Chun looked at that black-armored cultivator, he felt startled. The other party actually had dragon might. That was bona fide dragon might, not the dragon might brought out by some cultivation technique, martial technique, or profound tool. Instead, it was a genuine dragon might that came from his bloodline. Is he a member of the dragon race? However, that does not feel like it. That dragon might also contained many evil auras that were not pure at all. It was extremely strange. This place is becoming increasingly strange. Xiao Chun somewhat wanted to linger here. However, the blue dragon totem in the middle of the formation was hard to ignore. Xiao Chun was already certain that this place had something to do with the blue dragon bloodline. As the last person of the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chun could not leave here, no matter what. There should be other factions involved. Senior Lu's and Senior Ma's teams discovered the underground dragon city because of the dragon chi. This was definitely not a coincidence. This faux god flame tainted with a demonic nature purposely leaked the dragon chi. Otherwise, why had no one discovered this dragon city in the past tens of thousands of years? Why did it get discovered so easily? There had to be other factions that discovered the dragon chi by chance. Then, they thought that they got lucky and got lured into the dragon city. As Xiao Chun guessed, the sound of intense fighting suddenly came from the other side of the plaza. Kill! A thunderous roar resounded. The lineup of that group was even stronger than Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams combined. He entered the dragon city from another direction, then killed his way over and entered the Dragon Clan Plaza. Upon seeing the nearly extinguished faux god flame, Xiao Chun immediately charged over without hesitation. Help is coming! Senior Ma and Senior Lu exchanged looks with one another, joy on their faces. At this time, the helper that came to kill was really a great help. When the strange black-armored cultivator saw the forces charging at him, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Dragon God's Light! Xiao Chun swung his spear, and a dragon image came out of the black faux god flame. After the dragon shadow circled once, it turned into a ray of light and shot out. When the red flame devils below were hit by this wave of light, they instantly turned into black flame devils, and their strength doubled. Damn it, what's going on? The group, which was originally full of vigor and murderous intent, was immediately thrown into chaos. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out. Pear Blossom Storm. The young disciple leading the group swung his sword, and the cold energy at the tip of his sword became extremely concentrated. The cold energy turned into thin ice needles that filled the sky, looking like a torrential rain. The ice needles shot out in rings, looking like a blooming pear blossom. The thin ice needles pierced several flame devils, and their movements immediately turned chaotic. Cold chi spread out, and a thin layer of ice covered their surfaces. Retreat! The young swordsman shouted coldly the moment he executed his killing move. That group of people quickly took the opportunity to retreat. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, the frozen flame devils recovered. The few cultivators who could not retreat in time died miserably on the spot. This powerful team had lost more than a dozen martial artists in a single exchange. The young swordsman's expression turned scarily sullen. Clearly, he could not accept such a loss. After the group retreated from the plaza, the black-armored cultivator controlled the flame devils to retreat as well, not giving chase. It's the disciples of the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. Senior Ma and Senior Lu recognized this group of people at the same time, and their expressions changed slightly. The other side is a fellow cultivator from Dragon Flame City. I am the Snow Sword Palace's true inheritor, Huangpu Qi. I brought my junior brothers here on experiential training. Can we work together and break this place? Just as Senior Ma and Senior Lu hesitated, the young swordsman's voice rang out. If you want to work together, count me in, the bamboo hat bladesman said coldly as he flew out from a corner of the plaza. He seemed to have arrived long ago. All right, count you in. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu-Chi could tell with one glance that this bamboo hat bladesman's strength could not be underestimated. So he immediately agreed. Senior Ma and Senior Lu immediately felt a mountain-like pressure. At this moment, they had no choice but to agree. If they did not agree, when these two sides worked together to break this flame demon formation, they would not be able to say anything. The various factions immediately reached a simple consensus. They agreed to work together to deal with this group of flame devils. Then, they would discuss how to split the Faux God Flame and the Blue Dragon Totem. After resting for a while, the various factions charged in together. With 3 factions working together with the mysterious bamboo hat bladesman, their strength naturally could not be underestimated. The members of Senior Lu's and Senior Ma's teams were the outstanding talents of the nearby dozens of clusters. At the very least, they were on the same level as Shangguan Lei. As for the Snow Sword Palace, their strength went without saying. They were disciples of a rank 5 sect. Every grade in a sect was like a layer of heaven, like the difference between clouds and mud. An intense battle could break out at any moment. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu-Chi fixed his gaze on the tall, mysterious, and unfathomable black-armored cultivator. Then he thrust his sword over. The bamboo hat bladesman, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu, the strongest 4, worked together to fight the flame demon. The other cultivators worked together to fight the flame demon. The eyes of the cultivators who entered the plaza turned scarlet, all of them burning with true rage. Some of them even went berserk. The black flame on the totem seemed both solid and illusory, flickering with a strange light. It was like a cold eyeball coldly watching the battle below. Xiao Chun did his best to maintain a calm state of mind aside from protecting himself. The situation turned increasingly strange and chaotic, leaving him somewhat helpless and at a loss as to what to do. As the battle continued, there were casualties and blood flowed everywhere. No one noticed that the formation in the center of the plaza absorbed all the blood that fell to the ground. However, the people in the intense battle could not care about this. The Faux God Flame bewitched them, triggering the desire and murderous intent in their hearts. As the cultivators with great desolate Aeon bloodlines activated their bloodlines, the atmosphere of the intense battle slowly reached a climax. Why did the human cultivators still have such confidence despite being outnumbered? The main reason was that most of the cultivators here had great desolate Aeon bloodlines. After activating their bloodlines, their strength multiplied. Kill! 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 After fighting for half a day, the number of flame demons dropped from the original 1,000 to 300. Then, the human cultivators fell into a complete disadvantage. The human cultivators fought with all their might, becoming more valiant as they fought. They no longer held back their various killing moves. Shock waves surged in the plaza, resounding endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning roared ferociously. The 1,000-odd flame demons finally died out. The Dragon Race Plaza was littered with rare black flame crystals. However, no one bothered to pick them up. At the same time, the black-armored cultivator held up his spear and entered the formation, his body riddled with wounds. Huangpu-Chi, the bamboo hat bladesman, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu were in poor states as well, all of them significantly injured. After paying a heavy price, the human cultivators finally managed to force the flame demons into the formation. With the 3 clans working together, the human cultivators finally gained the upper hand. Humph! If you are smart, scram quickly. Otherwise, I will take your life the next time. The Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu-Chi stood outside the formation, coldly eyeing the black-armored cultivator and the final 100 flame demons. The black-armored cultivator laughed. Ha ha ha! The dragon god is about to appear. I will let you all suffer the rage of the dragon god first, the rage of the dragon god. Whoosh! The strange faux god flame above the blue dragon totem flickered ferociously, and a divine might burst out. Rumble! Everyone present, including Xiao Chun, was caught off guard. suffering a heavy blow to their chests. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. This was a complete suppression of strength. No one could block it or break it, only passively accepting it. Chapter 1740. Huang Puqi and the others got knocked into the air again. This time, they were even more severely injured than the first time. Dragon God's Rage. Seeing the black-armored cultivator flee, the others' expressions immediately changed. This black-armored cultivator could control the foe god flame. He definitely had a big secret on him. Kill! These people were all Star Venerate level experts, especially Huang Puqi, a true inheritor of a rank 5 sect. Everyone could guess that this item had a strong connection to the foe god flame. A miserable shriek rang out. This saber strike struck the black-armored cultivator first. More importantly, that foe god flame gave off a divine might. Senior Ma and the others were not willing to fall behind. Fearing that the black-armored cultivator would snatch away the foe god flame after he died, they all followed. When the middle stage Star Venerate black-armored cultivator worked together, he was not a match for them. After all, he was not like the sect disciples who knew so many martial techniques, grasped Dao tools, and had all sorts of trump cards. Xiao Chun, hand it to me. That saber strike layered hell in the mortal world, showing a tyrannical attitude of controlling hell and life and death. Rumble! The injured people closed their eyes and treated their injuries. No one cared about Xiao Chun, who was moving stealthily. Their bodies stiffened, and their movements slowed. They showed pained expressions, and frost covered their lips. Boom! The foe god flame's divine might reappeared. Ice Sealing Chop. After a moment of shock, Senior Ma revealed joy on his face. It was someone from his team. After harvesting 1,000 black blaze crystals, Xiao Chun revealed a smile. He looked around before arriving at a shadowy place in a flash. This old man still had a killing move that I had not used earlier. When my veritable essence energy recovers, I will make my move. After activating the foe god flame, Rang, who was in the formation, vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His aura weakened continuously. What should I do? This black-armored cultivator can actually communicate with the power of the foe god flame. It will be somewhat problematic to kill him like this. 8 strands of sword chi connected from head to tail formed a horrifying ice sword chi seal, pressing towards the black-armored cultivator. The bamboo hat bladesman released a dark light from his body. Then he gently swung his saber. Under the awe of the divine might, only a few people were able to remain standing after being sent flying. An incomparably terrifying killing intent radiated from his body. It was an extremely cold and emotionless killing intent. Before the black-armored cultivator, who had fled far away, could continue fleeing, his head suddenly flew off. Kill! I don't believe that there are no side effects when he controls the foe god flame. The 3 factions gathered the people who could still fight and discussed how to kill the black-armored cultivator. Prepare to attack. There was also the hidden bamboo hat bladesman, who no one could figure out. He was equally terrifying. Huang Puqi and the others gathered together. Their expressions were grave as they discussed in low voices. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the item. Dragon scale? This time, everyone was determined to kill the black-armored martial artist. His accumulations and strength were much deeper than Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's. The black-armored cultivator seemed to have gone crazy. After he got up, he suddenly fled, shouting non-stop. Cracks appeared on the black-armored cultivator's tough skin. Black blood leaked out as he shrieked miserably. Huang Puqi was somewhat distracted as he watched. He did not dare to imagine that the bamboo hat bladesman could send out such a saber strike. This move of Huang Puqi forcefully brought out 30% of the Dao tool's might. Then, he used it together with his horrifying sword intent. He brought out a heaven-ranked divine skill that was second only to the primogenitor grade cultivation technique and its derivative cultivation techniques. He perfectly merged the ice great Dao with his sword intent. After that, they discussed how to split the foe god flame. This saber strike covered up all the ice covering the entire plaza. The entire Dragon Race Plaza shook even more intensely, and terrifying cracks appeared. Pu Ci. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun moved silently. He swept away all the black flame crystals that no one was paying attention to. It was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after Xiao Chun landed, he did not fall either. It's you. This attack contained a lot of dragon might. Its destructive power could not be as great as that of the others. Acting all mysterious. There are no longer any gods or demons in this world. Speak. Where exactly are you from? Everyone fell to the ground. No one was spared. Even the cultivators treating their injuries in the periphery of the plaza were affected. Naturally, those who could remain standing were all peak experts who were equal to Star Venerates or as strong as Star Venerates themselves. The Dragon God is about to appear. The Dragon God is about to appear. When Huangpu Qi swung his saber, it was like hell reappeared in the mortal world. The pitch-black saber light layered over the void. This saber strike was like the 18 layers of purgatory shooting out. The black-armored cultivator, who had just struggled free of the 8 strands of sword qi, could not resist in time. He got knocked back again, step by step. At the same time, Senior Ma, Senior Lu, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, and the Snow Sword Palace core disciples all unleashed their killing moves. Standing outside the blood formation, Huangpu Qi swung his sword in reverse and knocked the black-armored cultivator, who was at the end of his rope, into the blue dragon totem. Anyone who could obtain the foe god flame would naturally reach the heavens in one step. That was a great fortuitous encounter that could change anyone's fate. Just like that, Huangpu Qi silently collected thousands of precious black flame crystals. However, that black-armored cultivator was even more severely injured. Seeing Xiao Chun suddenly charge out and obtain the mysterious item, Huangpu Qi and the others rushed over in a fluster. They wanted to snatch that foe god flame at the last moment. The terror of this move was startling, inspiring fear in Senior Ma and Senior Lu. Severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, turning into an Azura, materializing hell in the mortal world. Azura hell. The black-armored cultivator took out a carving knife and focused, starting to carve seriously. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "Why should I hand it to you? Just because you cheated me of 1 million medial-grade spirit jades? Or to repay your earlier threat to take my treasures?" The black-armored cultivator staggered, and black blood spurted out of his body. Senior Ma, Senior Lu, the bamboo hat bladesman, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, Huangpu Qi, and a few elites of the rank 5 sect, the Snow Sword Palace, all fell apart. The armor on the black-armored cultivator's body shattered into pieces, completely destroyed. However, the black-armored cultivator could actually use the energy of the foe god flame. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. Before the 8 strands of sword qi connected from end to end landed, cold qi already invaded the black-armored cultivator's body. At this moment, everyone who could fight followed Huangpu Qi to surround and attack the black-armored cultivator. Indeed, he cannot keep using the energy of the foe god flame. If he does it again, he will definitely die. Seal. Half a day later, everyone returned to their peak states. Huangpu Qi recovered his wits and withdrew his sword. Then, the 8 strands of sword qi containing the ice great Tao ruthlessly pressed down. In that instant, the tyrannical Huangpu Qi snorted coldly and took the lead to charge over. Unexpectedly, the foe god flame is still so mighty even though it is nearly extinguished. After a while, a black object fell from the sky. Cassie. Huangpu Qi's expression turned solemn as his long hair fluttered. Suddenly, 8 strands of ice sword qi connected from end to end appeared behind him. The sword in Huangpu Qi's hand hummed in the air, and a hazy sword intent surged out in all directions. The icy sword qi continuously killed the black-armored cultivator, completely sealing him at the same time. The entire plaza shook intensely. Ice and snow fell, and a chill assaulted everyone. Then, the black-armored cultivator knelt on the ground and smiled coldly as he looked at the crowd. The dragon god is about to appear. All of you will suffer the rage of the dragon god. The black-armored cultivator's entire body turned into a burning black flame. However, No one expected the hidden bamboo hat bladesman to follow up with an even more terrifying saber move. No one could resist the temptation of the foe god flame. After him, he is going to flee. The bamboo hat formed a terrifying seal, trying to suppress the black-armored cultivator. It was a black dragon scale that looked incredibly heavy and gave off an ancient aura. When Huang Puqi saw this scene, he could not help rejoicing. At this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu also slowly got to their feet, a brilliant light shining in their eyes. The black-armored cultivator's expression remained normal, not even a drop of blood on his lips. He had already condensed all the dragon bones in his body. His defense already rivaled that of a star venerates, perhaps even stronger. The black-armored cultivator knocked into the air and fell to the ground, severely injured and unable to continue fighting. After a moment of silence, the bamboo hat bladesman said, "Even if we do it again, I will not hold back." Senior Ma felt stifled. He could not help trembling in anger. Then he pointed at Xiao Chun and said, "You have to hand it over whether you want to or not." The ice-attributed great Dao energy from the Dao tool in Xiao Chen's hand spread out in all directions. Then, it ferociously gathered on the sword. Xiao Chun could only close his eyes and rest, treating his injuries where he stood. The Snow Sword Palace's Huang Puqi stood up. The saber in his hand flickered with a crystalline cold light. What saber technique is this? It looks like it's about to be extinguished. I'm afraid it won't be extinguished within 100 years. Chapter 1741. Senior Ma felt flustered and exasperated. He could not help showing a ferocious side, threatening Xiao Chun. "Interesting. You are sneaking around here, waiting for us to fight this black-armored cultivator until we are half dead. But you hide here and take advantage of us. Do you think that you, an insignificant major primal core venerate, can take advantage of us?" Senior Lu chimed in from the side, showing a mocking expression as he looked at Xiao Chun. "Young man, don't use your cleverness on this. Any one of us can smack you to death with one slap. Be wise and quickly hand over that thing." Huang Puqi and the others showed calm expressions as they looked coldly at Xiao Chun. They did not care about Xiao Chun at all. He was just a major primal core venerate, and yet he wanted to take advantage of us. He should first look at his own capabilities first. Lung Feng frowned and said, "Brother Xiao, now is not the time for you to be willful. If you do not shout now, young Master Huang Puqi will get angry later. Senior Ma and I will not be able to protect you." As Xiao Chun looked at these people, he revealed a smile. "Who should I hand it to? What nonsense. Of course me." Senior Ma said bluntly without even thinking about it. Right after Senior Ma spoke, he felt that something was wrong. A few hostile gazes landed on Senior Ma. This was especially so for Huang Puqi. An indistinct killing chi flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down Senior Ma's spine. Senior Ma quickly changed the topic, saying, "Hand it to us for safekeeping. In any case, it cannot remain in your hands." "Who are you?" "I'm asking who to hand it to." As Xiao Chun looked at Senior Ma, the playful smile on his face did not diminish. Huang Puqi coughed discreetly, making his presence known. His junior brothers behind him immediately said, "Of course, hand it to our senior brother. Our senior brother is the Snow Sword Palace's true inheritor. He is the strongest and contributed the most. Who else is more suitable than him? Whoever dares to compete with our senior brother is opposing the Snow Sword Palace." The common enemy was dead, and internal strife arose. At this moment, human nature showed itself without a doubt. Upon hearing what the Snow Sword Palace disciples said, Lung Feng and the others showed uncomfortable expressions. "You speak as though we did not contribute at all," Xiao Feng said indifferently. "Strongest? Ha!" The bamboo hat bladesman laughed coldly, full of mockery. Xiao Chun looked on coldly, sneering in his heart. He had long known that this group of people would not be united. "Young Master Huang Pu, I think this guy is here to make fun of us and cause a fight between us. Why don't we just kill it and make a conclusion about the mysterious item?" Killing intent flashed in Old Ma's eyes as he suddenly spoke. The argument immediately stopped, and everyone's gaze returned to Xiao Chun. They suddenly realized that this guy was a little too calm. With just a few words, he managed to divert the conflict. His means were not ordinary. Xiao! All of a sudden, Old Ma's figure moved. His entire body was overflowing with killing intent as he directly attacked Xiao Chun. He soared into the air and struck out with his palm, causing a strong gust of wind to blow. The might of a star venerate ruthlessly surged towards Xiao Chun. When the palm strike landed, it was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Chun. Combined with the aura of a star venerate, this sudden attack looked boundlessly tyrannical. In everyone's eyes, it looked like Xiao Chun would be smashed into meat paste in the next moment, dying without a complete corpse. Xiao Chun smiled coldly, and his figure wavered. In the next moment, he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Buddhist major magic skill, Dermic World. This greatly startled Huang Puqi and the others. They retreated in a fluster. Old Ma was immediately stupefied. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his vision, and a wall appeared in front of him. When Old Ma looked up, before he could react to what was going on, Xiao Chun ruthlessly kicked him down. Rumble! Loud sounds rang out endlessly, and the entire plaza shook. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. This flabbergasted Huang Puqi and the others. They had not expected Xiao Chun to have such a killing move. By the time Xiao Chun recovered his original form, Old Ma was already lying half-dead on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. If not for Old Ma being a star venerate after Xiao Chun executed Dermic World, this kick would have taken his life. Old fogey, you are not stupid. However, you think too highly of yourself. Xiao Chun kicked again, mercilessly sending Old Ma flying. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Severely injured but not dead, Old Ma used all his might in the air and flipped around ferociously. Old Ma's entire body was covered in blood and wounds, looking very miserable. Old Ma's repulsive old face now looked even uglier. He looked at Xiao Chun crazily and said, "Die for this old man!" Boom! The will of soul from a star venerate shot out from Old Ma's forehead. Immediately, an invisible will merged with the world, carrying a supreme might as it surged towards Xiao Chun. Under the impact of this will of soul, the floor of the Dragon Race Plaza exploded and went flying back. Cassie! Cassie! The will of soul pressed towards Xiao Chun step by step. Xiao Chen's face sank. He did not dare to be careless. The will of soul of a star venerate entered the depths of the soul. The will of soul was the greatest reliance of a star venerate. Before advancing to star venerate, there was practically no means that could resist it. This had forced Xiao Chun into a sorry state many times in the past. Xiao Chun had long since comprehended the might of the will of soul. However, this time he did not believe it. Xiao Chun pushed back with his right foot and ferociously stabbed the tyrant saber's scabbard into the ground with one hand. Dang! The moment the scabbard stabbed into the ground, 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chun. One was the saber Great Dao, and the other was the tyrant saber's Thunder Dao. The saber Great Dao! Startled cries immediately rang out. No one expected Xiao Chun to have comprehended a complete Dao already. Furthermore, it was the saber Great Dao that many bladesmen dreamed of. A look of envy flashed in Huang Puqi's eyes. Huang Puqi relied on a Dao tool to comprehend his Ice Dao. Even now, he had not comprehended the Sword Dao. Now, in this insignificant place, he actually saw an unknown minor character comprehend the saber Great Dao, which was even harder to comprehend. This was simply incredible. As a true inheritor of a rank 5 sect, Huang Puqi had not even comprehended the Sword Dao. The 2 Dao might layered over each other and merged into one, clashing with that terrifying will of soul. The Dao might clashed with the will of soul, but it was still slightly weaker. However, that was a will of soul that no one under Star Venerate could block. In the end, Xiao Chun forcefully blocked it. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chun moved back step by step, continuously drawing a crack in the ground with the scabbard. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth, and the 206 dragon bones in his body crackled like a dragon roar. The blue dragon's dragon might surged out, supported by the 2 Dao might. The berserk dragon might felt humiliated, and it roared uncontrollably. Bang! The terrifying will of soul exploded and directly scattered. Senior Ma, who was in the air, vomited another mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? To think that someone under Star Venerate can block the will of soul. That is the will of a Star Venerate, compatible with the world and carrying the power of the universe. When Senior Ma landed, he had lost all combat prowess. He was at a loss, feeling horrified. Clap! Clap! Huang Puqi suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Not bad. You can defeat a Star Venerate with the strength of a major Primal Core Venerate. That is admirable. However, Xiao Chun, that is all you can do, right? Seeing Xiao Chen's strenuous appearance, Huang Puqi believed that Xiao Chun had already reached his limits. If that were all, then Xiao Chun would not pose any true threat to Huang Puqi. Hand over that dragon scale. Otherwise, you will definitely die today, Huang Puqi said sullenly, changing the topic. Huang Puqi had already lost his patience. His jealousy of Xiao Chun had already turned into murderous intent. If Xiao Chun dared to say no, Huang Puqi would immediately attack and kill Xiao Chun without hesitation. Who knew? Xiao Chun did not even look at Huang Puqi. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze and looked at the center of the formation, at the blue dragon totem and the foe god flame above. Holding the black dragon scale, Xiao Chun could clearly feel that the previous owner of the foe god flame was a senior of his blue dragon bloodline. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could feel that the remnant will in the flame was suffering the most intense pain in the world, suffering at every moment. The source of all sin was in the black dragon scale in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chun wanted to save the senior of the blue dragon bloodline, to stop it from suffering. You are seeking death. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not even look at him, Huang Puqi flew into a rage. He drew his sword, and ice and snow flew everywhere as a cold intent surged out. Scram! Rage flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Without even looking, he waved his hand and instantly completed the life bestowal spell. Whoosh! 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 More than 1,000 black flame demons appeared in that instant, appearing like phantoms as they blocked Huang Puqi's path. The flames burning on the flame demons and the evil aura spreading out told Huang Puqi that all this was not an illusion. More than 1,000 strong black flame demons that rivaled Star Venerates stood before Huang Puqi. Huang Puqi paled in fright. Before he completed his killing move, he withdrew his sword and retreated. Chapter 1742. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 black flame demons gave Huang Puqi a fright. No matter how strong he was, he did not dare to lose his temper when facing so many black flame demons. Most importantly, he could not make out the depths of these flame demons, so he did not dare to gamble. It was not just Huang Puqi. Senior Lu, Lung Feng, and the others were startled as well. They simply could not figure out why the black flame demons, which had clearly been killed, suddenly appeared. Furthermore, they were controlled by Xiao Chun. Puppet techniques? There were many knowledgeable people here who muttered to themselves. There were 3,000 great Daos and 800 heretical Daos. Puppet techniques were heretical Daos. They were extremely rare and hard to cultivate. However, once one succeeded in cultivating them, one would undoubtedly be a peak expert. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could fight against 10 or 100 alone. However, the problem was that no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chun did not look like someone who cultivated puppet techniques. There were very few sects in the world that understood puppet techniques. All of them were hidden sections. Since it was a heretical Daos, after one cultivated them, one would naturally reveal an aura different from that of a regular cultivator. It was very obvious. For example, that Bamboo Hat Bladesman gave off an evil aura. With one look, it was clear that he was not a righteous Dao cultivator. However, Xiao Chun was upright and upright. He had a withdrawn aura, a sharp light, and clear eyes. No one could tell that he was someone who cultivated unorthodox Daos at all. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen's move had indeed shocked them. This was especially so for Huang Puqi. He, who was originally very confident, now paled. His right hand, which held his sword, trembled slightly. The flame demon's killing intent locked onto him. Others could not feel the pressure that he faced. Xiao Chun, we can talk things over. There is no need for us to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight to the death. Huang Puqi finally showed weakness as he looked at Xiao Chun and said to the 1,000-odd flame demons pressing in. Did you not hear what I said? Xiao Chun asked coldly, not bothering to look at him. When the flame demons materialized from the life bestowal spell reached a certain number, their might would inevitably weaken. The consumption of magic power in the sea of consciousness was also very large. However, no matter how weak Xiao Chun was, he was still a major primal core venerate. No matter how drained he was, he could last for an hour. Xiao Chun used the black flame demon to materialize the yin-yang saber formation. It was more than enough to kill Huang Puqi. Moreover, besides the black flame demon, there was also Xiao Chun himself. Huang Puqi had no chance of winning at all. If he did not beg for mercy, only death awaited him. The expression in Huang Puqi's eyes flickered as he felt aggrieved. A ball of fire burned in his heart, but he did not dare to vent it. Xiao Chen's meaning was obvious. He wanted him to get lost. When had a true inheritor of the Snow Sword Palace suffered such humiliation? Xiao Chun, Huang Puqi, will settle this debt with you sooner or later. Let's go. Huang Puqi's face alternated between red and white as he led the remaining 10-odd Snow Sword Palace disciples away. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across Senior Lu, Lung Feng, Xiahou Feng, and the others. His meaning was clear. The people of the Snow Sword Palace are already gone. There is no need for you people to remain here. This was a silent threat, but no one dared to disobey. Senior Ma was severely injured and weak, no longer able to fight. Senior Lu's team was not strong in the first place. In the first few rounds of fighting, they had suffered heavy casualties. If Senior Lu's team wanted to fight this black flame demon again, they would not be confident. They were not confident. Xiao Chun, I hope that you never return to Dragon Flame City in this lifetime. Lung Feng said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chun. The threat in his words went without saying. Xiao Chun retorted calmly, there is no need for you to worry about that. Soon, Lung Feng led the people of Senior Ma's team away. Senior Lu's team quickly followed. Soon, the vicinity of the Dragon Race Plaza became deserted, leaving only Xiao Chun and the Bamboo Hat Bladesman had not left. You are not leaving? Xiao Chun asked indifferently as he looked at the Bamboo Hat Bladesman. The Bamboo Hat Bladesman replied softly, they left because they do not understand what you are thinking and what you are seeking. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at the Bamboo Hat Bladesman and said, the profound light temple's Zhanyuan. There is no need to beat around the bush. When you executed that Azura Hell, I knew who you were. Good eyes. The Bamboo Hat Bladesman smiled faintly and took off his bamboo hat, revealing a bald head and a stern face. If this was not the profound light temple's traitor, who else could it be? Although Xiao Chun had already guessed it, when he saw the other party's appearance, he still felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Zhen Yuan had hidden himself so deeply. Actually, you could have broken through to the Cloud Sea realm long ago, right? Xiao Chun asked calmly as he looked at the other party. Many years ago, Zhen Yuan was already the strongest of the Grave Sea's youths, firmly suppressing Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. As for Wang Yueming and Shangguan Lei, they were already peak major primal core realm cultivators 3 years ago. It was impossible for Zhen Yuan not to have improved. You guessed right. If not for the appearance of your Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, I would have remained in this cultivation realm for another 3 years. Zhen Yuan said indifferently, the Buddhist sect emphasizes comprehension ability and does not care much about cultivation realm. Comprehending it once every 10 years or comprehending it in one day can increase one's cultivation by 100 years. However, it no longer matters. Indeed, it no longer mattered. Since Zhen Yuan was no longer a Buddhist, he naturally could not continue cultivating like this. How is it? How do you think my saber skills compare to yours? Zhen Yuan asked Xiao Chun with a cocky expression. I only cultivated my saber skills for 3 months. I already comprehended the true meaning of breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. He even comprehended another saber technique, Azura Purgatory. Becoming a Buddha in 1 year and cultivating the demonic Tao with a thought. You understand what I mean? Xiao Chun said indifferently. This Zhen Yuan was indeed a genius at the saber. However, how could the saber Tao be accomplished quickly? For the sake of a shortcut, Zhen Yuan had already entered the demonic Tao. The stronger he was, the deeper the demonic Tao. Sooner or later, he would end up digging his own grave. The first of the Mahamaya abstinence violation scripture is the demonic Tao. However, the Buddhist sect and the demonic Tao cannot coexist, so I changed it to the demonic Tao. This is a demonic saber in the first place. It is not that my cultivation went astray. You were wrong from the start. Zhen Yuan enunciated every word as he looked straight at Xiao Chun. Zhen Yuan really wanted to see the confused expression on Xiao Chen's face when he heard that. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Xiao Chen had a strong mental fortitude. How could he deny what he comprehended just because of a few words? He said indifferently, "Just wait and see. You said that you know what I am thinking and what I seek. Tell me." Zhen Yuan stepped forward and looked at the faux god flame on the blue dragon totem. His eyes sank into it like he was bewitched. You seek the faux god flame. However, this faux god flame is already tainted with a demonic nature. I do not need this faux god flame. I only need the demonic nature in it. There is no conflict between us at all. After pausing for a moment, Zhen Yuan continued, "Now that I have the saber technique manual, you no longer have anything that I seek. I will not be enemies with you. We can work together." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This suggestion was indeed pretty good. He could feel the pain that the faux god flame suffered. However, he could not find a way to resolve it immediately. Zhen Yuan had already decided to cultivate the demonic Tao. The demonic nature tainted by the faux god flame held a boundless temptation for him. More importantly, Xiao Chun sensed that some evil dragon should be sealed in this place. Originally, the faux god flame was the crux of the seal. However, too much time had passed, and the faux god flame's divine nature weakened uncontrollably. The evil dragon infiltrated it and controlled it. The so-called dragon chi was the demonized faux god flame purposely leaking it to attract others to discover the dragon city. Then, they would use their essence blood to activate the blood formation around the totem. If Xiao Chun did not think of a solution, when the formation was activated, the seal might be completely destroyed. Letting Zhen Yuan absorb the evil dragon's demonic chi might be a way to solve the problem once and for all. However, all of this was just Xiao Chen's guess. He could not be sure. Whether to gamble or not depended on Xiao Chen's decision. You still can't make up your mind? The faux god flame is an opportunity that many people dream of. As long as you agree, you can obtain it. Zhen Yuan said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chun remain silent. Zhen Yuan said indifferently when he saw Xiao Chun remain silent. He believed that Xiao Chun would make his choice. Buzz. As Xiao Chun held the black dragon scale, he felt the torture that the faux god flame suffered again. It was an indescribable pain that made one's heart palpitate, but one could do nothing about it. All right, deal. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he tossed the dragon scale to Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan revealed a smile as he stretched out his hand and caught the dragon scale. Then, he revealed a fervent expression as he looked at the black faux god flame. Boom! However, just at this moment, the blood formation suddenly gave off a red light. The towering blue dragon totem, which had not moved since the beginning, started to shake. The entire dragon city also started to tremble intensely. Chapter 1743. Dragon City kept shaking, and all kinds of buildings collapsed one after another. Cracks appeared in the ground, and streams of dragon flames spewed out. What's going on? Save me. The Snow Sword Palace disciples and Senior Lu's team had not gone far. Originally, they wanted to ambush Xiao Chun and observe the situation. However, the sudden situation turned several people into ashes on the spot after being struck by the dragon flame. Damn it! How can it be like this? Huang Puqi cursed and soared into the air. The buildings under his feet immediately collapsed, and a stream of dragon flame spewed out of the ground. Huang Puqi paled in fright, and cold sweat poured down his back. If he had been any slower, he would have died immediately. Before Huang Puqi could catch his breath, the ground shook again, and several streams of dragon flame spewed out at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Huang Puqi drew his sword, and a cold intent spread out as he barely dodged. He looked around and saw flames everywhere in the dragon city. Terrifying, ferocious roars came from the ground. A horrifying dragon might spread out in the city, and a strange fear spread in people's hearts. Huang Puqi could not care so much, directly turning around and fleeing. He could no longer remain in this place. If he did, he might end up dying here. At this moment, half of the intact dragon city instantly collapsed. Flames surged into the sky, spreading throughout the entire city. Everyone fled for their lives, not daring to linger for even a moment. In the plaza, the expressions of Xiao Chun and Zhen Yuan changed. They saw the swaying blue dragon totem in the blood formation, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Xiao Chun said sullenly, "Hurry up, move faster." Zhen Yuan did not dare to be careless. His expression turned extremely grave as he held the dragon scale with one hand and formed hand seals with the other. Zhen Yuan muttered something. It was actually a Buddhist incantation. As Zhen Yuan's hand seals changed, his body gave off a pitch-black Buddhist light. An expressionless black Buddha image appeared behind him. Zhen Yuan roared, and a black swastika shot out from his forehead. The swastika spun continuously, and the faux god flame on the totem trembled continuously, releasing strands of black aura. A sinister aura spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Chun immediately felt his heart palpitate, and his body and mind were affected. Whoosh! Boom! Black smoke continuously came out of the tiny faux god flame. A moment later, thick black smoke filled the air above the plaza. A terrifying demonic aura pressed down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. This startled Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, the faux god flame hid so much demonic nature. Even with so much demonic nature leaking out, it still showed no signs of stopping. Feeling the increasing pressure, Xiao Chun had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and guard his heart in order to not be disturbed. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the black smoke above the plaza, staring coldly at Zhen Yuan. Xiao Chun squinted and saw an indistinct black dragon figure in the darkness. It was the black dragon. Xiao Chun was alarmed. There was an evil black dragon suppressed beneath the dragon city. What kind of existence needed a dragon city to suppress? Furthermore, it needed a faux god's divine flame to suppress it? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Zhen Yuan grinned and sneered, "Withdraw!" The gigantic Buddha image behind Zhen Yuan formed hand seals, and the swastika on its forehead started to forcefully suck in the black smoke. This person had really entered a state of berserking chi deviation. To think that he wanted to suppress and refine this demonic nature for his own use. Xiao Chun did not know if he was crazy or bold. "Insignificant bald donkey, you overestimate yourself." A terrifying roar resounded in the air. The black smoke turned into a dragon image and charged at Zhen Yuan. Rumble! With one pounce, the floor of the plaza was sent flying. A strong storm spread out in all directions, materializing black storms that swept out in all directions. "You are just a strand of remnant will. You can't do anything to me." Zhen Yuan revealed a cold smile. He stretched out his hand, and the gigantic hand of the Buddha image behind him smashed down. This hand directly scattered this black dragon image, turning it into strands of thin black smoke. Then, the swastika on Zhen Yuan's forehead quickly sucked in the black dragon image. Ah! The instant the black smoke was sucked in, black lines appeared on Zhen Yuan's face, and he went berserk. Although it was just a strand of remnant will of the evil dragon, the demonic nature it contained was astonishingly vast, causing Zhen Yuan's aura to grow continuously. Black hair started growing wildly on Zhen Yuan's bald head like weeds. With just one look, Xiao Chun felt fear in his heart. What exactly was the origin of the demonic dragon sealed below? Looking around, Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised to discover that as Zhen Yuan continuously sucked in the demonic qi, the black foe god flame on the totem started to turn clear. The flame swayed, becoming purer. The roar that reverberated endlessly above the dragon city turned even more intense. The black foe god flame on the totem slowly turned clear. The flame swayed, becoming purer. However, compared to the initial berserk roar, the dragon roar now sounded more like a roar of unwillingness. It sounded even scarier when one heard it. The dragon city was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble and bathed in a sea of fire. Ha 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 ha! I succeeded! I succeeded! I succeeded! Zhen Yuan laughed maniacally, looking deranged. The black hair on his forehead fluttered wildly. His image had changed greatly, and Sangji's tough and upright temperament had disappeared. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his eyes exuded a fiendish qi. Zhen Yuan's aura was even more horrifying. Xiao Chun felt like Zhen Yuan would break through to Star Venerate at any moment. Zhen Yuan shifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Chun. Then, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, many thanks for your dragon scale. You can scram now." Right after Zhen Yuan spoke, he laughed maniacally. Then, his figure flashed and grabbed at the foe god flame on the totem. Zhen Yuan had never thought of leaving the foe god flame to Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not move at all. He showed a cold smile as he coldly watched Zhen Yuan's actions. Boom! The foe god flame, which already had its demonic nature gone, ferociously released a divine might that knocked Zhen Yuan into the air. The foe god flame directly entered Xiao Chen's forehead with a whoosh. A flame mark appeared on Zhen Yuan's forehead. Xiao Chun immediately felt boundless energy filling his body. His mental energy grew infinitely in the depths of his sea of consciousness like there was no limit. Junior, many thanks for saving me from my pain. Before Xiao Chun could sense this energy, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. It was the master of the foe god flame. Xiao Chun was not surprised. The foe god flame that struggled free would choose him, a true blue dragon descendant. Furthermore, it was Zhen Yuan, the Buddhist sect unfilial son, who entered the demonic Tao. There was no need to think. It had to be him. Damn it! How can it be like this? Zhen Yuan stood on a boulder outside the plaza. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, somewhat caught off guard. Heaven is helping me. Unexpectedly, I managed to run into a blue dragon descendant at the critical moment. Junior, there is no need to say anything. Just do as I say. Quickly smash the blue dragon totem into the ground and block the formation. Only then can we barely suppress the black dragon king from coming out. This development startled Xiao Chun. The black dragon king can still come out even after the demonic nature is absorbed. The seal broke long ago. Even if we smash the totem into the ground, it can only trap him for another 100 years. After 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely appear again. Xiao Chun did not have much time to think. His figure flashed, and he passed through the many layers of blood formations and landed on the blue dragon totem. Xiao Chun, I want your life. Xiao Chun had just landed when he saw Zhen Yuan descend from the sky with a ferocious expression while holding a saber. Zhen Yuan executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's third move, entering hell. The 18 layers of hell layered over each other. 10,000 ghosts covered Zhen Yuan as he swung his saber. The terrifying saber light looked like it came from the depths of hell. Woo! 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 The mournful wails of evil spirits rang out in the surroundings. At this moment, hell and the human world merged. You are seeking death. A cold snort rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, and the flame mark on his forehead shot out a beam of divine light. Intense flames burned all the evil spirits, causing them to cry out in pain. All the mysterious phenomena were burned away. After Zhen Yuan landed, flames wrapped around his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Zhen Yuan's face changed continuously, sometimes black and sometimes white. He looked neither human nor ghost, completely crazed and extremely pitiful. There were no shortcuts between the Saber Dao and the Martial Dao. Since Zhen Yuan chose this path, all the consequences were self-inflicted. There was no need to pity him. Quick! Bury the blue dragon totem into the ground. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the ground started surging like waves. Something seemed like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Chun used all his vital qi and smashed a palm strike on the blue dragon totem. He felt his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and mental energy in his sea of consciousness getting wildly absorbed by the totem. Under Xiao Chen's push, the blue dragon totem slowly sank into the ground. Chapter 1744. Boom! When the blue dragon totem completely sank into the ground, the world suddenly turned quiet. The terrifying evil dragon underground was completely suppressed, and the horrifying dragon roars stopped. At this moment, the fiery underground dragon city slowly extinguished. When Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he felt drained of energy. All his vital qi and veritable essence energy were drained. He had put in all his effort to bury the blue dragon totem in the ground. Without much thought, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and took out 2 medial-grade spirit jades. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. "Junior, what's your name?" As Xiao Chun anxiously recovered his strength, that heavy voice rang out in his mind again. It was the original owner of the Faux God Flame. "I am Xiao Chun. Xiao Clan? Among the 8 noble clans of my Blue Dragon bloodline, there does not seem to be a clan with the family name Xiao. However, it does not matter. Xiao Chun, I do not have much time left. I can only pass this Faux God Flame to you." Great waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. He could not bear to tell the other party that he was the only one left of the Blue Dragon bloodline. After thinking for a while, he asked softly, "Is there no other way? Since the Faux God Flame is not extinguished, can I help Senior find a body and possess it?" "It is too late. My divine flame is already too weak. There is only a strand of will of soul left, unable to possess a body. Furthermore, I do not have any desire to continue living. There is no need to force it." The Faux God Flame's voice came and went, showing that it was in an incomplete state. Xiao Chun remained silent, not knowing what to say. "There is no need to feel pity. I have already lived long enough. Remember this. Within 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely come out. This blue dragon totem is just a final resort. Cannot trap the Black Dragon King. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. In the end, I let down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's trust." The Faux God Flame's voice started to weaken until it gradually vanished. "Senior, Senior." No matter how Xiao Chun called out in his mind, that voice never appeared again. This made Xiao Chun sigh in regret. Whoosh! All of a sudden, many memories that did not belong to Xiao Chun surged into his mind. These were the stories of the Faux God Flame's master. Many scenes flashed in Xiao Chen's mind intermittently like a movie. Because it was only a wisp of remnant will, its memories and information were scattered. After a while, Xiao Chun sorted out some clues and gained a rough understanding of the Black Dragon King's origins. There had never been a black dragon in the history of the dragon race, and there was no black dragon bloodline among the 7-colored divine dragons. The Black Dragon King was a variant body. The day it was born, there were all sorts of terrifying omens. When they grew up, their strength became stronger and stronger, almost heaven-defying. Soon, they surpassed many of the older generation experts of the dragon race. He claimed to be the reincarnation of the dragon god. He killed with an iron fist and obtained the position of the Dragon Emperor. He was known as the Black Dragon King. After that, the hidden experts of the Dragon Clan worked together to seal it. However, it was almost unkillable and was able to break free of the seal in the end. Every time it appeared, it would cause a bloody storm in the dragon race, bringing all sorts of disasters. The last time it appeared, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor personally sealed it. Then, a dragon race faux god expert used his divine flame to suppress it. Unfortunately, the effects of the seal had weakened by now. When the faux god flame was about to burn out, the Black Dragon King found an opportunity. If not for Xiao Chen's coincidental appearance, the Black Dragon King would not have needed 100 years. Just now, the Black Dragon King would have successfully appeared, not needing 100 years. Xiao Chen immediately felt some lingering fear. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, he would have died. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, the Black Dragon King would have appeared. Not only would he have died, but the disaster it would have brought would have been unpredictable. At the same time, Shao Chun also sorted out the method to inherit the foe god flame. Although this foe god flame was about to burn out, the energy it contained was still an astronomical amount to the current Shao Chun. Shao Chun thought about how Jin Yuan's strength swelled to a frightening level just by absorbing the demonic nature. The foe god flame would definitely not be much weaker. However, Shao Chun was different. He would not forcefully refine it and raise his strength. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Jin Yuan's earlier appearance, which was neither human nor ghost, was the best lesson for Shao Chun. Given Jin Yuan's talent, he should not have been so radical. Abandoning Buddhism to cultivate the demonic path was truly unfortunate. After clearing away the distracting thoughts, Shao Chun started to follow the method he sorted out, slowly receiving the inheritance of the foe god flame. The bright flame mark on Shao Chun's forehead slowly dimmed. Whoosh! The energy contained in the foe god flame was slowly absorbed by Shao Chun's physical body, primal core, and soul. His entire body surged. The energy contained in the foe god flame was not purely veritable essence energy, vital chi, or soul energy. Instead, it contained all of them. Furthermore, there was a strand of the most important divine might. As Shao Chun absorbed the inheritance naturally, his cultivation rapidly soared. His body gave off motes of spiritual light. In the dark dragon city, they looked like fireflies, exceptionally beautiful. Shao Chun had purposely released these motes of spiritual light. He was not as greedy as Jin Yuan. If he absorbed all the energy in the foe god flame, breaking through to Star Venerate would not be a problem. However, there was no need for that. If his foundation was unstable, he could easily enter berserking chi deviation. Everything had to be within his control. 1 hour later, Shao Chun's cultivation rose from early-stage major primal core realm to late-stage major primal core realm before stopping, just one step away from peak consummation. It was not over yet. After the inheritance ended, the energy representing veritable essence energy continued to be passed down. The energy representing soul energy continued to be passed down. Strands of pure soul energy flew into the depths of Shao Chun's sea of consciousness, which he had never explored before. Is it going to the soul pool? Shao Chun could not help feeling curious. In the past, he had heard from Yi Zifeng that Yi Zifeng had already condensed a soul pool that only Star Venerates could awaken. However, due to Shao Chun's limited strength, he had not been able to investigate it. This might be an opportunity. Shao Chun's consciousness lingered on the strands of pure soul energy, slowly entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. After a while, Shao Chun saw a spot of light in this pitch-black forbidden land. That was the soul pool. Before Shao Chun could take a closer look, he felt dazed. Then a pure soul energy entered it. The soul pool was incredibly vast and could be said to be boundless. The vast soul pool appeared hazy and confused. The soul energy from the foe god flame flew towards a clump of light in the center of the soul pool. That clump of light was what ordinary people referred to as the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The so-called will of soul was formed by combining the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls with a cultivation technique that cultivated soul energy. In the Great Thousand Realms, all life forms, be they fiendish demons or ferocious beasts, had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. When cultivated to a high level, one would condense the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, cultivating soul energy and materializing the will of soul. As the boundless soul energy entered, that clump of light became increasingly brighter. Shao Chun clearly felt his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls strengthening continuously. The soul pool was vast and boundless, appearing hazy and hazy. In reality, the vastness of the soul pool far surpassed one's imagination. It was the most mysterious part of the human body. Far to the east of the soul pool, in a place that Shao Chun could not sense, there was a mysterious gravestone. The gravestone stood tall and gave off an ancient aura. The 2 words Sky Dome were written on it. There seemed to be a grave behind the Sky Dome gravestone. Shao Chun did not know what was buried there. However, Xiao Chen had relied on a trick to enter. His consciousness was very weak, and everything he saw was hazy. He could not see the gravestone in the east, which was extremely far away. After Xiao Chen completely accepted the faux god flame's soul energy, the clump of light in the center of the soul pool spun continuously. Boundless starlight poured out from it. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. The clump of light stopped spinning and condensed into an azure-colored dragon seal, radiating a terrifying dragon might. Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Many stars flickered in them. Immediately, all the floating dust in front of him disappeared. At this moment, it was like everything in the world, life or death, depended on a thought from Xiao Chen. Will of Soul. After receiving the faux god flame's soul inheritance, Xiao Chen directly formed the Will of Soul. Boom! With a thought, the dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool burst out with a piercing light. Everything in front turned to dust. The light was silent and shockingly mighty. Chapter 1745. Just as Xiao Chen was in closed-door cultivation and accepting the faux god flame inheritance, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. Huang Puqi appeared on the ground of the Dragon Flame ancient land in a somewhat sorry state. Then, he started to count the Snow Sword Palace disciples that escaped from the Dragon City. Soon after, Huang Puqi finished counting, and his expression turned extremely grim. Of the 100 Snow Sword Palace disciples, only 20-odd remained. Most of them died in the final Dragon Flame. Now only 1/5 remained. They had not obtained the faux god flame or the blue dragon totem. It had to be said that this was a huge failure. After Xiao Chen returned to the Snow Sword Palace, he would definitely be punished by the sect elders. They had failed to lead the team and suffered heavy casualties. Brother Huang Pu. Right at this moment, Old Ma, who had a weak expression and was covered in wounds, appeared with Xiahou Feng, Lung Feng, and the others. Senior Ma's team had already lost more than half of its members in the battle with the Black Flame Demons. Then, they experienced the Dragon Flame eruption and died even more miserably. Now, there were less than 10 people left. They were almost wiped out. Not long after, Elder Lu's team also arrived, and their expressions were even more miserable. His team's strength was the weakest. After making an inventory, there were only 4 or 5 people who escaped from Dragon City. Old Ma, this Xiao Chen is a member of your team. Just what is his background? Huang Puqi's expression was gloomy as he looked at Senior Ma. There was a clear hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was currently in an extremely bad mood, wishing that he could kill everyone related to Xiao Chen. He comes from the Grave Sea. I'm not sure which sect he comes from. He just joined the group not long ago, so I really don't know much about him. Senior Ma explained hurriedly when he saw Huang Puqi's expression. This time, the matter had really blown up. The Rank 5 Snow Sword Palace had lost so many people. They would definitely not leave the matter at that. If he were to get involved with Xiao Chen now, he might accidentally get implicated. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lung Feng said, "This matter cannot be blamed on us. If we discover him, Old Ma and I will not let him off." "That's right. I will absolutely not offend this brat, unless he never returns to Dragon Flame City," Senior Lu said coldly with a sinister expression. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Huang Puqi said hatefully, "Damn it! This time, the ancient transportation formation that Dragon Flame City activates once every 100 years. The 10 great sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis personally came. My Snow Sword Palace has truly lost all face. That brat, I will definitely make him wish he was dead." When Senior Ma and Senior Lu heard this, their hearts involuntarily sank. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was the Soaring Dragon Marquis' conferred land in the central Great Realm's Yanwu dynasty. Fortune flourished, and those who were conferred the title of Marquis could share the fortune of the empire. From the moment the empires were established, they began to accumulate luck. Now, the 4 empires had accumulated luck for hundreds of thousands of years. Currently, any dynasty had the ability to influence the direction of the entire Great Thousand World. The nobles of the dynasty could borrow the fate of the dynasty and the sects that were allowed to be established in the nobles' fiefdom could also borrow the fate of the nobles. Compared to the rank 5 sects established outside, the rank 5 sects of the dynasties were much stronger in accumulations and strength. According to Huang Puqi, the 10 great rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquisate all sent people. It would be strange if Senior Ma and Senior Lu were not shocked. Investigate this for me. We must investigate Xiao Chen's background thoroughly. At the same time, spread the news that he possesses the Foe God Flame and the ancient Blue Dragon Totem. The murderous intent in Huang Puqi's eyes remained unextinguished, and the rage in his heart remained unquenched. He pushed all the blame for his carelessness to Xiao Chun. In reality, death and injury were hard to avoid when one went out on experiential training. The deaths of the Snow Sword Palace disciples had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. Huang Puqi could only be said to be petty for being so narrow-minded. With so many deaths and injuries, Huang Puqi and the others had no choice but to shatter their talisman strips and return to the city to rest. This ended their experiential training in the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the underground Dragon City, Xiao Chun, who had condensed the will of soul, revealed joy on his face. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, the soul energy inheritance of the Foe God Flame would directly help him condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Xiao Chun thought about how he ended up in a sorry state every time he faced the will of soul of that star venerate expert. The ability of the will of soul was simply too terrifying. Xiao Chun could already directly drive the power of the world. When fighting with cultivators without a will of soul, he had a great advantage. Many times, even when Xiao Chun fought with star venerates, he held the upper hand. The main reason why he did not dare to fight head-on was that he did not have a will of soul. The inheritance of vital qi, veritable essence energy, soul energy, and the Foe God Flame ended. However, the flame mark on Xiao Chen's forehead, which had already turned very dim, did not vanish. There was still a faint mark. The inheritance was not over yet. Xiao Chun was startled to discover a golden flame in his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! A flash of light immediately lit up his entire sea of consciousness, making it golden and boundlessly resplendent. Divine might! Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this light. It was the black-armored cultivator from back then. That black-armored cultivator from back then had used the energy of the Foe God Flame several times to unleash divine might and send Huang Puqi, Senior Ma, and the other star venerates flying. This golden flame slowly grew and eventually turned into a lingering strand of flame that remained in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the flame mark on Xiao Chen's forehead completely vanished. The inheritance of the Foe God Flame ended. That final strand of divine might was the most precious treasure for Xiao Chun. However, he did not know how many times he could use it. No wonder those people fought to the death to obtain the Foe God Flame. Xiao Chun could not help sighing as he felt his cultivation increase, the condensed will of soul, and the increase in his physical body's vital qi. This was simply somewhat surreal. The feeling that the Foe God Flame gave him was simply too miraculous. That final strand of divine might would benefit him for life. It would be of great help to him when he tried to break through to the Foe God realm and condense a divine flame. Aside from that, the remnant memories in the Foe God Flame represented a large amount of experience and knowledge. Those were benefits that could not be seen yet. However, they would be of great help to Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the Dragon City had already turned into rubble. It no longer looked ancient and majestic like when Xiao Chun first saw it. There was only ruin and chaos. After the great fire, everything was gone. The blue dragon race, the exquisite buildings, the residences that once existed, everything was lost to history. Xiao Chun did not know if he would get a chance to see the ancient city of the blue dragon race again in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chen's emotions were indescribably complicated. Xiao Chun was originally the last inheritor of the blue dragon race, someone who was determined to restore the glory of the blue dragon race. As Xiao Chun watched this ancient dragon city turn from complete to rubble, he felt even more sorrowful than ordinary people. Xiao Chun looked down at the dragon race plaza. The black flame demons formed by the life bestowal spell had reverted to their original form. The many black flame crystal statues had all cracked. They no longer had any spiritual energy, so they could no longer be used. Only the black statue that Shao Chun had nourished with his essence blood and other flame crystals remained intact. Shao Chun carefully picked it up and blew away the dust. Then he carefully put it away. This is... Looking around, Shao Chun discovered something familiar under a few pieces of rubble. Gently pushing aside the rubble, Shao Chun saw it clearly. Only then did he discover that it was the black dragon scale that he had given to Zhen Yuan. Shao Chun recalled that divine might had forced Zhen Yuan back, and the demonic qi had rebounded on him. As Zhen Yuan entered a state of berserking qi deviation, he could not even take care of himself. Zhen Yuan should be in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Dragon Flame ancient land. Right now, Zhen Yuan was terrifyingly strong. However, his situation was not good. The Black Dragon King's demonic qi might consume his consciousness at any moment, turning him into a puppet of the Black Dragon King like the Black Armored Cultivator. Black Dragon King. At the mention of the Black Dragon King, Shao Chen's expression turned grave. The Black Dragon King in the Faux God Flame inheritance was extremely terrifying. The Black Dragon King would appear again within 100 years. When Shao Chun thought of facing such a terrifying opponent, he could not bring himself to feel happy. Collecting his thoughts, Shao Chun looked around at the dragon city that looked like rubble. In Shao Chen's eyes, aside from the vicissitudes of history, this was also a treasure city. The memories of the Faux God Flame inheritance allowed Shao Chun to learn many secrets about this city. If he explored it a little, he would definitely gain a lot. Chapter 1746. In the memories of the Faux God Flame, there should have been a library in the northern part of the city. That place used to be the martial technique pavilion of the largest clan in this dragon city. It contained all the dragon race cultivation techniques. There was no lack of peak cultivation techniques. Aside from the primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques of the Central Great Realm had a total of 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into Superior Grade, Medial Grade, and Peak Grade. Below that were all sorts of ungraded cultivation techniques. There were all sorts of explanations for them, so there was no way to summarize them all. A regular cultivator would be very lucky to obtain an authentic mortal grade martial technique, something that was rather rare. The army breaking sword technique that Shao Chun once obtained was a famous peak mortal grade martial technique in the Central Great Realm. In the Central Great Realm, cultivation techniques and martial techniques were strictly categorized. Many of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the sects in the various astral clusters outside could not be considered mortal grade in the Central Great Realm. When a cultivation technique or martial technique reached a low grade, it would be known as a divine skill. This was because it was extremely powerful and difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, it was rare in quantity. Take that Huangpu Qi, for example. The sword technique that he cultivated was an inferior grade earth grade sword technique, known as an earth grade divine skill. Shao Chun had seen the might of this move for himself. The northern part of the city was also in ruins. Shao Chun searched according to the inherited memories. It didn't take long for the address of the library to be sorted out. The library had collapsed long ago. The various restrictions were gone, and many cultivation techniques and martial techniques were burned. Complete martial techniques were extremely rare. As Shao Chun looked at the many incomplete manuals, he showed a regretful expression. Many of them were superior grade mortal grade martial techniques. There were also some so-called earth grade divine skills. Some of them even tempted Shao Chun. Shao Chun seriously collected every incomplete manual. In the future, he would have to restore all of them. These were cultivation techniques and martial techniques compatible with the dragon race's physique. If Shao Chun wanted to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future, he would need a complete martial technique system from the lowest to the highest. Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Suddenly, Shao Chun discovered a complete medial grade earth grade cultivation technique, and his eyes lit up. Shao Chun had never cultivated his will of ice with a cultivation technique that matched it. Now, with the assistance of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Shao Chen's will of thunder slowly strengthened. As the will of ice continued to descend, the gap between the two grew larger. As a result, he rarely used the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, which had originally been his trump card, as its might could no longer keep up. I might as well cultivate another ice attribute cultivation technique and walk the path of ice and thunder that no one has ever walked before. Xiao Chun whispered to himself, a vague idea forming in his mind. Martial artists who cultivated the thunder attribute would usually cultivate a wind attribute or a cloud attribute cultivation technique, walking the wind and thunder Dao. However, no one had ever walked the Dao of ice and lightning before, because it was simply too difficult to fuse the two together. Many people were unable to walk it. Xiao Chun was quite talented in both aspects. He had even fused the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. It was not impossible to walk the path of ice and lightning. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun put away the Ice Feather Divine Art. He planned to cultivate another cultivation technique when he had free time. After cleaning up this place, Xiao Chun looked at the ruined Dragon City and sighed. He continued exploring Dragon City. With the help of the inherited memories, Xiao Chun was always able to gain something in the vast ruins. A month later, all the treasures in the ruins of Dragon City were collected. The treasures he had obtained were beyond his imagination. After taking a solemn look at Dragon City, Xiao Chun left the city and came to the surface. It had only been a few dozen days, but when Xiao Chun returned to the surface, he had the illusion that 1,000 years had passed. Xiao Chun had changed too much. Compared to before, he was a completely different person. Before he entered Dragon City, he did not expect that in just a few weeks, he would not be able to come to Dragon City. Xiao Chun's cultivation could break through to late-stage major primal core realm. His vital chi could reach 10 cauldron force, and he could condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Taking out the teleportation jade slip, Xiao Chun crushed it. Mottled shadows appeared beneath his feet, constantly changing and combining. 15 minutes later, a complete formation was formed. Shoo! A huge force spread out, and Xiao Chun's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he returned to the ancient teleportation formation in Dragon Flame City's northern city. Bladesman Xiao Chun? Upon seeing Xiao Chun appear, the old man maintaining the formation revealed a strange expression. Xiao Chun exclaimed softly, "You recognize me? Haha! Who in the city does not know you, white-robed Xiao Chun? You chased away 3 factions by yourself. Even the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi suffered a great loss at your hands." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. News really spread fast. However, the most crucial thing is that I heard that you inherited a strand of Faux God Flame and obtained an ancient dragon race totem. Right now, it is not just the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu's teams that want your life. The old man smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the old man attacked, punching at Xiao Chun as he released his aura. When the old man punched, the sky changed color. This was the sudden strike of a peak major primal core expert. His might was great. If it were the previous Xiao Chun, he would definitely be flustered and would have to spend some effort to deal with it. Now Xiao Chun only smiled coldly. The moment Xiao Chun appeared in the formation, he sensed that something was wrong with this old man. Xiao Chun had kept an eye out long ago and was not surprised by the old man's sudden attack. With a thought, vital chi surged in Xiao Chun's body, and all the dragon bones in his body crackled. Xiao Chun directly used his body to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiao Chun's horrifying physical body received this punch head-on. The strengthened dragon bones isolated most of the damage. Xiao Chun's veritable essence energy surged and easily negated the remaining force of the punch. After receiving the punch head-on, Xiao Chun was completely unscathed. How can it be like this? That old man was greatly startled, revealing an extremely horrified expression, completely flabbergasted. Although the old man's sudden punch was not a peak strike, it was still quite mighty. Not only was Xiao Chun uninjured, but he also did not take even half a step back. Scram! When the old man felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and retreat, Xiao Chun's vital chi surged out. Clang, clang, clang. 10 dragon cauldrons made of vital chi collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Xiao Chun retaliated with a punch, and 10 cauldron force exploded, sending the old man flying. His clothes were tattered, and his body was badly mutilated. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Straightening his clothes, Xiao Chun strode out of the place. Seeing this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. However, no one dared to block Xiao Chen's path. This was Dragon Flame City. Strength was the rule and the strong were the rules. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it should be Huang Puqi who leaked the news about me. This aroused the greed of all the cultivators in the city. Even the old man maintaining the formation started thinking about Xiao Chun. Young Master Xiao, quickly leave Dragon Flame City. This is a troublesome place. You should not remain for long. A kind-hearted old man nearby reminded Xiao Chun. Leave? Why should I leave? Tell everyone that I, Xiao Chun, will be in the eastern part of the city for the next half a year. I will not go anywhere. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and left with large strides. The current situation suited Xiao Chen's intentions. Dragon Flame City was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. After Xiao Chun sent this old man flying with one punch, many people would think twice before they made a move. Those who dared to seek trouble for Xiao Chun would only be bold and skilled people with true talent. Xiao Chun had improved too quickly and had not had time to stabilize his strength. It would be great if he could have experts to spar with. How could Xiao Chun think of leaving when this was something he could not wish for? If Xiao Chun died in this Dragon Flame City, he could only blame himself for being weaker than others. There was nothing much to say. Xiao Chun was born in an abandoned land. Compared to many people in the Great Thousand Realms, he was much weaker. Without a heart that dared to fight, it would be impossible for him to rise up. In less than half a day, the news of Xiao Chen's return spread throughout the northern district of Dragon Flame City. Many people immediately rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Dragon Flame City never cared about law or reason. However, the news of Xiao Chen's return and the news of him sending a peak major primal core cultivator flying with one punch poured a bucket of cold water over many people's heads. Chapter 1747. After renting a courtyard in the northern district, Xiao Chun casually settled down. He began to cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This divine art was only an earth-ranked middle-grade cultivation technique. Even a normal true disciple of a 5th-rank sect would find it difficult to obtain such a precious cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 layers, and it was said that if one had an astonishing comprehension ability, they could combine the 6 layers into one and comprehend the hidden 7th layer of the Ice Feather Divine Art. In the cultivation room of the courtyard, Xiao Chun took out medial-grade spirit jades and inserted them into the nodes of the spirit-gathering formation. After filling it up, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the praying mat in the center of the formation and slowly circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation according to the route of the mental cultivation method. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals with his hands. Occasionally, he would cross his hands, and at other times he would stack them up and down, placing them at his dantian. As the Ice Feather Divine Incantation circulated, the spiritual energy gathered in the formation quickly entered Xiao Chen's body, circulating endlessly in his meridians. Originally, there was only the purple chi whirlpool of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in the center of the dantian. However, after the Ice Feather Divine Incantation completed a minor cycle, countless pure spiritual energy fell like snowflakes like pure white feathers. Outside the purple cyclone, another small white cyclone formed. From today onwards, he would officially cultivate an ice cultivation technique and walk on the path of ice and thunder. The originally scattered will of ice in Xiao Chen's body slowly merged together according to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Xiao Chun, who had never cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique before, made rather quick progress in cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Art. Phew! Opening his eyes, Xiao Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked around. The training room was already covered in frost, and sparse snowflakes slowly drifted down. Snowflakes fell on her white robe, adding to her strength of character. She was like a winter plum flower standing proudly in the snow and ice. Some white hairs appeared on his scattered hair. This was the result of successfully cultivating the first layer. To be able to successfully cultivate the first layer in half a day, he should possess the will of ice. That is why he can cultivate so quickly. Xiao Chun was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress, but he was also very calm. The main reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had a good foundation. More importantly, he had only just started. He was only at the first level of the Ice Feather Divine Art. The long march of 10,000 li had just begun. So. Strange auras could be sensed from outside the house, and they were rapidly approaching. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You're finally here. Let me see who you are." This person definitely came for the so-called ancient dragon race totem and the faux god flame inheritance. He did not hide his whereabouts. Anyone could find him if they wanted to. Most importantly, his whereabouts had been leaked on purpose. With a flash, Xiao Chun flew out of the cultivation room and landed on the roof of his courtyard. Xiao Chun raised his gaze and saw Huang Puqi leading the Snow Sword Palace disciples outside the courtyard. There was also Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and a group of old friends. He charged forward with a murderous aura. Bang! With a kick from Huang Puqi, the courtyard door was smashed into powder. Then, a group of people rushed in without any scruples. Xiao Chun raised his head and happened to see the white-clad Xiao Chun standing on the roof, holding his saber and smiling. A few strands of white hair adorned Xiao Chen's handsome face. On the roof, Xiao Chun looked like a winter snow plum flower standing alone in the cold wind, looking delicate and refined. Huang Puqi felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, it looks like you expected that I, Huang Puqi, would come. You are a rank 4 sect disciple, yet there is no point in saying so much. In Dragon Flame City, there is no sect or origin. Strength reigns supreme. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you surpass the saber in my hand, I will give you everything you want." 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chun. His fighting spirit blazed, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Huang Puqi felt stifled. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so direct. "Senior brother, there is no need to be polite with him. Let's attack together. Even if he has a great fortuitous encounter, he will find it hard to escape death. Why go to so much trouble?" A Snow Sword Palace disciple stepped forward and whispered into Huang Puqi's ear. "Indeed, brother Huang Pu. In any case, he is just a rank 4 sect disciple. How can he compare to your noble status?" Senior Ma, who was at the side, said sullenly as he gave Xiao Chun a vicious look. Huang Puqi raged in his heart. He demanded, "Do you think that I, Huang Puqi, am definitely not a match for him? I am a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor, an early-stage star venerate. Do you think that I, Huang Puqi, will need your help to deal with a rank 4 sect disciple?" Raising his gaze, Huang Puqi said sullenly, "As long as you do not use that puppet technique from that day, why would I, Huang Puqi, fear a fight with you?" As a rank 5 sect disciple, Huang Puqi naturally had pride in his heart. From the start to the end, he had never treated Xiao Chun as an opponent. Back then, when Huang Puqi was forced to leave, he had been brooding over it, believing that Xiao Chun used an unorthodox technique. Huang Puqi had long been suppressing the rage in his heart. Now Xiao Chun wanted to fight him alone. This was exactly what Huang Puqi wanted. Xiao Chun said softly, "Don't worry. The technique from that day is very strict and exhausts a lot of energy. I will definitely not use it when fighting you. In that case, you can die." Huang Puqi radiated killing intent as he took a big stride forward and charged over. Whoosh! Snowflakes filled the air, and boundless cold chi spread out. Frost instantly covered the entire courtyard, turning it into an ice palace. The instant Huang Puqi drew his sword, a boundless sword light shot out. Huang Puqi's figure suddenly vanished, becoming one with the snowflakes filling the air. Exquisite. Several Dragon Flame City experts and Snow Sword Palace disciples, who were watching in secret, could not help praising Huang Puqi when they saw this sword strike. Huang Puqi truly lives up to being a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor. This is a fusion of the Sword Dao and the Ice Dao. Even many of the old seniors cannot compare to this. This is truly indescribably exquisite. When the sword strikes, the flying snow and the sword light merge. The sky full of flying snow, is it sword light? Or is it flying snow? What is real and what is fake? It is truly unpredictable. I heard that the founder of the Snow Sword Palace comprehended the Snowflake Divine Sword from the snow, establishing the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. The Snow Sword Palace's profound cultivation techniques and martial techniques are all derived from the Snowflake Divine Sword. This Huangpu Qi has indeed learned a trace of the true essence. It's admirable. On the roof, Xiao Chun looked at the snow-filled sky and immediately saw the beauty of it. One had to admit that Huangpu Qi's sword was indeed eye-catching. Not only was his cultivation outstanding, but he also had deep attainments in the Ice Dao and the Sword Dao. He was worth learning from. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as beautiful as a dream, as fragmented as jade, as clear as crystal, and as undulating as the sea, with turbulent undercurrents. This was Huangpu Qi's true strength. It was also the reason why he had always thought highly of himself and looked down on Xiao Chun. How to break this move? Was he going to find Huangpu Qi's true body in the snowstorm and see through the sword light and snowflakes? If that was the case, then he would have fallen into Huangpu Qi's trap. After one move, Xiao Chun would definitely lose. The spring snow came treading on the air, and wherever it touched, it seemed as if flowers were blooming. Among the trees in the garden, which one was the real plum blossom? Where is the flying snow? Where is the sword light? One wrong look, and the sky is filled with murderous intent. But why should I look at it? Flowers will wilt, snow will melt. There is nothing in the world that is eternal. However, if I resolve the mundane and jump out of the mundane world, what is real and what is fake will be decided with just a thought. If my wish is real, the flowers will bloom, never wilting. If my wish is fake, the snow will dance in the air, never melting. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered as the snowstorm filled the courtyard. With just a thought, Xiao Chun gained many comprehensions from Huangpu Qi's move. Unknowingly, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolved the mundane improved further. He now knew how to break this move. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique circulated in his body. However, Xiao Chun did not draw his saber, only using the true meaning of resolve the mundane. He gently stretched out a finger, and the white whirlpool in his dantian started spinning frantically. All the ice-attributed veritable essence energy in his body poured out. Then he gently tapped the flying snow with his finger. The snowstorm filling the courtyard suddenly paused. Every snowflake bloomed in the air. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals formed a 7-petal white flower. The flying snow in the air instantly condensed into a flower. The courtyard, the snowflakes, the house, and the white-clad bladesman all formed a poetic painting. Huangpu Qi, who had already merged with the flying snow, was forcefully squeezed out of the state that he created. When Huangpu Qi looked up, his eyes met. He saw Xiao Chun standing alone under the roof, holding a flower and smiling. This startled Huangpu Qi into retreating frantically. Chapter 1748. Huangpu Qi had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chun broke the mysterious phenomenon and perfect state that he created with one finger, turning it into Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen forced Huangpu Qi out. This flabbergasted everyone. No one had expected Xiao Chun to use such a method to break this move. It was a miraculous and unimaginable break. Xiao Chun broke Huangpu Qi's attack from the very foundation, instantly turning him into a defensive stance. The situation instantly reversed. Huangpu Qi switched positions between offense and defense. Damn! This is too incredible. How did he do it? How strong is his mental state to be able to break this move like that? Why does it feel like this Xiao Chen's mental state is on a completely different level from Huangpu Qi's? He is much stronger. This is going to be difficult. The spectators were all experts. Anyone could tell that Xiao Chen's seemingly simple finger attack had many tricks to it. In reality, there were many ways to learn it. It required an extremely high cultivation of the mind and a deep understanding of the martial Dao to reach an extremely high realm. Up on the roof, Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he watched the retreating Huang Puqi. Xiao Chun gently pushed his 2 fingers holding the snowflakes forward. The wind and snow in the air howled at Huang Puqi. Just as the 2 fingers moved forward, along with the howling of the wind and snow, there was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground. Boom! This thunder was ear-splitting, striking at the soul and resounding in the sea of consciousness. It lingered without scattering, spreading out endlessly. Thunderclouds spread in the sky, and countless electric lights burst out. The instant the power of the wind and snow shot out, Xiao Chun created his strongest mysterious phenomenon. He leaped up while holding his saber, pressing towards the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Kill! Xiao Chun drew his saber tyrannically, and a strand of saber light exploded the wind and snow in the air. The lightning and thunder illuminated him, making him look like a war god. Xiao Chun, who already held the upper hand in the first place, instantly gained an overwhelming advantage over the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Damn it! One wrong move and he lost everything. Huang Puqi complained in his heart. Right now, the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. If he got careless, he would instantly lose. Sword. His mind was unprecedentedly focused. The path of frost had been broken, so he would use the sword in his hand to turn the situation around. With a furious roar, Huang Puqi's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and the sword in his hand buzzed endlessly. Xiao Chun condensed an incredibly sharp sword move. His aura continuously shrank. By the time Xiao Chun arrived, he had already become as sharp as a needle. Needles thin, sharp, but also easy to break. Huang Puqi was forcing himself into a dead end, putting himself in a hopeless situation. In any case, he was already at an absolute disadvantage, so he might as well take a gamble and take a risky move. No one had expected that the situation would be so dangerous in just 2 moves. It was truly shocking that they had reached such a situation where they were either alive or dead. Xiao Chen's state of mind was shocking. Huang Puqi's decisiveness was also shocking. Resolving the mundane. Seeing that Huang Puqi was risking his life like this, Xiao Chun was not afraid at all. He took the opportunity to execute his strongest killing move. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He appeared expressionless as he severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, forgetting the mundane, achieving eternity. A strand of eternal and inextinguishable saber light immediately appeared. A boundlessly ferocious Buddhist light shone brightly in all directions under the thunderclouds. It was like a blazing sun, illuminating eternally, not caring about being extinguished. Ice Sealing Chop, Huang Puqi shouted, and 6 gigantic ice sword chi connected from head to tail appeared above his head. Then, they clashed with that eternal saber light. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and shot forward like a beam of light, betting all of his veritable essence energy. The ice-sealing sword chi clashed with the eternal saber light. Ice shards kept leaking out of the 6 revolving ice sword chis. They flew out and created terrifying ice explosions. The cold chi immediately became like a knife slicing through the air. Ka-sie, ka-sie. The courtyards within 5 kilometers that were affected instantly turned into ice palaces. Then, they silently turned into ice shards littering the ground. The cultivators watching in secret had no choice but to flee, afraid of getting caught up in the terrifying ice shards. Xiao Chun could not dodge. He could only use his physical body to block these terrifying ice shards head-on. When the cold chi entered his body, his internal organs were instantly assaulted. However, at this point, how could Xiao Chun retreat? The eternal and inextinguishable saber light in his hand continued to descend. The 2 were going all out. It was a matter of who could last to the end. It was Xiao Chun who broke the ice sword chi connected from head to tail, breaking the needle-like sharp sword move inside. In the end, it was Huang Puqi's needle-sharp, ice-like sword move that penetrated every opening that Xiao Chun could reach first, crushing his physical body. The saber light was eternal and inextinguishable. However, that did not mean that the physical body was eternal. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for this exciting result. Ka-sie. In the next moment, The sound of something breaking could be heard from within the ice storm. In the next moment, the ice and snow broke, and Huang Puqi became like a broken kite, on the verge of falling. Senior brother. The Snow Sword Palace disciples were startled. They quickly soared into the air and caught Huang Puqi. You lost. The ice and snow exploded, and the saber light vanished. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, his white robes slowly landed, accompanied by the dancing ice and snow in the air. His face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the fight just now had exhausted his mind and spirit, and his injuries were not light. On the other hand, Huang Puqi's face was drained of blood. There was a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He had nearly been cut in half at the waist. Thank you for showing mercy, Huang Puqi said through clenched teeth as he looked at Xiao Chen. His face was dark, and there was no sign of gratitude on his face. With the last saber strike, Xiao Chen had the chance to take his life. In the end, he held back and didn't chop him in half. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "No need to thank me. You saved your own life." He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. Huang Puqi smiled bitterly and said, "My background is better than yours, and my cultivation is higher. If I were to use my will of soul, where would I put my face? A defeat is a defeat. Let's go." This time, there was no need for Xiao Chen to say anything. Huang Puqi led the Snow Sword Palace disciples away. He would not appear again in the future. He was convinced and no longer had the face to remain here. Just at this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu, who were in the courtyard, exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While Xiao Chen and Huang Puqi were speaking, Senior Ma suddenly threw out a book. Stars flickered in the two's eyes. Their wills of soul carried the flourishing might of the world as they charged at Xiao Chen. The two's wills of soul merged into one in the air. Immediately, the sky changed color. Winds blew, and clouds churned. An unparalleled force pressed down on Xiao Chen. Everyone in the distance was so shocked by this scene that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there were no rules in Dragon Flame City, every cultivator had their pride. Very few people would launch such a shameless sneak attack. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack after the battle ended. Furthermore, it was two-star Venerates working together to use their wills of soul to suppress a major primal core Venerate at the same time. Xiao Chen, you traitor. This old man will let you know the fate of betrayers, Senior Ma said through clenched teeth, showing a vicious expression. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In Senior Ma's eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Back then, Xiao Chen already found it very taxing to resist Senior Ma's will of soul alone. Now that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to deal with the severely injured Xiao Chen, they were confident of success. There would be no mistakes. It's over. This time, Xiao Chen is really finished. While many people thought that the two old men were shameless, they also felt pity for Xiao Chen. No matter who it was, they would most likely die in such a situation. There would be no hope of survival. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly. Starlight flickered in his eyes as well. The azure dragon seal in his soul pool flickered with light. A will of soul containing the primordial dragon might surged out of Xiao Chen's forehead and clashed with the combined will of soul. Buzz! The two soul wills clashed in the air. The two old men's soul wills crumbled upon contact. They didn't even have time to show shock on their faces. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground, unable to move. Dust filled the air, but it didn't move. Xiao Chen's soul will had already fixed this space. Young Master Xiao, spare me. Old Ma and Old Lu knelt on the ground, completely scared out of their wits. Huang Puqi, who had not gone far, turned his head and saw this scene. He was petrified on the spot, feeling as if his face was on fire. Chapter 1749. Huang Puqi showed a sullen face, his expression completely stiff. He was completely stupefied. Earlier, Huang Puqi still maintained some pride. He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. He believed that even if he lost, it was because he did not use his full power or bring out all his trump cards. However, right now, Xiao Chun did it before everyone. He broke the will of soul that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to bring out, announcing to everyone that he, Xiao Chun, also had a will of soul. Furthermore, it was not weak, easily breaking the will of soul of two-star venerates. Huang Puqi did not care about Senior Ma and Senior Lu at all. They were just two-star venerates with ordinary talent. To ordinary people, they looked very awe-inspiring. However, Huang Puqi was very knowledgeable. He had already seen many star venerates in a rank 5 sect. He had seen holy venerates and sovereign personages. In the Snow Sword Palace with Senior Ma and Senior Lu's cultivation, they could only be outer sect administrators at best. They would not even be able to become elders. Huang Puqi believed that he could break the will of soul that the two worked together. However, he would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Chun. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" The Snow Sword Palace junior brother asked quickly when he saw that Huang Puqi's expression was off. Huang Puqi felt somewhat empty in his heart. He showed a desolate expression, appearing somewhat embarrassed. He said somewhat weakly, "I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go." Huang Puqi repeated himself twice in a row. Clearly, he was not in the right state of mind. His footsteps were unsteady, and he instantly looked much older. As Xiao Chun looked at Senior Ma and Senior Lu, he ignored their pleas for mercy. He pointed, and the two, who were suppressed by the will of soul, flew back into the air. After the two landed, their expressions turned stiff, and their eyes turned listless. In their soul pools, their souls had already been shattered, becoming two soulless bodies. They could not be any more dead. Xiao Chun had always despised such vile people who attacked from behind. He coldly waved his hand and said to the people who came to cause trouble, "Close my doors and scram." "Yes, yes, yes." The people of Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams panicked, carrying the two's corpses and rushing away. The people watching the battle from the shadows remained silent for a long time. They had never expected such an ending. The sneak attack of two-star venerates should have been in the bag. To think that Xiao Chun managed to turn the situation around. Who would have thought that Xiao Chun would be able to break Huang Pu's miraculous phenomenon with just a flower-pinching finger? One day later, the battle shook the entire city. The white-clad Xiao Chun, who was already well known in the first place, became even more famous in Dragon Flame City. The topic of discussion was not just the ancient dragon race totem and his many treasures. It was his strength. Some people even believed that Xiao Chun was strong enough to rank among the 10 strongest bladesmen in Dragon Flame City. Apart from his low cultivation, he had no other shortcomings. Just how strong was the white-robed Xiao Chun? This was the topic that all of Dragon City was talking about the most. Apart from that, what they talked about the most was what Xiao Chun had said. Whoever could defeat the saber in his hand, he would give all the treasures on him to the other party for free. This sentence was seen as Xiao Chun issuing a challenge to all the experts of Dragon City. Everyone knew that the Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place where the most geniuses and outstanding talents gathered in the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Every day, sect elites and outstanding talents from the various astral clusters would come here on experiential training. This was especially so now. Even the 10 great sects of the Yenwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquiate sent true inheritors to lead teams on experiential training. Some people found Xiao Chen's words too arrogant. Sooner or later, there would be trouble. Indeed, on the second day after Huang Puqi's defeat, someone went to look for him. It's Bai Yan, a veteran expert of Dragon Flame City. His team ranks among the top 3 in Dragon Flame City. He lost. Bai Yan lost. After 100 moves, Xiao Chun knocked him into the air with one saber strike. He no longer had any combat prowess and fled in a sorry state. However, Bai Yan's defeat did not stop this craze. While Dragon Flame City lacked many things, it did not lack ruthless people. Did you hear? The Feng Luo, known as the 10,000 Demon Slayer in the northern city, sought out Xiao Chun after he returned from the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That's the one. I heard that Feng Luo killed more than 10,000 flame demons. He is a ruthless person. Although he did not break through to Star Venerate, he comprehended the will of Soul long ago. His combat experience is scarily rich. That's right. That's him. When he returned this time, he already broke through to Star Venerate. When he heard that Shao Chun has an ancient dragon race totem, he charged over without saying anything. What was the result? He lost. Shao Chun defeated him in 50 moves. He was in an even worse state than Bai Yan. Ah, that can't be, right? No one expected that defeating Huang Puqi was just the beginning for Shao Chun. In merely 2 short months, more than 20 people sought out Shao Chun to challenge him. Practically every 3 days, experts of Dragon Flame City or outstanding talents who came for experiential training sought out Shao Chun. In the end, all of them lost without exception. However, there were people who did not believe that a person who had not broken through to Star Venerate could be strong. No matter how strong one was, there was a limit. However, despite these people attacking one after another, they could not defeat Shao Chun. They even found it difficult to last more than 100 moves. Later, the cultivators in Dragon Flame City were shocked to discover that Shao Chun seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. Shao Chun seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. After every battle ended, his strength would increase by another level when he reappeared. Hence, a strange scene happened. Originally, every time Shao Chun fought, there would be more than 100 people watching, learning from him and curious about the results. After 3 months, there were only a few people watching. This was because Shao Chun's opponents lost increasingly faster. From the first 100 moves now, no one could last more than 10 moves. He lost again. The top outstanding talent of the vast sea cluster, Nan Gongming, who broke through to Star Venerate at the age of 30, lost to Shao Chun in 5 moves. That is within expectations. Now I finally understand. This Shao Chun is purposely using this to temper himself. He is really ruthless. In my opinion, only those dynasty scions or the top 100 great desolate Eon bloodlines can suppress him. Indeed, such an existence can already go to the central great realm and make a name for himself. That is hard to say. Those who have not entered the central great realm will never know how narrow their vision is. That's right. In the dynasties, rank 5 sects are at the bottom. Not to mention rank 6 sects and the various holy sects above rank 6 sections. In the end, that world is still too far away from us. Just think about it. Just one cluster Lord Go, you can have an entire great realm as her conferred land. The vision of the people of the central great realm is completely different from ours. Right now, the discussion about Shao Chun was no longer about how strong he was in Dragon Flame City. Instead, it was about whether such a demonic genius like him could make a name for himself in the central great realm. However, few people had been to the central great realm before. Everyone debated this endlessly with many different opinions. Some people said that Shao Chun was qualified to join a holy gate. Some people also said that Shao Chun was not qualified enough and would only invite humiliation if he went to the central great realm. It was just like how many outstanding talents were among the top in their respective astral clusters. However, after they went to the central great realm, they all felt depressed and disappointed. Even after many years, when they returned, they did not mention their experiences in the central great realm. With one look, it was clear that they did not want to recall the past. They must have suffered great humiliation and could not bear to recall it. Another 3 months passed. Half a year passed just like that. Shao Chun stood on the roof of his courtyard and looked at the people below. Then he said softly, "Senior, you lost." Outside the courtyard, an old man stared at the broken saber on the ground. This old man muttered to himself in a daze. This old man was Feng Yuqiang, one of the original 10 great bladesmen of Dragon Flame City, ranked first. He came because of the ancient dragon race totem. A totem was not something that could be called a totem after it was carved on a piece of wood. It required a race to worship it, for countless people to worship it and offer their pious faith. Only after thousands or even tens of thousands of years could it take form and be called a totem. The totem of some minor races was already a priceless treasure. What more the ancient dragon race? Naturally, it would tempt countless experts. Feng Yuqiang had been tempted long ago. However, due to his status, he did not make a move. After half a year, as more and more people lost to Xiao Chun, Feng Yuqiang finally could no longer hold back and made a move. However, after one battle, after exchanging 10 moves, Xiao Chun broke his weapon. Feng Yuqiang suffered a crushing defeat, reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the old man in front of the courtyard, somewhat distracted. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. To think that no one in Dragon Flame City was a match for him. Perhaps Xiao Chun had set his sights too low from the very start. Chapter 1750. Within half a year, all the famous experts of Dragon Flame City had challenged Xiao Chun. When the outstanding talents who came for experiential training heard of Xiao Chun's reputation and the wager, they all challenged him. Even the true inheritors of the 10-rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquiate all rushed over. At first, people came to challenge Xiao Chun nearly every day. However, in the final month, only Feng Yuqiang came. Even so, he was defeated in 10 moves. I'm old. I'm really old. Feng Yuqiang picked up the broken saber and sighed to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chun landed on the ground and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, don't be too sad. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of powerful experts who became famous in their twilight years. Feng Yuqiang smiled bitterly and said, There are indeed quite a few. I even know some of them. However, they are definitely not me. I'll take my leave first. Feeling somewhat hurt, Feng Yuqiang shook his head and sighed before leaving alone. As Xiao Chun watched Feng Yuqiang leave, he entered deep thought. In the past half a year, he had defeated countless people. He would seriously observe the expressions and backs of every defeated person. Defeat had never been scary. What was scary was losing all fighting spirit after one defeat. Xiao Chun had once been reduced to a sorry state by a star venerate, like an ant that could be squashed. He had lost even more miserably than these people in an even more sorry state. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit. That was how he rose up today, fighting everywhere in Dragon Flame City without suffering a single defeat. However, this was not a result that he could be too proud of. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and said softly, It is time to return. In the past half a year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached peak consummation major primal core realm, only one step away from Star Venerate. Since he already condensed the will of soul, the bottleneck between major primal core Venerate and Cloud Sea Star Venerate was not particularly large. There was no need for him to purposely make a breakthrough. When the conditions were right, he could advance to Star Venerate. Right now, Xiao Chun had to consider how to proceed after breaking through to Star Venerate. He needed a goal, someone to refer to. However, there was no one in Dragon Flame City that he could learn from. After packing his things, Xiao Chun silently left the northern city in the middle of the night. Dragon Flame City, Southern District. A middle-aged man wearing a cloak sat cross-legged on the top floor of a quiet and elegant pavilion. Beside his hand was a simple and unadorned longsword. In the quiet and peaceful top floor, there was an omnipresent sword aura that came from the middle-aged man's body. As long as he existed, the sword momentum would not disappear. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, as long as he opened his eyes, the natural sword momentum would be ready to be unleashed. This was a shocking blow to the invader, catching him off guard. He was Baiming Feng. Xiao Chun was one of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City, one of the sovereigns of the southern city. Over the years, he had killed countless aggrieved souls with his sword. Relying on the 4-foot-long sword, he had established an illustrious reputation. Very few people dared to provoke him, but tonight, under the lonely shadow of the waning moon, a young man in white walked over. The bright moon was not round, and the stars did not twinkle. Tonight it was very dark. The man in white walked over with a saber in his hand. When he was 10 li away from the pavilion, Baiming Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Auras clashed, and the saber and sword hummed. The decorations on the top floor shattered one by one, and cracks appeared on the pillars as they struggled. Dense saber intent and sword intent clashed with each other, causing the cracks to spread continuously. The instant Bai Ming Feng opened his eyes, he instantly grasped the sword beside him and drew it by 1 centimeter. A dazzling sword light and a sharp sword wind made Bai Ming Feng's long hair and clothes flutter wildly. However, by the time Bai Ming Feng opened his eyes, it was already too late. This was because Xiao Chun had already drawn his saber, and Bai Ming Feng had only just opened his eyes. Boom! The pavilion instantly shattered, turning into countless shards. However, Bai Ming Feng had not even drawn his sword yet. Whoosh! An even stronger saber light completely crushed Bai Ming Feng's sword wind, extinguishing it and forcibly driving it away. Before Bai Ming Feng could swing his sword, the saber light knocked the sword in his hand away. Ka-ca! The saber light chopped down, chopping off Bai Ming Feng's right hand, which originally held the sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain. When the pavilion shattered, Bai Ming Feng stabbed his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee. His complexion was pale, but he did not say anything. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the saber light that lit up the dark night vanished. However, Xiao Chen's white robes were still clearly visible in this quiet night. I am a vengeful person. Half a year ago, you stabbed me with your sword and nearly took my life. Half a year later, I will return the favor and cut off one of your arms. Right after Bai Ming Feng spoke, Xiao Chun left with his saber in hand, going further away in the hazy night sky with the waning moon hanging high. As Bai Ming Feng looked at his chopped-off arm, he revealed a bitter smile. Bai Ming Feng had long known that a demonic genius had appeared in the northern city. In the past half a year, this person had challenged all the experts in Dragon Flame City. He also knew that this person was the white-clad bladesman who once caught his sword with his bare hand. Furthermore, Bai Ming Feng knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him before leaving. However, Bai Ming Feng did not leave. Firstly, he could not bear to part with the profits he had accumulated in Dragon Flame City over the years. Secondly, he did not believe that he could not catch Xiao Chen's saber. Bai Ming Feng knew that Xiao Chun was like him, a proud and aloof person. Half a year ago, when Xiao Chun caught his sword, Bai Ming Feng stopped making a move, letting Xiao Chun leave. Unfortunately, after half a year, Bai Ming Feng failed to catch the saber strike. Losing an arm was the price Bai Ming Feng paid for his confidence. Bai Ming Feng picked up the chopped-off arm on the ground and quickly left without saying a word. Bai Ming Feng had made many enemies over the years. If he did not leave after losing an arm, he would be seeking death. Those enemies would not be as polite as Xiao Chun. At sunrise, a black horse carriage kicked up dust as it sped on the road leading to Soaring Dragon City. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in the carriage, cultivating with his eyes closed, not slacking off at all. See. Cold chi spread out in the carriage, and snowflakes flew everywhere, condensing into ice feathers drifting about. In the past half a year, Xiao Chun had already cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the 3rd layer. This was already very fast. In the future, Xiao Chun would have to slow down, unless Xiao Chun ran into some fortuitous encounter or an ice-attributed natural treasure. Right now, Xiao Chun had a head of long hair, half white and half black. Despite his handsome air, there was now a hint of coldness. After 3 days and 3 nights, Soaring Dragon City came into view. Xiao Chun still needed to deal with some things before he could leave the Soaring Dragon Great Realm and return to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame Sect. Xiao Chun still had many harvests in the underground Dragon City, like the blaze crystals and all sorts of natural treasures that he could not use. After cultivating for half a year, he had exhausted a lot of spirit jades, so he needed to replenish them. Whoosh! Ma Chang suddenly shrank back and then strangely vanished, appearing on Xiao Chen's clothes, which had suddenly appeared. Xiao Chun would arrive at Soaring Dragon City in another half a day. There was no need to use the cycle war chariot to travel. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to continue on, a strange aura attracted his attention. At some point in time, the busy road had turned quiet, no carriages or people in sight. Blocking the road? These 2 words were Xiao Chen's first reaction. To be able to block the road to Soaring Dragon City, how capable must this person be? Without the tacit approval of the Cluster Lord's residence or some connection, it would be impossible to block the road. Who would dare to offend the soaring dragon marquis? That was a marquis conferred by an immortal dynasty. It represented not only honor but also deterrence and strength. Not some symbolic thing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Light flickered, and 18 figures approached from afar, surrounding Xiao Chun. They were all dressed in black, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes and a cold, murderous aura. Their footsteps were firm, and their cultivations were peak major primal core realm cultivators. With one look, one could tell that these people were skilled in formations and good at working together to kill. Hand over the ancient dragon race totem. I'll give you 1 second to consider. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to reply, when the 18 saw that he did not quickly take out the ancient dragon race totem, a murderous intent spread from their bodies. The murderous intent immediately erupted. Like a tsunami or a volcano erupting, the 18 drew their short swords at the same time. Piercing beams of light shot out from their feet. The light beams connected and instantly formed a three-dimensional formation, trapping Xiao Chun in it. This trapped Xiao Chun within, making it difficult to advance or retreat. Danger lurked everywhere. Chapter 1751. An expert. This was a tacit understanding that could only be cultivated by a true assassin for 10 years, or even dozens of years. Countless resources were needed to accumulate. Behind these simple 18 people was a great power whose depths could not be seen. Nurturing such 18 people would require much more resources than hiring a star venerate expert. Resources had a price, but time was priceless. Not everyone had the ability to spend more than a decade to nurture such death warriors. There must be a huge force behind it. There must be specialized people and organizations that carry out systematic training. Light and shadow flickered between black and white. Countless sword shadows charged towards Xiao Chen, stabbing, slashing, left and right. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there was not a single blind spot. Clang, clang, clang. Unsheathing his saber, Xiao Chun did not move an inch. His expression was calm as he brandished the saber in his hand. As the sword and saber clashed, all sorts of clanging sounds could be heard. It was exceptionally shocking. The round of attacks that were like an inescapable net ended in the blink of an eye. Another round followed, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Between heaven and earth, light and shadow danced. This three-dimensional array was shrouded by layers of sword shadows. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see the dancing swords forming a huge sphere. After 18 rounds, the black shadow returned to its original position. There were no wounds on Xiao Chen's body. After half a year of training, his saber skills had reached a whole new level. When Xiao Chun waved his hand, his saber light could easily envelop a place. With one move, he could easily block the combined attacks of several people. But the situation was still not optimistic. Xiao Chun felt that this complicated and profound formation was just the beginning. There were still many more incredible moves that he had yet to bring out. The targets of this formation should be middle-stage star venerates or even late-stage star venerates. He had to defeat one of them. Otherwise, if the other party were to continue to display the might of the formation, they would be unable to escape. He would definitely perish here today. Change formation. Just as Xiao Chun expected, the leader of the black-robed men snorted coldly. The 18 figures quickly changed positions. The light on the ground and the connected sword shadows in the air kept changing. Like a ripple, all sorts of killing intents assaulted Zhang Xian unceasingly. The formation was filled with killing intent. One wrong step and they would fall into a bottomless abyss and be dismembered. Xiao Chun had no choice but to follow suit. He tried his best to find the slightest chance of survival in the array formation. Of the 50 Dian numbers, 9 out of 40 are used and 1 is missing. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but no matter what, there would always be a chance of survival. Any killing formation was like this, it could not go against the natural order. No matter how many layers of killing intent there would always be a chance of survival. What was difficult was to distinguish between real and fake, and between fake and real. How to divide it. How to argue. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was proficient in the art of geomancy. He had been through hundreds of battles and was particularly sensitive to killing intent. In such a killing formation, Xiao Chun kept flashing about, narrowly avoiding the layers of danger. Wait, killing intent gathered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He still had many trump cards that he had yet to use, even though it was dangerous and he could lose his life at any moment. However, he had not used any of these trump cards. Either he didn't use it, or once he did, he would be sealed with blood and killed without mercy. The 18 assassins watched in shock as Xiao Chun continuously moved about but failed to land a hit. This formation was called the Star-Killing Formation. As the name suggested, it was used to kill star venerates. Once it was executed, there was no chance of failure. However, today Xiao Chun was just a major primal core venerate. Even after fighting for so long, he still did not show any openings. Attack! The leader of the assassins shouted, losing some patience. Immediately, 9 figures soared into the air and thrust their swords at Xiao Chun. The 9 swords merged into one, and space trembled. If there were a tall mountain here, it would definitely collapse. Even a middle-stage star venerate would have to dodge the attack of the 9 swords merged into one. As long as one retreated, one would fall into the killing intent of the formation, consigned to eternal damnation. The 9 people's eyes were sharp, cold, emotionless, devoid of color, only a heavy death chi. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled coldly and said, "I was waiting for you to attack." 2 spots of light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram suddenly took form. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Dang! The 9 swords struck the diagram but did not budge at all, unable to break it. Scatter! Xiao Chun pushed with his hand, and the yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright golden light. Then, it charged forward, sweeping through everything in its path, unblockable. Before the 9 black-clad assassins could retreat, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram crashed into them. They immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood and went flying back. The star-killing formation instantly broke. When the light and shadow disappeared, the feeling of being restrained by the light and shadow that had been lingering around Xiao Chun vanished. Resolving the mundane, severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. After being suppressed for so long, Xiao Chen's killing intent erupted like a flash flood as he swung his saber. The 9 black-clad assassins who got knocked away all got chopped in half at the waist, splattering blood everywhere. Mission failed. Retreat. The leader paled in shock. In a fluster, he decisively retreated, not daring to get involved. After all, the 9 were not star venerates. Once the formation failed, they returned to their original form. "You think you can leave?" Xiao Chun snorted coldly. His figure trembled, and he executed Dermic World, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. When Xiao Chun landed, he trampled 3 fleeing black-clad assassins to death. Then, just as he was about to recover his true form, he sent out a saber strike with all his might. The saber light grew to 30 kilometers long, looking like a rainbow descending from the sky, killing another 4 people. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. The instant Xiao Chun recovered his true form, a berserk tricolor dragon flew out of his palm. It grew with the wind, bearing fangs and claws as it instantly swallowed up a person. The situation reversed in an instant. Only the leader managed to flee more than 5 kilometers away. However, before that leader could rejoice or sigh, he saw an invisible will carrying the might of the world howling over. Everywhere this will passed, strong winds howled, and the grass bent. It was like a sovereign descending, all things submitting. Boom! The leader felt like a mountain crashed into him. He grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed this person to the point that he could not move. The might of the world froze this space. The drifting dust, the flying tree branches, and the passing birds all froze. It was like time had stopped flowing. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed. Nothing moved except the leader's body. Then he ruthlessly pulled it back. As Xiao Chun grabbed the leader's body, he showed a sullen expression as he tossed it away like trash. This person was already dead. The moment the will of soul suppressed him, he committed suicide. Xiao Chun withdrew his will of soul into his body. Rumble! The trees fell to the ground, the dust flew up again, and the birds flew away in a fluster. Corpses littered the ground, with severed limbs and a heavy stench of blood lingering in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat scarily sullen. His alternating black and white hair exuded a startling chill from his entire body. It was like his killing chi was sealed in ice. Xiao Chun looked at the silhouette of soaring Dragon City at the limits of his vision. Xiao Chun muttered, "The Cluster Lord's residence." There was no grudge between them, yet Xiao Chun made such a killing move. He was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, vanishing from where he stood. Then, he headed for Soaring Dragon City silently. His destination was Soaring Dragon City's Cluster Lord's residence. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At the same time, a group of unwelcome guests arrived at Dragon Flame City, which was still far away. 7 or 8 people gathered at the city gates. All of them had extraordinary auras and a withdrawn sharpness. Vaguely, they stirred up the world. Even though they hid their sharpness, their invisible auras made others retreat, not daring to stand together with them. They were like beggars not daring to sit together with a sovereign king. The leader was a woman in a plain red dress. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair fluttered in the wind, stirring up all sorts of flirtatious feelings, intoxicating one. Dragon Flame City. The woman in the red dress had a small, exquisite saber hanging at her waist. As she looked at the words Dragon Flame City, she said softly, "This place is now the conferred land of the Yenwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquis. He bestowed it to his most beloved daughter, Cluster Lord Goyu. Who knows how long this place has been here? To think that the aura of my dragon race still lingers. This is incredible." The few people discussed in soft voices. As they spoke, the information they revealed made everyone's hair stand on end. Horror filled their eyes. The dragon race. The dragon race's people are here at Dragon Flame City. Something major is going to happen. Quickly, let's go. No one on the city walls dared to sneak a peek at this group of people. They scattered in a fluster. Everyone felt their legs go weak. A handsome youth among them said politely to the woman in the red dress, "Senior Sister Rue, news of an ancient dragon race totem came from this place." Chapter 1752. Lu Ruyue. The red-dressed girl was Qingyun Peak's Lu Ruyue. She was here to investigate the ancient dragon race totem. The totem was very important to any race. If the totem fell into the hands of another race, it would be disadvantageous to the dragon race. This was even true for the ancient blue dragon, an extinct race. Lu Ruyue said softly, "Junior brother Jiang, find out all the information within 1 hour." That handsome man smiled and said, "There is no need for 1 hour. Give me 15 minutes and it will be done." Lu Ruyue frowned slightly. Jiang Cheng was a disciple of the white dragon race. He was very talented and had pretty good aptitude. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, the elders of the race had asked her to take care of this person. Everything about this person was good. However, he was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. He liked to use force to solve problems. In the end, Lu Ruyue did not say anything. She led the others to an inn in Dragon Flame City to wait for news. Not long after, just as junior brother Jiang had said, he returned after a quarter of an hour. "Senior Sister Lu, I already found out everything." Lu Ruyue nodded and asked, "What exactly happened?" The disciple with the family name Jiang said, "The rumor came from a cultivator called Xiao Chun. Everyone says that he has a dragon race totem. However, no one has seen him take it out. I only heard that he and some other cultivators saw a dragon race totem in one of the ancient dragon cities. Senior sister, it looks like this rumor is not reliable. How can my dragon race totem be something that outsiders can easily obtain? The totem's rejection of outsiders is extraordinarily strong. If it could be easily obtained, then this totem would be damaged already, and it would not be very important. Right after the disciple with the family name Jiang spoke, someone immediately calmly analyzed the situation. However, Lu Ruyue revealed a sullen expression. Then, she whispered, Xiao Chun? This name sounds familiar, but I can't recall who he is. Strange. The disciple with the family name Jiang revealed a strange expression. He smiled and said, Senior sister, regardless of whether he is familiar or not, I will capture this person and interrogate him. I'll capture this person and interrogate him. I'll be able to get to the bottom of everything. No, the matter is not clear yet. There is no need to make enemies. Who was the last to see this person? Bring me to him. The disciple with the family name Jiang nodded in agreement at Lu Ruyue's calm way of handling things. However, he did not think much of it. If I had known that senior sister would ask this, I would have already brought him here. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Feng Yuqiang appeared, feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the group of young men and women with extraordinary bearing, he felt a little guilty. Dragon race. These were the top 100 of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Based on the aura of this group of people, it was clear that they were from the 6-colored divine dragons, possessing a venerated status. Even if it wasn't far off. He was no match for any one of them, not to mention that the other party had the colossal dragon clan behind him. To him, this was a completely different level of existence. Normally, he would not be able to come into contact with such high-level outstanding talents. Senior, were you the last person to see Xiao Chun? Please tell me about him in detail. The totem is closely related to our dragon clan. We cannot be careless. Lu Ruyue looked at this old man and spoke calmly and politely, causing Feng Yuqiang to feel some fear and trepidation. Feng Yuqiang quickly bowed and said, I do not dare to address myself as senior. Just call me Old Feng. Jiang Cheng said with a sullen expression, This is our senior sister Lu, the holy daughter of the white dragon race. You can just address the holy daughter as your highness. Tell me everything you know. You are not allowed to miss out on anything. Yes, yes, yes. Feng Yuqiang's voice trembled somewhat. He had not expected to get the chance to see the dragon race's holy daughter. Feng Yuqiang told Lu Ruyue everything about Xiao Chun, everything that should be said and everything that should not be said. After Lu Ruyue heard that, her expression sank. Then, she looked at Feng Yuqiang and said, You want to defeat that Xiao Chun with your strength? How bold of you to hide my dragon race's totem. I don't dare. Feng Yuqiang immediately felt a strong pressure bearing down on him. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he had been muddle-headed at that time and asking for forgiveness. Senior sister, it looks like whether there is a totem or not is still a mystery. We have to find this Xiao Chun and interrogate him in person before we can find out. The person who calmly analyzed the situation earlier spoke again. Lu Ruyue nodded and said, All right, you handle it. Then, although a totem that can be subdued will not be complete, we cannot be careless about this. Wait a moment. As Lu Ruyue spoke, she suddenly stopped. Earlier, that Feng Yuqiang said that this Xiao Chun had defeated all the experts in Dragon Flame City within half a year. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had defeated Feng Yuqiang in 10 moves. Although this Feng Yuqiang was trash in her eyes, he was still an early-stage star venerate, someone who could easily defeat him in 10 moves. Xiao Chun definitely had some strength and talent. Perhaps she did not care about him, but her companions might not be able to keep an eye on him. If that Xiao Chun sensed it and fled far away, it would be somewhat problematic to search for him. Junior brother Jiang, you will lead the team. You have to find this person. Remember, ask for the reason first. If you can avoid making a move, try not to. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. However, if we all go, what about you, senior sister? Lu Ruyue said sullenly, I need to find that underground dragon city and see if it is really an ancient city of my dragon race. All right, in that case, senior sister, take care. Just wait for our good news. Jiang Cheng's tone indicated that he was confident of finding Xiao Chun, so he did not care too much about it. When Lu Ruyue saw Jiang Cheng acting like this, she could not help but feel a headache. She looked at the steadier disciple and said, Wu Su, Keep an eye on junior brother Jiang. After all, this is the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. I do not want to get into any unnecessary trouble with him. Right? Senior sister, don't worry. I believe that senior brother Jiang knows his limits. This group of people was very efficient. They left one after another to investigate Xiao Chen's whereabouts, leaving Lu Riyue alone in the hall. Seeing that no one greeted him, Feng Yuqiang said somewhat nervously, "Your Highness Holy Daughter, if there is nothing else, can this old man leave now?" "There's no rush." Lu Riyue took a sip of tea. Now that there was no one else around, her expression relaxed, no longer as stern. "Draw that Xiao Chen's appearance for me. I want to see this person." A martial artist's memory and observation ability were very strong. Even if they were not good at painting, as long as they saw it once, they would be able to recognize it. He could remember a person's appearance and temperament. Feng Yuqiang was a star venerate. Naturally, this matter did not pose a problem for him. After preparing the ink and paper, he finished drawing after a while. The white-robed Xiao Chun stood on the roof with his saber in hand. His long hair was a mix of black and white. His handsome face had a rather cold expression. Lu Riyue waved her hand to dismiss Feng Yuqiang. She was entranced by the painting. The person in the painting was very familiar. However, Lu Riyue could not recall when she had seen this person before. Xiao Chun in white. This long robe, this person, why do they feel so familiar? Lu Riyue stared at the painting, feeling confused. Her face was filled with doubt. Of course he was familiar with it. The white robe was the clear breeze robe that she had personally given to Xiao Chun, and he had been wearing it all this time. Although the clear breeze robe was not a treasure tool, it had been an extraordinary secret treasure in the past. Could clean itself automatically and repair itself. As for the appearance, that was the person she loved. Over the past 10-odd years, his temperament had changed, but his appearance had not. How could she not be familiar with him? In the past, when she was young, she did not understand love. She only knew that one had to say one's love loudly. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he once called out her name on a tall peak. All for the person he loved, he shouted out what he wanted to say in his heart. He would never forget the past of Qingyun Peak. He left the Kunlun realm to search for you. However, it seemed like Lu Riyue could not remember the past. She looked at the painting in a daze, unable to recall anything. "I must have remembered wrongly. I do not know this person." After a long time, Lu Riyue concluded that she could not find this person in her memories. She was very confident in her memory. If she had seen this person before, she would definitely recall it. Since she could not recall it, she could only say that she had never seen this person before. "I'll stop thinking about it. I'll go and search for the underground dragon city first. When junior brother Jiang brings this person back, I might be able to recall it." Lu Riyue's expression returned to normal. Then, she put down the painting and stood up to leave. Just as Lu Riyue was about to leave the hall, she paused for a moment and turned back. Then, she placed the painting in her storage ring before leaving. Chapter 1753. At this moment, Xiao Chun naturally did not know that the person he yearned for day and night had already arrived in the Soaring Dragon Great World. In Dragon Flame City, where he had stayed for more than half a year, a few days after he had left. But sometimes, life was just so coincidental. Xiao Chun had been in Dragon Flame City for 8 or 9 months, but Lu Riyue had not come. He had only been gone for 3 days and Lu Riyue came. Brushing shoulders was like this. After quietly sneaking into Soaring Dragon City, Xiao Chun spent half an hour and arrived in the vicinity of the Princess Mansion in the city. The County Lord's mansion was built in a grand and majestic manner. It occupied a vast area, and from afar, an invisible and majestic aura lingered above it. That was the luck of the dynasty. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was personally conferred a noble title by the Yanwu dynasty. Furthermore, he was a marquis. Naturally, with the protection of the dynasty's luck, the land where his children were infeft would naturally have some imperial dragon clouds. However, it was not as powerful and obvious as the Soaring Dragon Marquis manor. However, those who were observant would be able to sense the dynasty's dragon clouds above the cluster lord's residence. Even though it was a meager amount, it was still enough to make one tremble with fear. Any major character who saw this formless dragon providence would give them some face and not barge in. As for the weaker characters, such as holy venerates and sovereign personages, they did not dare to act rashly. But today Xiao Chun was angry. On his way here, he was intercepted for no reason. He almost died, but he couldn't vent his anger or calm down. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would naturally feel indignant. If there was an opportunity to sneak into the county lord's residence, he would definitely not let it go. Although he was angry, Xiao Chun was still cautious and did not act rashly. Just observing from afar, he didn't dare to approach rashly. That was because for many experts, even if you were 100 miles away, just a glance would be sensed by others. There must be such a person in the princess's mansion. However, Xiao Chun was just a rank 1 major primal core venerate. The other party would not have imagined that a venerate would dare to make a move on the cluster lord's residence. Even if he did, he wouldn't care and would just ignore it. It was just like how an elephant would not care about an ant's opinion. However, this was precisely Xiao Chun's advantage. It was also the reason why he dared to fight. Xiao Chun sighed inwardly as he looked around in every direction. The princess's residence was indeed heavily guarded. Just the formations alone were stacked on top of one another, and no one knew how many there were. What was even more difficult to say was that there were experts overseeing every important road, and there was a large number of guards patrolling back and forth. There were no blind spots. In addition to the hired mercenaries, the experts of the county lord's mansion were stronger than most of the 4th grade sects. Are there no blind spots? Xiao Chun did not believe it. The heavenly insight divine eye flew out from his glabella. The god's eye hung high in the sky, overlooking the entire princess residence, except for a few places hidden by special maze formations. Every flower, every blade of grass, every detail was clearly seen by Xiao Chun. He didn't need to explore any secret places, he just needed to see if there were any flaws in the defense. Or it would be better to choose the place with the least risk. He could clearly see that there were many experts guarding the important places in the cluster lord's residence. Some of the outer areas were only patrolled by ordinary guards, but they were all set up with formations. If Xiao Chun barged in, he would immediately trigger the formations and be discovered. Then, he would raise the alarm and get caught by the many experts. No formation could be perfect and flawless. Naturally, the formations laid by the cluster lord's residence had gaps. However, it was made up of layers of formations that were stacked on top of each other, and several formations were constantly revolving. If the first layer had a gap, the second layer would patch it up. If the second layer had a gap, the third layer would patch it up. So on and so forth. There were a total of 18 formations layered over each other. Xiao Chun made a quick count. As long as he broke through 9 formations, he would be able to enter safely. Xiao Chun was not proficient in the formation Dao. However, he was proficient in the dragon-seeking art and had some accomplishments in geomancy. He could see many clues from the many decorations in the cluster lord's residence. The fake mountains, pavilions, and winding corridors. Many of the seemingly ordinary buildings were the nodes of the formations. Using the heavenly insight, Xiao Chun saw everything. Then, he used the dragon-seeking art in the Paradise Secret Canon and continuously calculated for 4 hours. After spending a lot of energy, Xiao Chun finally figured out some patterns, gaining some confidence. Withdraw. The heavenly eye returned to Xiao Chun's forehead. His eyes hurt slightly, so he closed them and rested for a while. The instant he opened his eyes, he gently pushed off with his feet and withdrew his aura. Then, he soared into the air and flew towards the cluster lord's residence. This looked crazy and impossible. However, in reality, he was just a mere major primal core venerate. He did not have much of a presence near the cluster lord's residence. Even if someone sensed him, they would not care too much. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had purposely chosen this direction, a rather remote corner. First layer. Xiao Chun's body swayed gently, and he successfully broke through the gap in the first layer of formations without causing any strange activity. Second layer, breakthrough. Third layer, breakthrough. Relying on the countless simulations in his mind, Shao Chun made his way to the 8th layer. However, when he reached the 9th layer, he suddenly discovered that the 9th layer started to reverse. Damn it! Shao Chun cursed in his heart. Then, he had no choice but to forcefully land. This landing node was not good. The moment he landed, a patrolling team arrived not far away. If Shao Chun cleared the 9th layer, he could land in a deserted place. Who is it? The leader of that team of guards immediately shouted when he saw Shao Chun appear. Shao Chun's face sank. He quickly turned around and said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to speak to me with such an attitude? Even your cluster lord does not dare to do this." Dressed in white, this leader stood out from the crowd. His hair alternated between black and white, giving him a cold and aloof air. As Shao Chun spoke, he spread out some of his will of soul. The strong aura instantly weakened the aura of that major primal core venerate captain of the guards. There were many guards in the cluster lord's residence. Most of the captains were at this level. The true experts were all guarding secret places or special checkpoints. Furthermore, the guests that the cluster lord's residence hired were people of high status. They would not use their talents to patrol. Normally, the guards would sound the alarm after discovering an uninvited guest. Only then would the experts of the cluster lord's residence be startled. Shao Chen's actions immediately shocked this group of guards. They did not sound the alarm. They did not expect that someone who was not even a star venerate would dare to barge into the cluster lord's residence. They subconsciously treated Shao Chun as the cluster lord's honored guest or an outstanding young talent that the cluster lord fancied, wanting to nurture him and send him to the Marquis's residence in the future. There were many such outstanding young talents in the cluster lord's residence. Shao Chun fulfilled all the requirements. Shao Chun retorted coldly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Do you think that I'm an assassin?" That person felt somewhat embarrassed by Shao Chen's reprimand. "I do not dare. Indeed, how could there be a major primal core venerate assassin? That would be a joke. This time I'm really unlucky." Shao Chen stepped forward and said indifferently, "Someone, come out. Bring me to Cooling Heart Lake." When that guard captain heard that, he relaxed. Cooling Heart Lake was an important place in the depths of the cluster lord's residence. Outsiders would not know about it. This white-clad bladesman should have just arrived at the cluster lord's residence and lost his way. He hurriedly nodded in agreement and called out someone to lead the way for Shao Chun. However, in reality, Shao Chen's heavenly eye had already seen the Cooling Heart Lake from outside. His strong state of mind allowed Shao Chen's expression to remain calm. Even after the group of guards left, his expression did not change. Along the way, he casually chatted with the guard who was leading the way. To his surprise, Shao Chun learned that Countess Go Yu was currently meeting with an honored guest from the Soaring Dragon County. These guards had no idea who this mysterious person was, but judging from his demeanor, his status was definitely incomparably noble. "Young master, the Cooling Heart Lake is not far from here. I still have a mission to complete, so I won't be able to send you off personally," the guard said respectfully. Shao Chun nodded and gestured for him to leave. It was very troublesome to enter, but after entering, Shao Chun was quite relaxed, because basically no one paid attention to him or suspected him. There were even people who would kiss and nod their heads to greet him. Suddenly, Shao Chun looked around and saw a familiar face in the county lord's mansion. It's her. Shao Chen's gaze immediately turned somewhat gloomy. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. Chapter 1754. Boom! The other guards were still entangled with Xiao Yu, the maidservant. They had no time to care about Shao Chun, so they did not notice anything strange. After a while, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Interesting. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you wanted it, I would have let you have it. However, you did not make a move. You have to know that many people are interested in the ancient dragon race totem. If not for giving Father Face, someone would have come here long ago to make a move. However, you did not make a move. Sooner or later, it would benefit others. Let me in. I want to see the cluster lord. I have urgent matters to discuss with the cluster lord." Lan Luo's eyes turned somewhat moist. She had never experienced such a strange emptiness and sadness before. Longbow smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. You may withdraw. You all have done well." Then he lowered his body and hid his aura. With a somewhat dazed expression, Lan Luo said, No wonder you kept me here, not letting me out. Seventh brother?" The moment Lan Luo heard that, she completely erupted. She could no longer hide her killing chi. Longbow frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused in his heart. What's going on? Seems like Lan Luo really wants to kill. At the entrance to the garden in front of Xiao Chen, the maidservant Xiao Yu, who once served him in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, walked quickly in a somewhat flustered manner. That was to say, Xiao Yu's cultivation was already much higher than Xiao Chen's. He could not tell just from her aura. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a thin line and entered through the cracks in the roof. Now that he thought about it, Cluster Lord Go Yu had actually noticed him long ago. That man called Longbow was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, Lan Luo's reaction was so great. Xiao Chun was startled. He could not make out this old man's cultivation at all. Based on her appearance, it seemed like Xiao Yu wanted to make a move and barge in. That mysterious honored guest's guard focused all his attention on the maidservant Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not mention the guard's obstruction. Instead, she answered, "Cluster Lord, 7th Young Master sent out the 18 Dark Shadow Guards to kill Young Master Xiao. He even got people to block the way." The scene inside immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind with a single glance. Clearly, Lan Luo was very impatient. She said with a sullen expression, "What exactly do you want to say? Just say it directly. Stop trying to beat around the bush." It was Xiao Yu, the maidservant who served Xiao Chun twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. He didn't even notice that he was being followed. Who's up there? Only by seeing the other party in action would one be able to tell. Xiao Chen's mind raced. The other party should be reporting to the princess now. Good news? In the shadows behind him hid an extremely inconspicuous old man. His eyes were closed, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Princess Go Yu was the true master of this place. A group of guards came in and knelt on the ground. "Follow her." At first, Xiao Chun thought that he had seen wrongly, but after confirming it, he realized that he was not mistaken. "You're courting death." Xiao Chun had once met the auctioneer in the Purple Sun region's Purple Sun City, the girl who left in tears after being provoked by his words. On the eaves, Xiao Chun was greatly shocked. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The young man smiled and said, "All right, then I won't talk anymore. I heard that an ancient dragon clan totem appeared in his younger sister's conferred land. Coincidentally, I have a friend in the imperial capital who is very interested in this and wants my help. That kind of skillful cooperation required a lot of resources and time. However, it was not a problem for the Soaring Dragon Marquis. If she wasn't the one who sent the 18 assassins, could it be someone else?" Lan Luo's expression suddenly turned incredibly cold, making Longbow feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to say something, he pushed the maidservant, Xiao Yu, out of this place. However, it was just a strange movement, and some murderous intent appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. The old man hiding behind Longbow suddenly opened his eyes. "How dare you? Don't you know that this is the Cluster Lord's residence? If you still don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. Move." Longbow sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he said, "Now that things have reached this point, younger sister, don't be angry. The 18 guards should be returning soon with good news." Xiao Chun quietly hid himself and followed behind the maidservant, Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu's footsteps were flustered, her expression hurried. Seeing that something was wrong, the guards in other places also came over. If one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed them. This made Xiao Chun wonder, who in the world is so thick-skinned? To think that this person was so rude to the people of the Cluster Lord's residence, not letting them in just like that. Xiao Chun discovered some clues. Now that he thought about it, the Cluster Lord seemed to be receiving guests right now. Longbow picked at his fingernails and sighed casually. "It's too late. I already made my move." It was not convenient to make a move in Dragon Flame City. After leaving the city, he immediately sent out the assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This sudden incident immediately opened up several gaps in the guards of this pavilion. Their attire was somewhat different from that of the cluster lord's residence's guards, and their cultivations were more refined. However, this woman's current expression seemed somewhat off. Seventh young master, we already did our best. However, she still barged in. Seventh young master, please punish her. That is very likely. An opportunity. Lan Luo asked in shock when she noticed some wounds on Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Chun recalled that Xiao Yu had mentioned several times back then, wanting to introduce him to the cluster lord. Lan Luo felt like a rock was pressing down on his heart, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Xiao Yu, why are you like this? This truly startled Xiao Chun, nearly exposing his aura. That woman was actually Lan Luo. The woman sitting beside the young man had exquisite facial features. Even though she wore gorgeous and noble attire, she could not hide her proud figure. Back then, Xiao Chun thought that it was a coincidence or fate. Now, it looked like it was just a premeditated plan. The 18 Dark Shadow Guards. Cluster Lord Go Yu. This pavilion looks a bit like a temporary residence prepared for guests. This blow was simply too great, somewhat unbearable. Her body trembled slightly, and her complexion paled somewhat. However, the soaring dragon marquis had many children. Whether he could inherit the marquis's title or not was another matter. Two people sat on the host's seat, a man and a woman. Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow's. He swayed slightly, and his arms spread out. Then, he crossed 1 kilometer and silently landed on the pavilion's roof. There were black-clothed guards standing guard at the 4 corners of the pavilion. Their expressions were grave and stern, and their faces were filled with pride. Just at this moment, the pavilion's doors opened forcefully, and the maidservant, Xiao Yu, rushed in a fluster. Xiao Yu feared that she would not be able to hold back and directly attack. It turned out that this person was also the soaring dragon marquis's son. No wonder he was so imposing and the guards were so arrogant. That guard showed a sullen expression, showing that he did not allow any room for negotiation. The maidservant, Xiao Yu, showed an anxious expression. She tried to barge in several times, but was blocked. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. What are you doing? Even if it is the cluster lord's residence, we are not allowed to disobey 7th young master's orders. This was truly unexpected. To think that the other party had such an esteemed status. To think that she was the soaring dragon marquis's most beloved daughter. When the maidservant thought of this, she could not help revealing some murderous intent in her eyes. When Lan Luo heard this, she immediately stood up. Then, with a sullen expression, she said in an extremely grave tone, "Long bow scram far away. If I find out that you dared to touch that dragon race totem, I will immediately fall out with you." At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was on the roof, understood the cause and effect of the matter. "Seventh brother, why did you call me over?" After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun followed Lan Luo from a distance to a pavilion in the cluster lord's residence. It's her. Her chest was slightly open, purposely revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her chest was half covered, attracting one's imagination and soul. Could it be that the news of me killing all 18 assassins has already spread? Lan Luo said with a sullen expression, "You don't need to care about my matters. If you dare to have any designs on that ancient dragon race totem, don't blame me for being rude." What's going on? However, what surprised Xiao Chun was that the maidservant, Xiao Yu, was blocked. Naturally, Xiao Yu knew about Xiao Chen's matters in Dragonflame City and knew his whereabouts. "Young miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. 7th young master is currently in a meeting with the cluster lord. He strictly ordered that no one is allowed to approach." The man was elegant and handsome, and his face was full of nobility. He looked very young, no more than 25 years old. Lan Luo continued, "If anything happens to that person, there is no need for you to leave. You'd best pray that there is no good news. Keep an eye on him. From now on, do not allow him to take even half a step out of the pavilion." Lan Luo felt an emptiness in her heart. Once the 18 dark shadow guards appeared, how could Xiao Chun possibly survive? After saying that coldly, Lan Luo waved her hand, no longer willing to see Long Bo's face. It turned out that she had misunderstood Lan Luo. The one who wanted to kill her was this Long Bo, the Soaring Dragon Marquis's seventh son. Chapter 1755. With just a trace of killing qi in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old man protecting Long Bo in the dark immediately discovered it. With a war cry, the old man immediately attacked. Up on the roof, Xiao Chun quickly thought of countermeasures. Either fight or leave. However, leaving was clearly unrealistic. With his identity exposed, how could he leave the Cluster Lord's residence? In that case, there was only one option left. With this thought, Xiao Chun attacked decisively, moving ahead of the old man. Xiao Chun gently pressed his palm down, and he descended along with the roof tiles and beams. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun dodged the old man's attack and charged at Long Bo. The old man originally thought that after he discovered Xiao Chun, he would definitely flee. He did not expect that Xiao Chun would be so bold. Not only did he not flee, but he even charged down. His body happened to miss Xiao Chen's. When Xiao Chun reached the top of the building, he was already at the top of the building. The moment the old man reached the roof, Xiao Chun had already landed and was charging at Long Bo. Damn it! The old man flew into a rage. To think that he was fooled by a venerate. He roared furiously and turned around to grab Xiao Chun. Long Bo remained calm in the host's seat. He smiled coldly and said, "An insignificant venerate dares to attack me? You overestimate yourself." Long Bo's forehead swelled up, and a vast will of soul immediately surged out. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun activated the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool and released a bright light. The will of soul, which contained the divine might of the blue dragon, charged forward without any fear. Boom! The two wills of soul clashed without any suspense. Xiao Chen's exquisite soul energy, which came from the faux god flame, supported the divine might of the blue dragon. The will of soul crushed Long Bo's weak will of soul. Then, it continued surging forward, firmly suppressing Long Bo and preventing him from moving. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Nearly at the same time, the old man launched himself over. It looked like the old man would touch Xiao Chun in the next moment and subdue him. "Stop! If you take another step, I will kill him." Relying on his will of soul, Xiao Chun extended his hand and beckoned, controlling Long Bo. Then he turned around abruptly. At this moment, the black-clad old man was only half a step away from Xiao Chun. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been immediately restrained and killed on the spot. "Release Lord 7 kill." Xiao Chun squeezed Long Bo's neck with one hand. When he exerted some force, Long Bo's pale face immediately revealed a pained expression. The black-robed old man hurriedly retreated, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Chun calmed down a little. That was close. The black-clad old man before him was actually a terrifying late-stage star venerate. This kind of existence only needed one move to crush him to death. Of course, that was provided that Xiao Chun did not use the divine might from the faux god flame in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chun. Everything happened too quickly. The moment Xiao Chun landed, a middle-aged man hidden in the dark shielded the Cluster Lord and retreated far away. When Lan Luo clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, she let out a soft cry, revealing an expression of unconcealable joy on her face. Upon hearing Lan Luo's call, Xiao Chun nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "You are actually not dead? Where are my 18 dark shadow guards?" After learning Xiao Chen's identity, Long Bo was greatly startled. Not only did the person with the dragon race totem not die, but he also managed to escape. Not only did that person with the dragon race totem not die, but he even charged into the Cluster Lord's residence and restrained him. The development of the situation completely surpassed Long Bo's expectations. "Xiao Chun, don't be rash. Put him down. I'll help you deal with everything." After the pleasant surprise, Lan Luo calmed down. This was not the time to be happy. Xiao Chun was here for revenge and had subdued Long Bo. If he rashly killed Long Bo, he would not be able to escape. If Lan Luo rashly killed Long Bo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her father would definitely be enraged. At that time, even if Xiao Chun had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to survive. No, I can't let such a thing happen. Thinking of this, Lan Luo's heart raced again. She simply did not want to see the hope that just appeared shatter again. She absolutely could not let that suffocating, painful, and despairing experience from earlier happen again. She had to persuade Xiao Chun to stop. A vicious look flashed in Long Bo's eyes. After being restrained by Xiao Chun, he felt restless. He said coldly, "Signorin, there's no need to care about me. Just make a move and kill this bastard. He will not dare to touch me." Yes. A cold light flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. Then, his figure flashed as he launched himself over. Ka-ca. A crisp crack came from Long Bo's neck. Then, his entire head twisted to the back, and his body fell limply to the ground. If Xiao Chun was going to die anyway, why would he be polite to him and just wait for death? Long Bo had underestimated Xiao Chun. He had never imagined that Xiao Chun would be someone who dared to take such a huge risk and barge into the Cluster Lord's residence. How could Xiao Chun be that kind of indecisive, wishy-washy person? The entire place fell deathly silent. The black-clad old man was stupefied. This was the seventh son of the soaring dragon Marquis. Why did this white-clad person kill Xiao Chun on a whim? He did not hesitate at all, killing decisively and mercilessly. The black-clad old man was also naive. Why did Xiao Chun hesitate? What did he hesitate for? He stood where he was and thought about it. Was he going to do nothing in the midst of conflict and then get killed with one palm strike? Xiao Chun was not that stupid. He would not be that stupid, and he would not be that weak. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Chun turned around and left, quickly leaving this place. "Young master!" The black-clad old man shouted hoarsely as he knelt beside Long Bo's limp body in a fluster. His voice contained some despair. As Long Bo's personal guard, he had failed to protect his master. Naturally, he would not be able to escape death. He clearly understood how horrifying the soaring dragon Marquis was. At this moment, only fear and despair remained in his heart. "Xiao Yu passed down my orders. Let young master Xiao leave. No one is to stop him." Yes. Lan Luo sent a voice projection, feeling slightly disappointed. This time, Xiao Chun did not listen to her again. She felt some heartache, but she could not explain why. "Big brother, bye. Take a look and see if my seventh elder brother can be saved." As Lan Luo looked at Long Bo's corpse, she also felt startled. Who could have expected Xiao Chun to be so decisive? "There's no need to look. He won't die." However, his will of soul shattered first, and he lost so much life force. Even if he is saved, he will be a cripple, and it will be hard for him to recover. That middle-aged man's eyes were like torches. With just one glance, he clearly analyzed Long Bo's situation. After all, Long Bo was a person on the verge of death. His aura had not yet ended, and his soul had not scattered. Before Xiao Chun could deal another heavy blow, he had to leave this place. Long Bo managed to keep his life. The process of leaving the Cluster Lord's residence was much easier than Xiao Chun expected. He did not use the divine might that he originally intended to use. He did not even draw the tyrant's saber. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun understood the reason. Lan Luo must have arranged it. Now I owe her 2 favors. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart as he arrived on the street. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He definitely could not remain in Soaring Dragon City for long. He would have to find another place to sell off some of the treasures that he originally planned to sell. There was no rush. After all, they were all rare natural treasures. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Xiao Chun was in a good mood. This was how he had always been, repaying kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. He was decisive in killing and quick in settling grudges. If a gentleman could take revenge overnight, he would not wait 10 years. In life, if one was afraid of everything, thinking about this and that, what was the point of living? Xiao Chun did not feel any psychological burden when he personally killed Long Bo firstly, The other party had already sent out assassins on the way here, wanting to take his life. Even after being controlled by Xiao Chun, the other party had overestimated themselves and wanted to continue killing him. One could only say that one would not die if one did not seek death. Killing Long Bo would not leave behind any mental barriers for Xiao Chun. Without venting his anger, he would find it hard to calm down. Since Xiao Chun had vented his anger, his heart naturally calmed down. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to have a good drink. Naturally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was his first choice. Furthermore, he could ask about headliner Ling Long and his martial nephew, Ling Yu. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. At this moment, the night sky was hazy. Dragon Flame City was brightly lit. This should have been when the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's business was at its peak. However, when Xiao Chun arrived, he felt only desolate. However, he only felt that it was cold and quiet. It was not as lively and noisy as when he first came here. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to have declined.